neutral. He'll swing out into pillar, looking for this gunfight, and he catches Mikey looking the other way. That's a quad kill from Bride. Flies up the stairs. His teammates should be able to trade this. It's just an Getty gets a 3K with an and he's got the stubby out. He gets 4. What in God's green earth just happened?
As Reedson goes into the default plant by Tetris. No more C4 anymore from the Malusi, so he's gonna have to go drive, and he gets both. What? Both these attackers rather low. There it is, but Twizzler was actually picked up in time. 12 seconds left. Vivid still needs this 4th kill. There it is through the wall. After's just getting the bomb down. He doesn't care, but the impact downs him. They have to go for these kills with 3 seconds left. Silent lands the free fire. Nobody can kill him in time. The ace from Silent. The 1v3, 2 for Mystic now, and we're 4-3, almost tied up.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through T3, everyone was ready to watch Aerial Rise Academy versus OXG. Channel points were wagered on teams with great care in the hopes that some fortunes would be found there. The casters were mic'd up all snug in their booth to watch some veteran talent take on some confident youth. And Nyx with her admin brain and Klimps with his forehead got on the desk to discuss which teams would go ahead. So sit down and get ready, because someone's winning a title. Tonight's the night of the SCS Grand Final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're excited. It's going to be a heck of a matchup. I'm Corbeck. I'm joined here on the desk by Nyx and Klimps. Let's start with you, Klimps. How you feeling? I'm excited.
I hope you're excited. That nice little story just set the mood for tonight. It's an exciting night. I mean, it's peak T3 Siege. This is going to be the biggest night that we've ever had here for SCS, and I'm so glad to be a part of it, joined alongside with you guys, casters, everyone involved. I'm excited. It's going to be a fun night. OXG, AAA. Who could have asked for a better final?
Who could have asked, indeed. Nyx, how are you feeling about this one?
I am ecstatic. This is truly history in the making for T3. You have essentially a team that is borderline pro league. Only thing that's holding them back is their age, actually going against a pro league team. Like, who could ask for more, like, when it comes to a Christmas present?
Yeah, it's a good gift for all of us here right before the holidays get into full swing. But let's take a look at the bracket. Speaking of things in full swing here, let's look at the journey that it took for the teams to get here. A bunch of really exciting games in these grand finals, guys, but at the end of the day, it only comes down to 2. Aerial Rise Academy and Oxygen Esports made it all the way. I mean, we saw those semifinals last night. They were amazing, you guys. I really enjoyed them. Did you think at the start of all of this, Klimps, that this is where it was going to end up?
And honestly, in a way, because my predictions at the very beginning of the season were that OXG and AAA were going to be those 2 teams that we were going to see near this grand final. I wasn't sure if it was going to be the grand final, but it happened to be. So I almost did actually expect this result from the beginning of the season. I don't want to like toot my own horn because I didn't make anything official, but this is where I generally felt how things were going to go. AAA being the stomping ground, the kings of T3, OXG being a very strong team in the NAL and surely a strong contender for SI 2023. So I'm not too surprised to see these 2 teams in their positions today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I like your little caveat there, by the way, that you didn't make anything official, but you had a hunch. The best kind of hunch right there. Nyx, is this who you thought we'd be seeing at the end? I think a lot of people realized that OXG was going to make it, or thought that OXG was going to make it. But Aerial Rise Academy, how do you feel? Like, is this the place where they deserve to be?
I mean, they absolutely do. Now, was it my expectation? Honestly, no. I am an Astralis fan, have been for quite a while. When they got knocked out, my heart broke. Absolutely just shattered. And I have to just really Aerial Rise is just the next best team to kind of replace that broken heart. So I like where we're at, although there was quite a few upsets throughout the season. I don't think really anybody was expecting it to go this way, but I also believe everybody was expecting it to possibly be these 2 teams.
I think there was always a good chance it was going to be Aerial Rise Academy, but I think I kind of hoped, right? I hoped a little bit. I didn't necessarily know if it was going to be them, but much like Klimps, I had a gut instinct. But enough kind of talking about the journey. Let's talk about the team itself. Let's pull up some highlights here from Aerial Rise Academy. The young gunners on the scene. They've had such an impressive performance. It's been a rocky road at times here in SCS for them, but they have triumphed over every opponent that has come their way. They have showed some serious talent, guys, and they have really, I think, nobody is going to question their presence in this grand finals. I don't think nobody doubts that they earned their place here.
Yeah, and AAA, I think that they're a team that have been successful. They played so many maps here in SCS. They played 14 out of 15 total maps that they could have throughout the entire regular season and including playoffs. So their stats, although skewed to have way higher kill numbers, way higher plant numbers, more than likely, they've played so much Siege, but they've done a very good job of making sure that they're learning as they go through. And this young team has grown so much since I casted them in week 1, seeing them rise all the way up and finally to the top in grand finals.
Yeah, and there you can take a look at the lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Spiker, Ashen, Ambi, Uzi, Neo. Names that you should learn to recognize here because you'll be saying them a lot if you're going to stay in the Rainbow Six Siege esports scene. They're all talented players with a lot of promise for their future, but there's one particular player we wanted to focus on here tonight, and that is Ashen. Nix, I know you had a chance to talk to a lot of the members of Aerial Rise Academy, but you talked with Ashen in particular yesterday.
Absolutely. Now, Ashen has been kind of that force of nature behind Aerial Rise Academy, almost as if he became a target in a way for the opponents that they've been going up against. Just to kind of like point out from last night specifically, any time Ashen got into the building, Parabellum was just taking him out. I did obviously have a chance to talk to him a little bit earlier, and one of the big things that he's specifically focusing on tonight is he wants to play more team and support-oriented style versus just really rushing in and dying like he used to. So I think we're going to see some different gameplay styles out of Aerial Rise Academy tonight.
Yeah, I want to see AAA and especially Ashen thrive off of the entry. He took 15 opening engagements in the game yesterday versus Parabellum. So if he continues to leverage on those opening engagements, although he's playing a more support-focused role, if he can still do that and we can get those refrags that Uzi was getting so often, that is going to be what AAA can leverage, especially against a player like Newers, who Ashen, and more than likely, if he's kind of entering on the being that first focal point into the building, then he's got to make sure that we get those refrags, because Newers, being one of the most mechanically talented player in North America, if not the world, that is a formidable force, but also playing against the youngest, most mechanically talented roster that we have in North America, especially that T3 has to offer.
Yeah, and we'll get to Newers in just a little bit. We can't not talk about Newers. But first, I just got to ask, since you had the opportunity to talk to them in such detail there, Nix, I know last night they said they were confident. They said they played lots of grand finals before. Do you think that this Aerial Rise Academy team is intimidated, like so many teams have been to face up against Oxygen, or do you think they're just hungry for the glory?
I honestly think that they are 100% starving. I'm not even going to say hungry. They are starving for this. And the reason why I'm saying that is because just talking to a couple of the players throughout the day, they know that their regular attacks aren't going to cut it tonight. They know that they can't just go into this like they played Solar Flare or, you know, these previous grand finals that they've been in. They know that it takes something different to beat a pro team, and they have to make those disruptions, those mid-round plays, and just play this very differently than what they have been.
Yeah, I think you said yourself, right? We're probably going to see something a little different out of Aerial Rise Academy tonight, just rising to the circumstances, changing things around a little bit. And that would make a lot of sense and something that I think we're all pretty excited to see. But, you know, there's the elephant in the room, right? It's their opponents, the raid boss of SCS, Oxygen Esports. From the minute they were invited, people knew that they were going to make a statement. And you know what? To their credit, Oxygen Esports has taken this very seriously. They know that these are talented teams. They're prepping for SI. They're getting the most out of this they can, and they're bringing that competitive nature to these other teams as well. Teams have been intimidated, guys, but I think they've been excited to play against them. Is that right, Clips?
Yeah, Auction, a very strong team overall. We saw them take on Wichita Wolves last night, and to be honest, the Wolves brought a bit of a fight to OXG. We weren't quite expecting it to be so close so often, but everyone was expecting OXG to just pit stomp the life out of Wichita Wolves, and instead the Wolves, they fought on, they fought strong, and they kept a strong game going on through, but in the end, it ended up being closed out by OXG, and that's why we see them here tonight.
Yeah, and they fought hard against the Wolves too. I mean, like they said, I think they said in the interview last night, Fox, it was their most intense matchup they felt. Nick's looking at this Oxygen roster, Newer's Dreams, Fox, Vertical, Sweater. You think they're coming into their new most intense matchup here tonight, or do you think this is one that they're going to have a commanding run over?
You would think they would have a commanding run over this, but I do feel like this is probably going to be the best matchup we've seen all season, and it's just because of that fact that Aerial Rise is going to take this differently. They're going to take this in a completely different mindset. So there could be some upsets, some surprises, some things that Oxygen don't have VODs to review. You can't predict a mentality, but when it comes to mentality, the Pro League mentality is usually what wins. And that's just the structure as well as just honestly the experience, which Aerial Rise just doesn't have.
I mean, in his interview last night, though, Fox said one of the things that they are most proud of as a team is their adaptability, right? The ability for individual players on OXG to make strategic decisions, to make tactical decisions in the moment, and for the team to go along with that. I think the specific words are close to it, where each member of this team can operate individually if they have to, and it's been a real advantage for them throughout this tournament. But if we're talking about individuals on Oxygen Esports, there's one individual we have to mention. You've heard the name. He's a newborn god. It's Newers. Nobody else plays like this man. And Klimps, I know you're excited to talk about him.
Well, when you have a 56 to 24 round deficit and you're positive by over double the rounds that you've lost, yeah, those are big things. And a lot of that piggybacks off of the entry play from Newers. And not only just Newers, but the rest of his team as well. But Newers rarely dies in those entry engagements. 21-6 on entry, as well as just a nuts KD. You see him getting multiple kills per round whenever he's playing, and overall Newers just cooks realistically. And we also heard in an interview earlier this season where on support he's been playing a little bit more of a passive role where he doesn't have to run around as much, so he doesn't have to roam, and that gun presence is still there on the defense. So you're seeing Newers take on a lot of that brute force when it comes to the attack. On the defense, not so much, holding the site and making sure that, you know, OXG can still lock things down in the backside.
Well, I can go ahead and tell you right now, Clips, that Newers' worst nightmare is going to be Ashen tonight. 100%. Like, even just talking to them earlier and just hearing that they're already trying to find OXG's weaknesses tonight. So I do not think Newers is going to be out of the woods just based on those statistics.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. I mean, Newers is such a strong player, but it's something that we mentioned last night. It is worth pointing out. There are times when Newers dies, a god bleeds. It's true. And the rest of that Oxygen roster, man, they just pick it up, right? There's no hesitation. Like Fox said, they can all operate individually if they have to. But let's talk about two more players on this roster. Well, actually, these rosters. Players that often don't get as much of a spotlight as they necessarily deserve. It's the supports. Let's compare Spiker and Dream here, the two support players for these sides. Starting with you, Klimps. I mean, let's look at the comparison. What do you make of it?
Well, although you see Spiker with a lot more kills, but, you know, just about that same kind of KD ratio, a few more entry engagements, that comes with, obviously, AAA, like so many more games than OXG. However, you have Dream on that back end who's been so good for Oxygen. Both players had very good games last night. You can argue that both of them stepped up for their teams. Spiker especially in a big way. And if AAA want to be successful, they're definitely going to need more from Spiker tonight, just like what he brought yesterday.
And you can't forget about Dream, though. Dream just being that formidable force, that other godly-like player on the side of Oxygen. I do not think we have actually seen a team plant more than we have OXG in the entire season. So if he gets his butt into sight and he puts that diffuser down, it's gonna be successful.
That's what happens when you have the Grizzly Bear.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
The Grizzly Bear was roaring last night. He was keeping it locked down, I must admit. But before we jump into talking about map vetoes, I'm going to start with you here, Nix. Just one thing that Aerial Rise Academy needs to look for here tonight as a goal to win.
So the biggest goal that they're going to need to do is just based off those conversations they had with me earlier, just sticking to that plan of playing differently, taking the team that they're going up against as a completely different monster than what they've been doing. Because if they don't and they play their normal game, I do not think that it's going to be a very pretty night for them. So they have to take this seriously. This is the hardest competition they've been in. This is something that they're probably not quite ready for, but I hope they prove me wrong with that statement and they've showed up prepared and ready to fight.
And for the sake of fairness, the banner of Aerial Rise Academy is being waved plenty good by Nyx. I'm just going to say, Climps, one key point of victory here for OSG or Oxygen.
Yeah, they just got to play their game and cannot let the young guns of AAA outgun them. That is the biggest factor, because AAA, they're not going to beat Oxygen when it comes to just overall gameplay and experience and strategy. You're not going to beat a professional team with tons of international experience, LAN experience against the best talent of North America, but also the world. It's not going to happen. So you've got to beat them in the trenches, in those gunfights. Make sure you're winning those fights, and if you're not winning them, getting those refrags, those trades, setting yourself up for success when it comes to the execute. Also, make sure that you've got plenty of that VOD. We saw them abuse some of Parabellum's defenses yesterday when they had some VOD review on those setups. So if OXG are continuing to persist with those same setups, then we'll see more than likely AAA try to abuse some of that as well.
All right, well, there's some keys to victory for you guys to chew on there in the audience. Let's take a look at the arenas of victory here. What maps will these teams be playing on? It is a best of 5 here tonight, and already Skyscraper and Theme Park out of the pool right off of the bat. No fancy stuff here tonight, Nyx. They're not messing around with Skyscraper.
Not at all. And you have to, really give props to OXG for taking out Theme Park as well. I know we had mentioned that that's their stomping ground, but they kind of proved us wrong last night. But I don't think Oxygen wants to take a chance on that whatsoever.
Well, Border will be the first map in here. What do you make of this choice, Clemps? Because Border is an interesting map. I've really enjoyed a lot of the Border games that we've had here in SES, casting them and watching them. It's a bold choice, I think, from Aerial Rise Academy.
But it's a good choice because there is strategy involved on Border, yes, but it also alleviates to AAA's attacking style, being able to run around, have fun, enjoy what they're doing on the map. They get to run around like freaks, and that's what AAA need to do. They get to set up all these long angles, take as many chances for gunfights and engagements as possible. So this is a great pick by AAA. The only caveat to this, Oxygen hasn't played Border since Stage 3. Week 1 or play day 1, so it's been a little while since we've seen them here, and things have most definitely changed.
And change is always a great thing, but it looks like Oxygen wants to go to Bank and kind of go to a more comfortable place that they've played quite a bit and had quite a bit of success as well. So Oxygen going to be picking Bank, but Ariel's going to be starting on the defense, and we all know Aerial Rise does tend to be a very strong defensive team. And then right behind that, we're going to see ban number 3, which will be Villa coming out of Aerial Rise, and then Oxygen doesn't want to go to Cafe.
No, and I don't blame them for not wanting to go to Cafe, especially after showing the map last night to AAA. More than likely trying to go to somewhere more comfortable. And someone who got a very comfortable map pick for themselves, Clubhouse, or Oregon rather, for map number 3. I'm skipping a little bit ahead, but map number 3, Oregon, AAA. They enjoy this map. They feel comfortable here. They took down Parabellum, and they look solid in that match, and especially if they've got some things cooking up there, which I imagine after seeing some of the plays they made against PB, I think that Oregon's not a bad choice for them.
And Clubhouse coming out for Oxygen, very smart. They had quite a bit of success on that map last night, so I would expect to see the same tonight. But it looks like we're going to wrap things up and go all the way to Chalet for map number 5, the big old decider. And I don't even know if we're going to get that far. Who knows? It's only the cards will tell tonight.
Yeah, speaking of cards, we got to do a reading of the cards here, or tea leaves ourselves. Let's talk about predictions here. Who do you think is going to win? I want a team and I want a reason. I'm going to start with you here, Clips.
Well, I'm just gonna go with Oxygen. I know that's the favorite pick. That's obvious. That's the obvious choice. I do think AAA are gonna take Oxygen's first map of the season away from them. I think it's gonna be this first map of Border, but I do think that AAA are gonna fall short just due to the heavy nature of pro experience and talent by OXG.
And Nyx, you gonna agree with that assessment? Are you rooting for Oxygen? I don't think you are.
I'm not. I'm 100% going up, probably against what my heart is telling me to do. In my heart, I am 100% Oxygen. But in the mentals and the analysis that I'm going through in my brain, I have to go with Aerial Arise. If they are going to come out swinging and they're going to commit to every single thing that they told me they were going to do as far as adaptability, playing as a team, switching up their play styles, not being as aggressive as they have, I think that there is a real chance for this underdog to really, stand on that stage and have the spotlight they deserve at the end of the night.
We all know you're 12 years old inside. I know your true home. I know that's why you're rooting for them. You're just as young as them, just right up here, right in the mentals, right? I might have the forehead. You've got the mental of a 12-year-old, so that's why you're going with the children. I understand. I totally get it. I get it.
Again, I feel like a breakable barricade. I'm just trapped. Shots fired.
You gotta use your battle pass points, not 3.
Yeah, I gotta get it. Gotta get out of here. Unfortunately, though, I'm right in the firing line. There's no escaping this for me. I gotta be the decider again, just like last night, guys. I can't believe you put me back in this position. Unfortunately, this time I gotta take a trip to Camp Clips. I gotta be in Camp OXG.
2 for
I do
2.
think it will be Oxygen
2 for 2.
who will win it out tonight. And my reasoning, I just think, veteran experience, the talent, it's there. It's going to be what carries them through. I do agree with Klimps, though. I do think that this is probably the first time that Oxygen Esports is going to drop a map. I really think Aerial Arise could pull it off of them, and I do actually think that they could pull it off of them on Border. But just to kind of summarize your thoughts, I want to do one more prediction here. Klimps, how many maps do you think we're going to here tonight?
4. Magic number is 4. I think that Bank is a very good map for Oxygen. I think that they'll be pretty solid on Oregon. I think that'll be like one of the closest ones. And then Clubhouse, I do think that Oxygen, especially with there being some VOD of AAA on there, I think that will end out there. If not, if we do go to 5, I still think Oxygen take it just because it's Chalet. And Oxygen's track record and history on Bank and Chalet this season, 28-8 on Bank and 28-7 on Chalet. So
decisive. It has been the 2 maps that they wanted to play. And in the interview last night, actually, I think Fox did say he was aware that teams are trying to wrench them away from Brank and Chalet so they don't just have to go back there, right? Like every time. But it is their comfort picks to a certain extent. But I'm going to go over to the other side of the ball. I know you picked Aerial Arise Academy here, Nix. You have a lot of faith in them. And I'll admit, in my heart of heart, I've got faith in them too. I really like what they've done. How many maps, if they do win this, how many maps do you think they're going to take it in?
I believe it's going to have to go all the way. All 5 maps,
Wow,
100%. Okay. And the reason why is because you are essentially putting 2, as I said last night, spearheads against each other, and you can't expect nothing less than a fight out of both.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, I guess to just sort of tack onto that, do you guys expect that these maps are going to be like back and forth, like kind of like what we saw from some of the early Wichita Wolves rounds last night, where it was trade back, forth, or do you think this is going to be a really streaky series, Nix? Like, is one team just going to kind of take off on one map, let's say Border, and then we're going to go over to the next map and it's going to be all power to Oxygen and so on and so forth?
Well, I don't think we're going to see any maps tonight where one team is going to just, take it away from the other. I think if anything, we're probably going to be maybe seeing some 7-4s, 7-5s, even like as close as maybe going overtime. But I really just in my heart and in my soul, it's just, I want to keep going back to that whole, you're putting 2 spearheads together. They're going to fight, and they're going to fight to the death, essentially.
Yeah, I hope to see some overtime. I hope to see these maps going close. Do I think that they'll go back and forth? In some occasions, yes. In others, I think that it'll be a stop. I think we'll have one map that'll just be a complete wash, and then everything else will be very close. So,
well, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked enough. It's time to get into the game. Let me throw it over to the 2 happiest casters in all of T3 Siege. One of them's naughty, one of them's nice, but I'll never tell. It's time to light and crow.
Thank you so much, Korbeck. Now, time to light. I don't know about you, but I think I can assume which one of us is the nice one. I'm gonna give that title over to you because I'm feeling kind today. You'll get the presents for Christmas. But everyone, can't say this wasn't an expected final. I mean, leading into the season, OXG were the highest placed NAL team out of everyone invited. AAA are, well, they're Aerial Academy, and I'm very happy that the script has so far come to fruition. Who do you think is going to win? I'll let you answer.
I'm gonna take Aerial Rise Academy. I'm gonna go with Team Phoenix on this one for the sole reason that I think Aerial Rise Academy has some time to build up strats on Chalet and Bank up against Oxygen. You have to win one of them if you're going to win this series. On paper, you could win the other 3. Sure, you have the opportunity to win in 4 maps, but I just do not think that's a reality. I think this goes to 5 maps, and I think Aerial Rise Academy take it on Chalet. I also think I'm muted.
That's okay. You know, I read your lips. I got the gist of it. I agree. I'm going to go with AAA as well. You know, these guys, again, I was talking to Ashen last night, right? I believed in these guys from the very beginning, ever since, you know, Ashen was on aggro, when Uzi and Ambi joined the squad. You know, Spiker has been a mainstay of T3, and I think Neo's been doing great work. I think this is where OXG bleeds, especially looking at the map. So when I first looked at the map bans, and I was like, oh, okay, Border, Oregon, Bank, Club, Chalet. Well, Bank and Chalet, Klim's already highlighted. OXG are very confident there. They played it back and forth. I mean, their first game was Bank. Their second game was Chalet. The promotion game was Bank Chalet. Their first playoff game was Bank Chalet. So, like, they love these maps, but I think AAA, Aerial Academy, especially with a guy like Pinrolls, right? And that's not to say the OXG support staff is bad. I mean, they're an NAL team. They're obviously incredible. Redeemer has been, you know, he was such a good player at one point that he was considered the best Echo in the world. And then when people banned Echo against him, he was the best Maestro in the world. And then there was no winning. And then Hopes also has been around for a million years. So the OXG guys obviously know what they're doing. But I think Pinrolls is really underrated, especially in the T3 scene. I mean, Aerial Rise never played Oregon before that game against Parabellum. They almost always banned it nearly instantly every match, but they did their homework. They saw how PB played. They ended up winning it. And I think something like that can happen on either Bank or Chalet, maybe even Clubhouse, because OXG played Clubhouse yesterday, and I thought that's also a comfort map for AAA.
The 3 notes here for AAA is the fact that A, because I like letters and it kind of suits the Aerial Rise Academy roster, A, Oxygen have played both Bank and Chalet a combined 6 times. Between the 2 maps, they've played them a total of 6 times, between 2 different best of 3s and 2 different best of 1s. The other is the 3rd map in this conversation. Clubhouse is also in the pool and was played yesterday, and to a fairly full extent, where Oxygen had to show a decent bit of their playstyle. I'm not saying that they're infallible, however, I am saying that they've shown a decent bit for Aerial Rise Academy to do some VOD reviews on. They've had the full day and some of the night yesterday alongside the stream to try it and adjust, but we'll move away from the maps and into the map singular, our first of Border, the choice of Aerial Rise Academy, and Oxygen chose.
Yeah, Border definitely lends itself to the attacking side, especially with how the defense has been forced to hold it. Border, a very small map, I think smaller than Chalet, if I'm not mistaken, especially considering it's only got 2 floors. You have to play the whole map as the defense, and sometimes that can spread you pretty thin, and with all those preset angles, if the attack storms in and takes control of 1 or 2 really important positions, well, they can have cross-map lines of sight. And I love this ban from OXG. Nice. They do not want to deal with Ambi on Alibi. I think they're the first time. This is the first time that Alibi has been banned against Ambi. It's finally happened. Of course, he's still got Oryx and he's still got Warden to play with, but no more MX4 Storm. And I love the following ban from Ariel ACAD, the Solus, Foxay, as you can see in the chat. Not very happy about it. I mean, he was running people over with that Solus every time he's played it so far. And Ariel ACAT, they said it yesterday, that PB's Solus, when Blaz was playing it, they felt less confident about their play. And I mean, with how well Foxay was playing it, I guarantee the same philosophy is here.
I'm a fan of the bands. I have to say I'm a fan of the bands. Also, fan of our setup. Brand new overlay for all of you who are looking at the top and saying, hey, looks something different. Fan of our production squad. Appreciate them. Just want to start things off with the appreciation towards them, considering they're putting a whole lot of work in on the background. However, Aerial Arise Academy, starting on the defensive side of their own map pick, usually you'd say this lends to their favor. That may very well not be the case. Some notes for their defensive setup to start things off. Ashen's going to pick up that cap cannon. Ambi, without the availability of the MX4 Storm wielding Alibi, will instead go towards a relatively high fire rate weapon in that T5 SMG, but have to favor the Oryx, so no deployable shield available, at least not extra.
Yeah, even with a Wamai in play, still rocking the cap can that Arial ACAD and plenty of other teams have leaned into. A lot of C4 presence. Oxygen Esports, that Nook is left unbanned, and it's Foxay donning her. I like OXG's operator selection, knowing that, of course, you know, on border, hard breach is not really the most necessary utility, and with how Arial are defending this, it's more of an open floor plan. I think the buck with hard breach charges is more than sufficient, especially now that you've got those 2 sets of nades and the Flores to clear out plenty of utility. The other thing about border, too, is that there's no VODs, at least not recently, of Arial ACAD on this map. Of course, not a lot of VODs for OXG either. They did play it once in the NAL, and it was a loss to Parabellum, who finished second to last, lest we forget.
A little unfortunate for Parabellum, who also finish technically last in terms of the top 8. Nice shot from Newers, dropping Spiker, who tried to get aggressive over top of the television, unfortunately, to their demise. And the opening kill of the SCS Season 7 Grand Finals goes in favor of... actually, Aerial Riders Academy, because I didn't even pick up the fact that Sweater died. Don't mind me looking away at stats for a second. Nice return, and a down into a kill. Ambi with a double, walks straight into an air jab, but will stay alive because it doesn't propel him into the metal hallway. He stays alive and doubles up that man advantage for AAA.
Newers was looking like he could bring things back with that second kill on Uzi, but Ambi steps up, makes sure his team is still in the advantage, but Newers is going huge with another. Leave it to Ambi, though, to shut him down. And now Foxay, who's looking to maybe work up towards lobby, is left alone in the 1 versus 2, up against Ambi and Ashen, the 2 members of Arial ACAD, who have all the kills in this round so far for their team. There's a minute left, so Foxay's got a bit of time. He's got a drone to play with as well that's inside office, tucked in that skylight that you often see nades being thrown through. Now Foxay reveals his position with those shots. He'll pick up the case, so he's got that in hand. He's still got 1 nade as well, and the Wamai is dead, so there's no more disc to worry about. If he gets info on where those are, he can potentially trap Ashen or Ambi with one of those frags. It seems like the drone is more so relegated to a flank position, and the Arial ACAD are aware of it. They'll continue to just sit in sight and hold their angles because that 90 cam is still up. The nade captured by a Wamai disc, so Foxay doesn't have full info on whether or not someone's playing back archives because the nade wasn't able to go off. Look to move through the rotate. Instead, it's just a bait shot. Goes back in, and Ashen shuts him down. A buddy ace to start round 1 off well for Arial ACAD.
AAA start things off with team play. It would have been a buddy ace regardless of the round outcome, unless it concluded via time, considering it was a triple kill to open up the round, courtesy of Newers. Would have been down to a double to close it out from Fox A, but this was really where this round changed. Ambi with a double, as he really just aggressed in towards the construction stair hall. No information and no air jab pre-placed for that possibility. Lack of preparation for OXG and lack of information as well. They didn't have the air jab placed down, they didn't have a drone directly watching it, and even if they did, they were either hopping on it or it was killed prior. That costs them and probably changes the round in the favor of AAA, giving them credit and now a round in the lead on an otherwise notably attacking-sided map as they'll head down to the bottom floor in ventilation and workshop.
Of course, the more defenses you can get here, the better. Not only because this is an attacker-sided map, but also because AAA are an attacker-sided, a defender-sided team. So they really need to make sure they rack up the score here. Either 3-3 or 4-2 would be probably ideal. I think that's the most they can shoot for as of right now. Of course, because they're up against OXG. We'll see how their workshop defense goes. Again, extending pretty much all across the map with an Armory Lockers hold. They've got someone extended through Passport as well. It seems to be the cap can of Ashen playing solo with reinforcements on detention. But no, instead, retreating back to the site, maybe playing underneath his roamers to support them with a C4.
Ashen looking good aggressive. Brief note about the bans, by the way. Didn't bring up earlier. This is the first time we've seen Alibi banned in the playoffs, and only the 3rd time in SCS Season 7 as a whole. Or the 4th total, I suppose. But Oxygen really wanting to make sure that point is driven home, that Aerial Rise Academy cannot get over-aggressive on the defensive side without possible punishments. And there it is. Uzi dropped first. Sweater was the first kill in the previous round, now returns upon it 1-1 in opening kills and deaths. However, only going even, not going to cut it for OXG. As we saw in the previous round, they found an opening trade, but the aggression from AAA really turned it in their favor.
See if that aggression comes out now that OXG have taken the shield placement. Spiker down below, catching Dream, walking through the front door, it looks like. Maybe OXG thought they could go for a play. Yeah, just dropping it right in lobby thanks to that minimal presence inside the site itself. And killing that Frost, it did provide an opening, but fortunately Spiker was there to catch them. The drone coming out, spotting Neo, almost landing the heady onto Sweater, but the IQ persists. Now peeking this window, daring the Mozzie to peek into him, and Neo gets down for his trouble. There's one remaining roamer on the upstairs. Looks like it's Ambi. He's currently getting hunted down, and he swings into Foxay. He doesn't even get one for his trouble. So now the kill from Spiker, the only one Aerial ACAD have. They've got to find another 4 now that Newers is rezzed.
Newers did get downed, however, not lethal enough damage. I believe that was courtesy of Neo on the top floor long. Instead of dropping Sweater, instead was able to drop the Iana of Newers. Vertical looking the wrong way at the worst time, but Spiker cannot find the kill, and Sweater from up above will rain down terror. It's Ashen in a 1 versus 4. Looking to get aggressive towards the door, will find a first. Gets a down onto the second, but it's Sweater to be the hero once more. The first kill in the previous round finds a triple this time around and gives the favor back towards Oxygen as they tie things up.
There's actually 4 total.
Ooh.
The 3, remember the one on the Frost on the shield from Uzi, who took a pretty strange gunfight. I've got to say, sure, you have the advantage of the shield, but as soon as Sweater dips out of your line of sight, you become the one peeking into him. Then Neo attempting to get a frag back, loses his fight, kind of abandoning Ambi on the top floor, who simply had to go for a swing and lost it. Then Spiker challenging main, caught by Sweater on the hatch. AAA trying to peek into OXG. And this is what people, again, have talked about with Ariel. If you simply wait for them to peek, it will happen. And that's all Sweater had to do.
Yep, and notably, the kill I forgot was Neo on the top floor, because just an unfortunate kill. Thought that he would win that one. Didn't happen. Now a third bomb site played. They'll go to Bathroom Tellers instead of attempting Ventilation Workshop a second time in a row. I'm a fan of this decision. Don't try the same thing over and over and expect a different result. They are changing up their operator lineup significantly. Everybody picks up a brand new operator other than Ambi. Spiker from the Valk onto the Castle, Ashen from the Cat Can onto the Bandit. That's a switch and a half. Uzi goes from one of the lowest fire rate weapons in the game, in the 9mm, courtesy of the Frost, to one of the highest with the MPX. With Uzi sharing that will be Neo with the Valkyrie once more, but still the favor towards OXG is they're making sure that AAA have to switch up their defense if they want to stay in this matchup.
Their info game has been on point so far, and that's a great pre-fire from Sweater. Seeing him on the drone, going for the pre-fire, expecting him to try and retreat down those stairs. He gets the opener. Refragged, but now another found by Sweater to keep his team in that man advantage. 4 versus 3, Uzi now dead. Ashen attempting to retake into CCTV, maybe apply some pressure on the balcony, but Newers now gets one for himself, killing Neo and killing another C4. Now Ashen is the only one left. The Nomad gets caught off guard, but unfortunately the MP7, a bit of a pea shooter. He can't connect with enough shots to finish off the Nomad, meaning now OXG are going on the hunt. So here comes Sweater, a 3rd kill with ease, leaving Spiker in a clutch 1 versus 4 with a whole 2 minutes for this attack to play with.
Consecutive rounds for AAA to have a 1v4 for a member of the squad. Previous round is Ashen, this time is Spiker, and the UMP-45, certainly not the best weapon in the game, and Newers will make sure that is indeed the case. A buddy ace once more, this time favoring Oxygen. And honestly, I'm looking at Sweater after round 1 as if he was Michael Jordan in The Last Dance. He took the first death, and he took that personally. Now sitting at a reigning 7-1 in this matchup. Dominance, to say the very least, after that opening death in this map.
And like I said, all OXG have to do is wait and have their timing down. With Ambi getting droned, Sweater read him beautifully. Then there was an attempted refrag from Uzi, peeks right into Sweater. Ashen attempting to retake upstairs, walks right into Sweater. As long as OXG just hold power positions, they don't need to push all that far. Like, Sweater got all those kills in what, like half the map surface area? And Aerial ACAD, we know that's their play style. And it's difficult to switch something like that mid-game, but we're going to need to see something different. Either they need to stop doing that, or if they are, they need to start winning their fights against Sweater and Newers.
5 seconds to go.
Just win your gunfights, Forehead. That's really all there is to it. AAA need to start shooting back, at least gooder, because thus far it's not working. And Oxygen Esports attack has really looked timing-based and well-timed at that. Ashen apparently doesn't care about your opinions because he wanted to spawn peek out of the main lobby door. However, with nobody in the general vicinity, nor within seemingly a country mile of his position, not going to happen. They will throw in a Flores drone, or at least attempt to do so. That one is somehow shot out. Not really sure how that one happened.
Mozzie Pest.
Ah, that would do it. But second attempt will indeed work in that way.
There's someone just around the corner. It looks like it's Ambi, and he will once again be opening picked. This time, Dream to find him. Someone that the analyst desk highlighted is typically on a supportive role, but of course with no hard breach necessary. He's the one rocking it with the secondary hard breach in pocket, but that buck allows him to get a little bit more aggressive than usual. Ashen, the next body to fall, and AAA, they're really losing out these gunfights really consistently. Neo finally gets one back. Spiker takes a lot of damage trying to play on top of that filing cabinet. The C4 goes out in desperation out of the AC unit to try and kill Foxay, but it misses. Now no more C4 for Aerial Academy. The hard breach opening a very long line of sight all the way through Archives. And OXG still have this man advantage with Vertical lurking in the back. Dream looking to peek this player in office, but loses it. Now it's Neo's turn to go huge, but there's Vertical making his presence known, killing Neo through the rotate, and keeping the man advantage for his team once again.
It's timing once more, playing in the favor of Oxygen. This time it's Newers, a double from the balcony. Through the main office window, there's a clean first shot all the way across towards Armory, the second in towards the close corner of Archives to clean the round out, and Oxygen are consistently forcing Aerial Rise Academy into disadvantageous gunfights and open positions where they're almost never favored. Look at Neo inside a fountain, wins the first fight, sure, but an immediate refrag from 2 rooms and 2 rotates away without any response. That's how good Oxygen are coordinating in 4D chess mode, and it's only round 4.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Things are looking very concerning unless Aerial ACAD can win these next 2 rounds in a row. They'll opt for lockers once more with a similar operator lineup, only with Ambi now rocking the Bandit, maybe playing for a Bandit trick. No, leaving one of those triple walls soft, it looks like. The left side? Yeah, so no possible Bandit trick. Instead, he'll Bandit the single panel there, and then the Archive single, which makes a lot more sense. Maybe sit one on... Actually, I don't really know where he'd put the other 2. I don't really think he needs to even worry about putting the other 2 down. Yeah, he doesn't care. Well, they only have the Bandit for those 2 walls, and they're very necessary walls to close. Dream now takes Ace rather than the Buck, so a true dedicated hard breacher. Ashen looking to peek out Passport, but he's going to get humbled after the default cam gets shot. Neo still looking to take a fight, and again, it's Aerial Academy just peeking into OXG, but this time it works. Ashen catches Newers, just going for the default cam, and the Iana is punished.
Newers actually got the default cam too, was just walking across thinking he was safe, and nice response from Ashen, situationally aware, looking for a follow-up. C4 misses, though. Oh, that would have been a kill, too. Sweater not ready for it. He would have taken out the top 2 fraggers with a combined 15 kills in 4 rounds in about 40 seconds. Just did not come through. Unfortunate timing, unfortunate throw. Spiker down to 1 HP. Very lucky to be alive. Barely is so. And just like that, just casually back up to 130 HP, courtesy of the Duck.
Yeah, great job for the Doc for being able to res his teammate, but Spiker has got to stop peeking this AC unit player. He's fought it every single round that he's had the opportunity to, and he's almost lost it every single round. But it's Ambi to be Aerial Arise's first casualty as Vertical just walks in through the doorway and kills him. Ashen has to trade out Uzi as now Dream hits the floor, but I think he's already thrown one of those ace charges out. So his job is done. Sweater destroys Ashen. Sounded like maybe it was a one-tap, putting him down, and OXG have the man count because Ashen decided to peek onto that breach. AAA just seemed like they can't sit still, and OXG are punishing them for it.
Oxygen notably are upping the tempo without over-aggressing into disadvantageous situations, whether it be gunfights or team-based plays. Neo, nice bit of retake in terms of real estate and refrags, will drop vertical and bring the man count right back to even. Droning here for the attacking side, Foxay does so, Sweater not so much, and he can't find that Capcan trap because of it. The nade first will get caught by the magnet, the second one being prepped should not land as Aerial Rise Academy have vacated the premises, and a follow-up magnet was indeed placed. Foxay in yet another 1v2 clutch situation on the exact same site he was in just 3 rounds prior, but he wants to aggress and wants to do so from the archives room. Will not cross any lines of sight, will instead look to flank from behind the fountain position. Will fake the fact that he's walking towards that side via that metal detector and look to try and take a first fight, and he'll win it onto Neo. The spray through the wall, well predicted, however not directly landing, and Spiker there for the refrag will drop him and give Aerial Rise Academy their second in the half, bringing it right back to within 1.
But it's tough. We saw them, again, get caught out multiple times by peeking over and over and not watching important positions. I don't know how Vertical was allowed to just swing the office double door and kill Ambi and then back out with Uzi getting killed as a follow-up. And, Ashen peeking the breach. Like, it's 50. It's been so 50-50. Well, it hasn't even been 50-50. They've been taking 50-50 gunfights, and it's been less than 50-50 for Aerial. They often have been finding themselves on the losing end. And even there in that 2 versus 2, if Sweater doesn't hit the Capcan trap, he walks in sight with Foxay cutting off AC. And then what happens? Right? Like, you can't rely on a Capcan trap like that. We're going to need to see something more solid from Aerial, and it looks like they're running back the exact same defense for Workshop with the same shield, the same roam, the same operators. OXG are probably going to know what to expect, and they're going to expect Uzi swinging off this shield, kill him, storm in, find Neo as backup, Ambi probably lurking by office and archives like he was before. Like, I know there's not a lot of different stuff you can do on border regarding positioning. We're going to need to see some sort of playstyle change, but Ashen, as we know, still going to be ramping up that aggression, staring at the default cam, trying to see if he can get a spawn peek. He spots one behind the tank. He knows he can't run out on him, so instead he'll simply hold the angle. Daring play from the Warden until he finally runs out, gets detected, and he's forced to fall back.
So he ran out because he heard the drone above him, assuming somebody was in direct line of sight. However, Dream, the Grizzly Bear himself, was aware of the possibility and played in a safe spot in the backside of that main wall. If Ashen ran out an extra 2 meters or so, probably would have actually found the kill. Unfortunately here for him does not. Uzi accidentally presses the space bar and then will retreat after doing so. But 45 seconds into the round, very little has happened for Oxygen. This is a very different pace change for them because they want to make sure that Aerial Rise Academy are fully cleared from main entryways and they don't walk into a trap, because that's been the main note for Aerial Rise. Can they switch things up? And the answer thus far has been kinda.
Yeah, Uzi's not dead in the first 30 seconds. The shield is still up. No one roaming in Armory. Curiously. Maybe Aerial just opting to fall back much quicker than they did last time, despite not really feeling a terrible amount of pressure. I mean, maybe that one piece of hard breach on the main wall was enough to send them back, but Ashen gets the opening pick onto Vertical. Very important. It's the Nomad. It's not the end of the world for the attack, but still an opening kill nonetheless. Foxay walks into a Capcan trap, removes half his HP, now more susceptible to another Capcan trap or a potential Nitro cell from below. One of them has already been used. Neo's is missed, but Spiker still has one in pocket.
Explosives have been the name of the game for the defensive side. We were talking about the Capcan trap in the previous round, making it that 1v2. We've seen C4s go through, however, miss in notable situations. But the big point of contention for Aerial Rise Academy has been winning these gunfights, and thus far they have not won enough to gain the lead. Newer seemingly looking like he wants to drop, and now would be a fairly good time to do so, with the rest of Aerial Rise Academy looking the wrong way. You can see Ashen looking up through where that hatch is situated, and through the breach holes created thereabout. Foxay down to very low HP because of not only the Capcan trap, but the MPX as well, but here's where Oxygen need to go.
There's no more C4s for Aerial. They use their last one. They're all forced off the site because of that excellent sledge work. And they might be forced to retake if Dream can get in. There's a very long angle being held on his window, and Ambi lands the necessary shots. Ashen finds another, finally cut down as he rotates by front door, but Uzi has its refrag, leaving Foxay on 1 HP in the 1v4, and it is not to be. Aerial ACAD finally switch it up. They don't take the fights, they fall off the site, hold the long angles, and look at that. It worked.
The angles you know versus the angles you don't, and Oxygen just did not. They win back-to-back rounds, they being AAA to close out the half and tie it up. Nice double from Uzi, by the way, to close out the round. Entered into the round 0-5 with notable opening deaths, and walked out 2-5 with the final 2 kills in the half. Nice change. Nice little change of pace as well, especially for AAA. And now as Aerial Academy look to push on towards this attack, it's their job to throw off the Oxygen defense, of which is throwing themselves in a different direction. They will favor Bathroom Tellers as their opening site here on board.
I mean, there are teams that do. It's not strange. What is strange is Azami wasn't played at all. I forgot she was left up. So Vertical will play her in the first round of OXG's defense, whereas Aerial ACAD did not play her once, and that's an interesting choice to not even, like maybe, you know, you bring her a couple times, and you just can't fit her in the strat, whatever, but to not bring her once with how powerful she is a bit strange, but I mean, they ended up tying the half on a relatively attacker-sided map, so who am I to judge? Foxay also on his trademarked Pulse. Now that he can't have the Solus, Pulse is pretty much the next best thing if you're just looking for a pure info op. No Valkyrie either for OXG, at least not yet, which will prompt Aerial ACAD to drop that IQ that OXG were bringing pretty consistently. Kind of frees up some of their operator picks, allows them to run that triple entry supported by the Lion and the Ace.
I'm a fan of this composition for AAA. It leads to their aggressive nature while also giving them a decent bit of A, information, and B, chaotic utility. Here's Sweater already being forced out of position, and here's the time where AAA need to push off of that. You can see, as they walk in, they actually down Foxay through the floor. Foxay with a favorable position, not only that, but stagnant in their spot, trying to crawl away. While downed, will lead to their demise sooner rather than later, but luckily, they're retrieved. No dock for the Oxygen defense, so no full HP for their Pulse, but still, nice opening damage for the attack, almost killing Sweater and very nearly doing so into Foxay as well.
Ambi finishes off Sweater. It looks like there's going to be another as Ashen strikes from behind. Uzi's got his back, and it's a triple opening for AAA to start off their first attacking round. Now it's Foxay on 1 HP and Dream getting lit up. The info works for Fox. What? It doesn't? That's just kind of on the UMP. That Fox tried his best. Spiker just hits those apparently, and Aerial take their first attack flawlessly.
Okay, so we're just not going to gloss over the fact that Foxay is the most robbed man in North America as of right now. What in the world just happened? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different shots land onto the body of Spiker.
Yeah,
and Spiker's like, actually, 180 with the M762.
So one, right? One, it's the UMP, which is already a really low damaging gun. 2, through a wall. 3, Zoe is 3 armor now. It was just like those 3 factors, or it was just
like 4 shots.
The perfect storm. I mean that too, but either way, no, like Spiker should not have won that. Like period.
Never.
But it's just like I think it's more on Spiker hitting a really nasty 180. I think it's more on that than it is like Foxay whiffing, because he didn't really whiff. Like he was hitting.
No.
It's just
that
the
is
UMP
not Foxay's fault.
The UMP
not
just kind
in the
of sucks.
Slightest.
So like, props to Spiker for just that Bro, I haven't seen Spiker hit a shot like that since RSA. Do you remember that clip of Gasher trying to Oryx dash Spiker when he was
Yes.
mid-res? Yeah, I haven't seen Spiker hit something like that since then. That took me back.
Oh my gosh. Not only that, but Spiker was on a drone when he was first getting shot too. So the opportunity to get off the drone and then turn around and then hit the headshot. Oh, with the M762 through a wall. Sure, yeah, that happens. Feel really bad for Foxay. Not his fault in the slightest. That is a gun diff in terms of the UMP is so different. It is terrible. But we'll move on from that point for the time being. Ambi again looking to get aggressive in towards CCTV. Still somewhat being held by Foxay down below with the cardiac sensor out. You can see the yellow ping courtesy of the defensive side giving away the whereabouts of them. But Ashen just decides he doesn't want Dream to play a part in this game anymore. And Dream currently 1-8 on the primary support role for Oxygen, whatever you can consider that here on Border. Not the greatest of positions for him to be in.
I mean, his one kill was an entry when he was playing Buck, and you know, with how well Sweater and Newers have been doing, he doesn't really need to be the one to step up, but who knows? If he had, maybe it could be a difference maker, and Ashen hits an incredible cross-map shot on a Newers. Uzi with a follow-up as he goes 1 for 1, and it's a 4 versus 2. You know, we talked a lot about that shot from Foxay missing, and then Spiker's incredible 180, but it can't overshadow Arial Academy's entry game right now. A stark difference from what we saw even yesterday when they were winning, definitely from when they were on Theme Park, but it looked like they just couldn't even get in the building. They looked shaky on the defense with that 3 in a row from OXG, but they are in full command right now.
Big difference as well for the Oxygen Esports defense is they are losing these openers by playing more proactive angles compared to AAA was on their defense, and the issue is they're playing no way to quickly recuperate those losses. AAA, we kind of dogged on them, or I kind of dogged on them, especially early on in the half when they went down 3-1, because they were getting a little over-aggressive in disadvantageous situations and gunfights without much hope of refrags, and most of the time losing the notable 1v1 or sometimes trade gunfights for an opportunity to come back in the round. They fixed that and have now won 4 consecutive, where Oxygen's playing from very far behind. Albeit 2 rounds not the largest of deficits, certainly not here in SCS, considering Oxygen thus far has won 7-1 and 7-2 on 3 different occasions. However, up against AAA, who's looked pretty good on their own map picks thus far in the season, it's a big note for them to have to come back from, especially considering AAA's now on the attack of their own map selection, of which is usually, at least on paper, favored.
And they have been controlling the pace through and through, and that it forces a timeout from OXG. I did not expect OXG to be the first team to take a timeout here in this series, but it just goes to show how nasty these kids really can be. Ashen, 13-5. We talked about how well Sweater and Newers were, but Ashen has outperformed everyone in the lobby so far, and he's going to switch roles. No longer on Ash. He gives it to Ambi so he can play Sledge. Nades are abundant for AAA, 2 sets, and I'm wondering if the operator swap for Ashen is going to herald a downstairs clear? Perhaps? Right? Get a drone in the site, hit the lion scan, follow up with a nade?
Coordination of utility. My favorite. Especially when those combos lead to kills. I don't know if that's going to happen as cleanly as they may think, because Oxygen's a fairly situationally aware team. Newer's getting aggressive, understanding they're playing from behind fairly early in a lot of these rounds, instead trying to turn those tides quicker, and has the positioning to do so. Looking for a first, will not be able to do so, however, as that broken window is now seen. Their opportunity, at least in terms of surprising the AAA attack, is no longer, and Newers will almost certainly have to back away, and at least will do so as far as the close corner around the window.
Looks like Arial ACAD do have a body downstairs. Uzi will start in the main lobby, being cleared through, but he's a bit paranoid of someone pushing him. Instead of playing downstairs for the nade, he'll instead try and walk up east, taking the fight with Newers. He'll receive a bullet, deal no damage back. Now it's up to Newers and his buddy Vertical to try and hold down Office for as long as possible. Uzi has since been sent back downstairs, maybe to play with his nades. Ashen worried about the horizontal for now. He's got to tend with Foxe and Sweater. First shots being exchanged by the Valkyrie, but now they've got some pings. The shield maybe being destroyed from below. A follow-up nade from Uzi puts it away as the hatch gets opened. Foxe not taking the peek. This nade could be well timed. He's waiting for a call, but it'll only succeed in doing damage to the Valkyries. The downstairs play not working out for a kill, and the horizontal for Ashen will result in an opening death.
They didn't fully clear both players inside a CCTV. Nice one-for-one trade. Ambi does take one into Newers, but the immediate trade is indeed there. Sweater the next to follow as the Warden finally taken care of, and more damage is now favoring AAA as they're aggressing in towards the office. They're also clearing out a significant part of both Fountain and the close side of Archives. There is a possible flank being established from behind. They have absolutely no idea. Foxe, the walk forward, but it's heard by Uzi. Sound finally functions in the game of Rainbow Six Siege, and to the favor of Aerial Rise Academy. Now in a 3 versus 2 with Oxygen once more on the back foot, needing to play from behind for the 3rd consecutive round. And I don't like their chances in doing so.
Foxe looked like he had an idea that someone was there, but didn't know exactly how close. And that's why he hit that sprint, which alerted Uzi. And what a shot from downtown. Uzi, a 3rd vertical trade back. Iana's low HP, and like you said, Vertical has case control in 90. Now Neo and Uzi have to try and work a double up with the Iana, the low HP one coming in first. They've got pings as well. Vertical knows where to play off of it. He swings the Lion, a triple kill, looking for the 4th. Only 1 bullet needs to land, but Uzi's gotta stick the plant. 0-0. Perfect info for Vert, and a tie score once again for OXG. Or rather, they trail by 1 now. My apologies.
Still a big note for Oxygen, coming back from a 4-round skid after a 3-round streak of their own, finally shutting down AAA. You do feel a little bit bad for Vertical not being given the kill. Kind of earned it, especially in the 1 versus 3, but the 3K will pseudo give to him. Good bit of defensive pressure from Oxygen to make sure that it was uncomfortable for AAA. Even with the 3 versus 1, they did not fully clear Vertical out of any position, nor have information directly onto his whereabouts as they walked forward. You can see them trying to clear 90, trying to look down metal, really any which way they could have predicted. But the note around that, most importantly for AAA, is they aggressed forward as a team, and the G36Cs, no matter who's been wielding them, whether it's an Iana or an Ashe, regardless of the player, have really been reigning supreme for the attacking side, but it's not enough to fully clear the defense out of contention. By the way, Kaid being brought forward, this time courtesy of Newers, as we see a Maestro for, I believe, the first time thus far in the match.
Yes, I believe you are correct. After that initial attacking half, Newers and Sweater have been slow to find success on the defense. The last one, I think, being Sweater's first defensive kill, and then headed by Vertical's 3K to put him at 5-5. Aerial ACAD now, wow, is gonna get destroyed. Sweater just smoked that guy. That sounded like a 1 burst. I don't even know where that was from. He's playing upstairs, maybe through a floor hole.
It had to be either a floor hole or he was playing on the far east side of the map, because that's usually where Uzi enters in towards, especially when the rest of the team's on an opposing side. They will impact EMP that Electroclaw, and it cannot be retrieved considering its height, so they will be able to get at least some of that wall open. Not, of course, the full thing, but enough to make it negligible. Ambi, now upside down on the rappel, but just like that, there goes the Selma. And, hello. Ashen just walks into sight and then dies. And so does Spiker. Okay,
thanks to the vertical coverage from OXG. Simply too great an obstacle for Aerial ACAD to overcome. Like you said, they had a stance in the site, but the coverage was there. Now another plant attempt coming through from Neo, but Newers again has an angle. I don't know why Aerial ACAD went for it. Oh, he was frozen. Yeah, well, unfortunate. But yeah, Aerial ACAD should have seen all the vert being played. That's why they were comfortable leaving Just Dream on site, because they can stop the rush in with those floor holes. That leaves Ambi in a 1 versus 4 clutch scenario. His doorway blocked by a Kiba barrier as soon as he brought one down. It was replaced. And Ambi looks like he's just going to take an impromptu timeout. Chill. Figure out what's going wrong. Because Aerial had a fantastic start to their attack, but OXG are showing some pushback.
And notably in power positions as well, the opening kill, all important, courtesy of Sweater, that drops Uzi right off the bat. And I was talking about it earlier, the G36s have really come out on top, and they didn't even have their Iana. It's a lack of information, a lack of fragging ability, and a lack of frag grenades. 3 real power points for the attacking side that has gone unnoticed in this round because it's been lacking. There wasn't a single set of nades for the rest of the squad. The extent of extra information was Ashen's extra Twitch drone and Spiker's Raspberry Pis. That's what they're called. Close enough.
Yeah.
I forget the name. Brain fart. Anyway, it's not been enough for ARIAL Rise Academy, and the returned aggression from Oxygen's a very nice flex from them, playing around ARIAL Rise Academy's playstyle, and also being able to do things like that doesn't particularly hurt. Sweater dropping seemingly everybody on the ARIAL Rise attack, finds a double in the round, and ties things up for Oxygen.
There's actually 3 from Sweater and 2 from Newers, if I'm not mistaken. Counting those, the opening pick from Sweater, and then I think he and Newers found every kill through the floor. So, yeah, I mean, that was just a situation of Aerial thinking they had an opportunity when they really didn't. OXG simply had too much coverage for the Young Gunners to play around. Again, those floor angles really hurt them. But we're back on Bathroom. This is where Aerial struck hard and struck true. Walking into the top floor and seemingly clearing the roam with like a snap of the fingers. It was just like that. Everyone was dead. And Foxay no longer is going to play that pulse. Now on Valkyrie, give his team a little bit more, team as a whole, more opportunities to collect info. Aerial ACAD, though, read into it. And the pulse, on by Ashen. An operator he was kind of destroying PB with, too. So I imagine we'll see a Sweater-esque performance from him come either this round or the next.
We've seen Ashen play aggressive around the IQ and gain information when required, but also use that 5.52 commando to near perfect fruition. Foxay hopping on the Valkyrie, I like the information play again for Oxygen. They'll pick that up, the Evil Eyes courtesy of the Maestro, and a little bit around the proximity alarms, that of Sweater, who again finds an opening kill. Now 16-7, and by the way, you were correct in that triple kill, by the way. He did gain in the prior. He's been really dominating in the entire match, now holds the kill lead, just barely, albeit, over top of Ashen, of whom he's now dropped to open up round 11.
Yeah, OXG are playing almost just as forward as Aerial ACAD were on their own defenses, but with, I think, better positioning. Finding those little cheeky kills from Sweater, opening things up 3 rounds in a row now with opening kills. Aerial fighting from the back foot, coming in from Armory, looking to hunt down some roamers. Ace charge goes out. Ambi with the swing, catches
so
vertical, rotating. Great play and a great double up, making a triple. Sweater evades the shots for now, but forced to whip out the bailiff. Neo gets the finisher, and just like that, Ashen falls first, but the roam clear indomitable from Aerial ACAD gives them 3 picks in a row. Now they just have to worry about Foxay and the Grizzly Bear on site.
Ambi playing with one of the best weapons in the game, that of the AK-12, and knows it. Also understanding that they did not have to play as passive as normal around that Ace, considering Hard Breach is not as much of a premium on this map, taking that to full effect with 2 opening kills for Aerial ACAD. Coupling that alongside Neo's aggression towards Sweater, who just could not respond. The T5 doesn't have a 70-round magazine. Spiker now looking for the return with a M762 in hand, but it's Foxay looking to play aggressive on the teller's window, seemingly knowing that Neo's on the
What?
outside. A double from Dream. The
What?
jump out from Foxay. Neo taken out, and Spiker was looking to respond. It's now a requisite to do so. If Aerial Rise Academy want to have a shot of winning things in regulation, Spiker needs to clutch and has 40 seconds to do so, alongside 1 concussion, 1 impact from the lifeline, and 2 claymores. However, I don't think those are going to play much of an effect, nor
Wow.
will he. Dream from above, a triple from the Grizzly Bear, of whom only had 1 kill prior, puts Oxygen on map point.
I mean, what more is there to say? Aerial ACAT stormed in the building with another fantastic entry upstairs on bathroom tellers, headed by Ambi, but the 2v5 there, or sorry, the 2v4, I don't think they could have really played it any worse. I mean, Dream was already spotted on the drone. Like, they knew he was trying for a flank, shot the drone and fell back, and I guess they just forgot about him or didn't replace the drone. Just waltzes upstairs as a 3 armor and kills both players. There's no info available for Aerial ACAT in the site, so they had no idea where Foxay was. Neo was just... I don't know what he was looking at while he was rappelling up. He was looking at the wall. Like I said, I don't think
the wall when you
Aerial ACAT... No. I gotta say, I do not. I'm, like, schizo-peeking every window. Because I'm terrified of a run-out. Aerial ACAT could not have played that any worse, and OXG's positioning was flawless. Like, in no world should OXG really have been able to win that, but Aerial ACAT dropped the ball, and now they find themselves on the back foot. 5-6. Oh, also,
I think it's a combination of positioning and play from Oxygen. The situational awareness is like for them.
There's also infinite OT, by the way. I don't know if the devs mentioned it, everyone,
No,
ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, so if Aerial bring this to overtime, it's infinite. And the way infinite OT works in Siege, if you are not familiar, it's different than in other esports like CS and Valorant. You have to just win by 2 points. That's it. You just have to be up 2 points.
It's basically Valorant.
Is it the same as Valorant? I thought Valorant
you
was the
play
same
1
as
attack,
CS.
1 defense. No. So CS is 3 and 3. You have to gain 4 of 6. Valorant is 1 and 1. You have to win 2 of 2.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it is
the same.
basically
So it is the
Valorant
same.
OT for all of you coming from other Nerd Street tournaments here at Nerd Street R6/SCS Season 7. Not too different, but lower round counts mean more, and it's more difficult to pick up consistent and consecutive rounds because the defense and offense is so drastically different. Vertical does get out and away from the shield, would have actually died should they have continued to play behind it, but Uzi again the opening death. Courtesy of Newers this time around, well, I suppose the second opening death, as Sweater was the first to fall overall. But real power positions, now, I was about to say favor them, not anymore. Another direct trade.
I don't even know where Foxday got that kill from. Maybe out the main breach? Because that's probably where I imagine Ace to be playing. Now a nade to follow up from Ashen, waiting for some clue as to where Foxday might be hiding. He was thinking about nading half wall, but the Valkyrie looks like he's more towards, the bomb chassis, playing around the center locker. Ambi also earlier thinking about Amaru grappling hook just right through that sandwich window, but thought better of it. He's the one carrying case after all. Neo gets spotted by the default 90 cam, and he's looking to join Ambi outside the main locker's doorway. They're very worried about Foxay. They've really gotten not a lot of info to play with, and this is a great angle for him to hold, unless he drops, and he will. Playing for the Nitro cell from below, smart from Foxay, especially if they've got info in sight.
And the info has been a premium for Oxygen. It's a lack thereof for the Aerial Rise Academy. 2 drones available for their living players, and those both possess from Neo, who walks straight through, but doesn't find anything alongside Ashen. Newers, long range, behind the Archives desk, finds a first. Looking for a second onto Ashen, who looks away at the worst possible time. A single trade from Ambi, but it's down to just 20 HP, vertically 1 at this point, and Newers still not cleared out of the long angle inside of Archives. Will not be. It's a triple, and all 3 kills to close out map 1 as Oxygen Esports pick up AAA's map choice of Border.
And you got to go back to that 2v4 on Bathroom Tellers. That was the only site that AAA has successfully attacked. It looked as if they were going to do so again, but dropping the clutch ended up being the final nail in the coffin. They're on lockers, trades going out back and forth, OXG remaining in the game no matter what Arial Academy tried to do, and Newers simply unkillable behind that Archives bomb chassis. I mean, despite only having a 1x sight, he's still armed with an AUG, which at the end of the day is a rifle, and no one was able to find him. Really tough fight to take as an attacker, but still, I mean, just kind of walking into his line of sight multiple times, no one even attempting to break into small for fear of Foxair or someone lurking by the window. Foxair didn't even need to throw the C4 up because Newers was just covering everything. And in a match, you know, with map picks like this, where OXG are afforded Bank and Chalet, they just handled Wichita Wolves on Clubhouse. Arial needed to be able to win their own maps, and losing Border like that could be the beginning of the end.
Well, Oxygen now trying to give Newers 3 different accolades at the end of the season. The most valuable player, with that map significantly favoring Newers, not directly in terms of statistics, but enough. Number 2, a SCS Season 7 champion in terms of victory after last season's unfortunate loss. And 3, the SCS Season 7 hide-and-go-seek champion, as he seemingly just plays peekaboo at the perfect time every single time. But that's it for us here for map number 1. We're going to throw it to the desk for the analysts into map number 2, and to culminate the first map of play, we'll see you when they're done, and we'll throw it to Korbeck and the lads.
Lads and ladies right here on the desk. Well, the first flawless of the night goes to Arial Arise Academy, but it is not enough. Oxygen holds steady, holds the line, and with some spectacular gun skill and some excellent coordination right there, they'll walk in this first map win and put Arial Arise Academy back a step. I mean, I don't think we could say it was close, or it wasn't close though, Nix. It was a intense fight, I think, for both these teams right here on this map.
Close indeed, and I can tell you, if anybody had the opportunity to hear how passionate I was about that map, it was you guys here, like, just seeing me just immediately switch over, looking at our clean feed and going, oh my goodness, what the heck is going on here? I'm absolutely amazed to see just how different Arial Arise was trying to play tonight. And I don't know how you feel about it, Glimpse, but I'm pretty sure you got an opinion too.
Yeah, the team bomb was really coming out of you in the voice chat. I mean, seriously, like you were just like, I mean, these are dumb mistakes that they're making, but that's some of the things that comes through when you're AAA, when you're a young roster, you're in the biggest match of your career. And unfortunately, things not panning out on a map that more than likely they should have won. This is a map that they needed to be successful on. Ashen, very good on the entry, but again, contrary to that, Sweater killed it on this first map.
Yeah, Sweater played out of their mind. 16-9, 70% on the cost. I mean, I know, Nix, that you were hyped, right, about this, and I felt the passion leaking off of you. What do you make of the performance here from Arial Arise Acad, though, looking at these stats?
I'm not disappointed whatsoever. It takes a lot to go up against a pro elite team, especially with, you know, I'm not even going to say lack of experience, because they've been a team for quite a while. The only new person is Neo. The team has their coach staff, they have their analyst staff, they have everything that they need to be successful. It's just an unfortunate situation. They just may not have had the proper coordination here. And at the end of the day, like, you can't be mad at them. They did phenomenal.
I will come back to that coordination point later when we look at a specific round. Before we get there, I just want to say, Klims, I think you and I both agreed with Pro right there at the end, right? That this was a very important map for Arial Arise Academy, and the fact that they didn't win it is perhaps not the best thing for their future, let's say.
Yeah, definitely. It is a concern. This is the map that I thought that AAA was going to win. If anything, I figured, you know what, if they come out in this series and they come out with a banger first map order against Oxygen, maybe they've got a chance. Maybe the game will go completely different from what we expect. They might throw Oxygen off guard, catch them on their heels. That wasn't the case, though. A few mistakes just put them right in the hole where, you know, this map should have gone into overtime more than likely had those mistakes not come out in the end.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those specific rounds where there were some mistakes made, where there were some issues, and Oxygen completely capitalized it. And it's round 11. And Nix, this is all you, because you were screaming behind the scenes.
I absolutely was. This was the round that 100% took my attention. And I want to point out here, Neo specifically, he still had one EE, 1D in pocket and did not use it. So because of the lack of use of the utility here, Foxy just jumped out and decimated what should have been a silver platter situation for Aerial Academy. They had the numbers, they had the positions, they were ready to go. But whenever you're just handing over your bodies like that to the other side of the fence and letting Oxygen just capitalize on that, that's when you have rounds like that happen.
Yeah, and I think you and I both said around that time we were a little unsteady because it was the two, lowest kill players on the team right there for Oxygen. But we talked about it, individually they can handle themselves. That's exactly what they did, and they capitalized so well right there. But let's look ahead to our next map. It's Bank. It's the map that, the Oxygen loves this, Clips. Like, this is what they're looking forward to. How do you think AAA is going to respond here to a very challenging situation?
It's one of the maps that Oxygen has stuck to all season, and AAA, in theory, they should have some pretty good VOD, some pretty good ideas of how Oxygen like this map, how they like to take it, the aggression that's brought up from them, especially in that top square area. Those are some of the things that AAA are going to have to look to. Foxy lurking sometimes on the 0, you see that quite often as well. So if AAA want to be successful, they've got to have done their homework, make sure that they're prepared plenty for this game. I'm sure they stayed up plenty late last night getting ready for this match. So if they've done their homework, they'll have a shot, but this is Oxygen's map. So
you're not kidding about that, because we have to remember, like, even in the Fox 8 interview and just talking to a bunch of the players, like, this is the map that they focused on most season. Like, they wanted to play maybe 1 or 2 maps and not focus on anything else. And if the ones that, Ariel's going to lose on, it's going to be those maps. And as much as my heart is just wanting Ariel to win, I don't foresee it here on Bank.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Is it going to be an opportunity for Aerial Rise Academy to correct their mistakes and fight their way back? Or is it just going to be all Bank all day for Oxygen? I'm going to turn it over to the holliest, jolliest casting duo here in T3 for this. It's time to light and crow.
I don't know about Jolly. I personally despise the Christmas season. But, Dan, I do like Siege. And we're going on Bank. Bank, like the desk said, it's OXG's home turf, kind of like how we talked about Theme Park with AAA. They have loved this map all season. They have handled everyone on this map, including NAL rivals Astralis. But it's not necessarily a confident map for AAA, especially considering the most recent time we saw them on it. It was against LG, and there were a lot of little mistakes.
We've also seen LG play up against Oxygen Esports in this map, and the big positive note for Oxygen is that they haven't played all that much on their defensive side. In all of their Bank matchups, they have started on the attacking side in every single one of them. They have played the defensive side for a total of 10 of the 36 rounds total, and won the predominant part of them, leading mostly to round victories and map victories onto that defensive side. The most they've played the defense on is against LG, when all of regulation was required, and therefore all of their defensive side. The rest, they've played a total of 3 or 4 rounds between at a bare maximum, and a few of them we saw a little bit more, but that's mostly against the Hong Kong Rebels in the first round of the Swiss stage. Other than that conversation, it's been consistency around attacking favored wins and then defensive closeouts for Oxygen. If Aerial Rise Academy can force them onto the defensive side, they also need to really bleed out more of the strats from Oxygen, because there just has not been all that much shown that AAA can respond to.
Yeah, not a lot of weakness shown by OXG, and if AAA keeps showing those little mistakes, while we saw LG could handle it, I don't want to think about what a T1 team can do to them. But we're going to have to cut to a break, unfortunately. It looks like the servers are down. The Observer is unable to reconnect. We're trying to restart the game, get everyone back in the lobby, so don't go anywhere. As soon as servers are back up and we have the game ready, we will be back with Bank.
Hard's on a double, though, and he finds a third through the smoke. Just an ult. Getting into 3K with an ult. With 3 seconds left.
And yeah, I'll blame him for that one. So
Yeah,
we're
it's
1-1.
Dan. Yeah.
But Yeah. I also got bullied, so we're just gonna go with that.
He's had
I'm
the
looking-
start button all night.
This is my sign. This is my message to everyone. Just be careful around these people. They're scary. They're dangerous in the SCS trenches. They're scary. Everyone's out to get you. Everyone's out to get you.
Yeah.
He's
dangerous,
a little
it's true.
sensitive because we all know that he holds the button to the Ubi servers and he won't get start.
Don't have the button. I just have a forehead. That's all I'm good for. I just
He
have a
said
forehead.
it. He said it.
It's foolish for
I
you
did.
guys to think there even is a button. That's the crazy thing. Everybody knows it's an altar with some goats on it. But anyway, I digress. Just to catch you back up to speed where we were before we had our untimed break right there. We had just come off of a close map number 1 on Border. Oxygen Esports took it away, and now we were looking ahead to Bank. And I guess I'll start on your side, Climps. Coming back, refocus, recenter, whatever it is. Tell me what you think about Bank here.
Well, that's a good inside joke to hit one of our observers with. But honestly, I do expect a lot from OXG here on Bank. A lot of aggression, trying to keep AAA out of the building and having some of the control they were able to leverage on Border. Bank and Border play very different, vastly at that. So Bank, it's really about that roam clear. Oxygen have a very strong roam. They play very well around the map. They use Solus a heavy amount. So if Solus is left on the board, expect that to be abused. Other than that, for AAA, you've got to be able to manage that roam and make sure that they're able to get those refrags, get those trades, so that way when they go for those site executes, they have a better chance actually making their way in.
Yeah, we did actually see that Solus ban on the last map, and I think all three of us were like, "Oh yeah, that's a sensible ban," because Oxygen has leaned in heavy to Solus. Solus, in fact, just getting a ton of play, I think, so far. But Nyx, you are a big supporter of Aerial Rise Academy. You've got a lot of faith in them. I mean, admittedly, I think all of us here at the desk do, but it's definitely an uphill battle. How do you think they're going to adapt to Bank, which has been such a favorable map for Oxygen?
Well, as we did see on the previous map, they did start to play a lot differently. In the beginning, they were kind of meeting aggression with aggression, which is not what you need to do whatsoever. Whenever aggression is involved, you need to kind of slow down, let people run into your bullets, set up your cross angles, essentially form the push to really yourself. But I do feel like moving into Bank, though, we're probably going to see that Solus ban come out again. And if Aerial Rise are smart enough, they'll bring out that Ying ban as well, because Ying can be used very much when it comes to those really quick pushes into, I believe it's CEO and Trump. So whenever they go in there, it's just like, get rid of the Ying. Go ahead and get rid of it. Or a Nook ban. I'd like to see that come out potentially as well.
Well, there's just some things to look forward to. We've waited long enough, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. Unfortunately, though, the angels are on another Twitch channel, so all we have for you are Time to Light and Crow. Take it away, gentlemen.
Well, quite the eventful break. I know you were playing Rocket League. I was doing nothing. I was sitting here freezing because my apartment heat's not working. I think it's under 50 degrees. I think we've now eclipsed 50 degrees.
And your sleeves aren't all the way down? How are you alive?
I don't like long sleeves. They make me, like, covering my whole arm makes me uncomfortable.
So does people wearing short sleeves below 50 degrees.
I'm so sorry. I also only have one jacket, and it's a hoodie. So, you know, I hate myself. But hopefully, we're just waiting for one remaining member of OXG, and then we can get back in the game. Oh, actually, I lied.
Also,
I didn't do nothing. I watched Sternab play some song. It's called like "We Who Are About to Die." I think it's like you're a gladiator. And I found out that the Phillies are getting Craig Kimbrell. So the Phillies
really
are just getting better. Yeah, they got Craig Kimbrell. They got Trey Turner. They're just taking Dodgers left and right.
I
mean, I don't care.
Fan of Craig Kimbrell and the Red Sox, but you know the Dodgers are taking Red Sox every day of the week. So
all good. The Red Sox suck now.
Also, want to address the libel, courtesy of Climps. I was busy carrying him in Rocket League. I will not deal with this. It is the spoken version of slander, by the way, for all of you unfamiliar with the term. That is
thought it was
absolutely preposterous.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the opposite. Hold on. Aha! I got you. It is. It is the opposite. Libel is written.
That's okay.
Libel
Well,
is
then
written.
I will not deal with this slander! As I knock over my
Wow,
webcam.
you moved your webcam. That was crazy.
I actually slapped my desk. I'll fix it when we go to the game. Speaking of the game, we're fairly close on getting into the game. Apologies again for the technical issues, these servers being degraded, of course, connectivity being a problem. It's been a whole ordeal over the last hour. Thank you for sticking with us through the entirety of this about hour break, by the way. We were about 30 minutes from possibly having to postpone, but a very lucky amount of fortuitous, maybe Christmas spirit from Ubisoft Connect decided to bring us right back.
It would certainly suck if we had to reschedule too, because I wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here, and Neo wouldn't be here. So, and Neo's way more important than us, right? Because AAA can't, they'd have to field a sub. It'd be a whole mess, but I believe that OXG's 5th member has just joined the lobby. We've got ours from OXG. We've got ours from Arial Academy. So finally, after an hour of waiting, we can get into map number 2 with perhaps 3 more to go after this at 8:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we finally get to load in. We get to go to the bands. Hopefully, the players are still warmed up. I know OXG was taking like an Overwatch break, I think. Maybe Arial ACAD was doing something similar too.
I wonder if they had test servers up, if test servers are even available right now, or like an old version of the game. I wish there was like a downloadable old version of the game. You could just have...
There is.
Well, no, like you could only have the offline version where you could just sit inside a T-Hunt or something like that.
You can matchmake as long as I think there is a modded version, and like you can just disable Battle Eye or something. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Flora is the first ban. Good ban on Bank. Lots of shield play. Send it right in that red hall as well. Take out the utility there. Nook. This is one of her best maps. Don't want to deal with that. It does leave Thatcher up. It does leave all 4 hard breachers up. And OXG, are they going to take Ambi's alibi? Again?
I think they should. I do want to address the Nook again, because this was actually brought up by the analysts, where Nook play was a premium for Oxygen, especially on that attacking half. Not so much for Arial Rise Academy, and surprisingly, Oxygen are the ones to ban it.
Yeah, it is. They didn't really use Nook like Nook though. Like most of the rounds they had Nook, it was Fox just working his way to the AC cutoff, which didn't really have to be Nook. I don't really know why he was rocking the Nook for that, but otherwise, she's gone. OXG, they target ban once again, but instead of Alibi, it's Oryx, who tends to be a better pick on Bank because of how big the map is. And Arial Academy, once again, do not want to deal with the Solace from Fox. So, defense first for the Young Gunners. We go downstairs to lockers first and foremost. Let's look at the attacking lineup. They have 1 dedicated hard breacher, but of course, Zero and Capitao can use their secondaries. Sweater probably not going to find a lot of use with that sledgehammer, but he does bring a crucial set of nades. And with the Nook ban, he's probably the only other nade operator alongside Iana that you're going to go for. There is, however, no Thatcher. Vertical will swap to IQ, and Fox picks up Maverick. So even though Thatcher's on the board, Maverick still makes an appearance, and that's mainly due to the fact that they gotta get around this Cade.
2 big notes for all of you joining us. Number 1, map 1 was Border. It was Arial Rise's map pick, and they lost 7-5 to Oxygen. So Oxygen won map number 1 for all of you who are going to ask in chat. Number 2, Bank is Oxygen's map pick. This is our second map. It is a best of 5. First to 3 wins it. Just clearing up all the Twitch chat clutter preemptively, because I'm not a fan of it. Arial Rise Academy now need to open up with victories. Oxygen Esports on the attacking side has been near flawless. It has been a history of 5-1 attacking halves through the Swiss stage, and notably in towards playoffs up against Astralis as well. I'm not liking Arial Rise Academy's chances. However, a proactive hold for the defensive side, playing top blue, shield, ADSs all established and in fairly good position, could give them an opportunity to set this up at least well.
Ooh. Spiker trying to hunt down Foxe as he opens up the vault hatch. Staring at the ceiling, daring Foxe to get a little careless and expose himself. But of course, he's a very experienced Maverick. Does not give himself away to Spiker and opens the hatch safely. Server hatch, the next to fall. And Ashen could find himself between a rock and a hard place fairly soon. If Neo is forced off and an attacker is allowed to drop, then Ashen is surely a dead man.
Big benefit is the fact that there's a lot of ADSs and magnets available. There's one magnet, a second now burned. That should be the last one, and down it goes. The nade will take out all of the utility at the top of blue stairs, but it's a lot of utility now gone, and real estate control possibly out the window for the defense. Ashen still wants to play forward with a shotgun in hand. First shot misses, second shot, nor third will either. It's the follow-up from Ashen and the double with the M590 ever so eloquently dubbed the clothesline as Ashen sends 3 head over heels as Aerial Rise Academy have a 4v2.
The use of those nades, getting caught by both the Wamai discs and the ADSs, that is the power of the duo. And Ashen gets another on the top of blue stairs. They try to distract him with a drone instead of a nade, and obviously, you know, Ashen did not take the bait. Because Neo was playing in his server, there was no additional pressure from Dirt, and they didn't send any nades down towards his position. Of course, they couldn't because of that Wamai disc on the blue hatch.
Ace?
Neo wasn't forced out. They had to go blue. Ace potential from Ashen, but as Vertical runs away, Ashen wasn't able to land enough shots, and Ambi will deny. But 4 kills from Ashen, the utility usage from the attack being absorbed by all that utility, Neo's position in server, forcing them to one by one walk into the best shotgun in the game.
You know, I personally have dubbed it the clothesline. It's the M590 clothesline. For this exact reason, by the way, one-shotting 3 separate players, all at extremely close range. Actually, sorry, make it a 4th, because Foxe was included in that conversation. But it's so actionable. You could play quick, close, even sometimes far, considering the distance the sniper, I mean shotgun, has. And Aerial Rise Academy with a big advantage off the back of that, winning your first defensive round on a map where a professional Tier 1 team in Astralis only picked up 1 round on the Oxygen attack. Pretty good start, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, well done to Ashen for just pressing left click a few times. OXG with some work to do now, back to the drawing board. Foxe sticking on the 0. And Dream, instead of a hard breacher, he'll opt for the Twitch. And with the Dokkaebi coming out, you got those phone calls. Aerial ACAD's roam, perhaps gonna feel a little bit more pressure because of them. There is an attacker making his way through Dirt. It's Newers looking to take a 1v1 against Ashen, but the Warden gets droned, and Newers decides that he's actually going to think better of it. He's not going to go down Dirt.
I understand that. I honestly think Newers probably would have won that fight, considering Ashen was a little distracted by the drone, but you don't want to take a fight that you really don't have to. Servers is not a position you need to have while attacking the top floor of Bank, and they know it. However, just walking up circulation, down goes Foxe to Ambi, who just waits. Vertical shoots himself with a Gon 6, but is still perfectly fine for the time being. And Aerial Rise Academy's defense opened things up with yet another opening pick, this time courtesy of Ambi, who stole the ace away from Ashen, who, in all fairness, was unfortunately too far away for the final kill.
Now, that's not to say Ashen didn't have an opportunity. He was given the fight twice, just missed too many shots on that SMG-11, and Ambi finds a second on to Newers, a third now, as Ambi's just lining him up and knocking him down, finally. Traded out by Sweater, but the damage already done. Sweater, though, now with a second, 1 kill away from equalizing, as he's taken full control of that top floor. The Goyo looking to peek into Dream, but the F2 sends some shots and keeps Uzi at bay. Sweater holding the rotate into small office, and now things have quieted down. The dust is settling. We're at a bit of a standstill. No one left on the top floor for the attack to hunt. Means that as soon as they have all that info, Sweater can begin to go to work. Ashen's taking the fight. They trade blows. C4 goes up, could potentially find the kill, and there it is. Leaving Dream alone outside, left to work his way in the building and clutch a 1 versus 3.
You may actually take Ashen out, making it Ashen's first death, and it will. Both Ashen and Ambi will fall in the round, their first deaths, and at least securing the fact that somebody else on AAA either has to find a kill or, well, they'll lose. You can see Dream still trying to initiate, but has not fully cleared the close corner of the admin desk, so instead we'll try to go a different direction. We'll open up the barricade and remove any possible sound cues for later on in the round. Sees the outline, looking for the head, but won't be able to find it. That's Uzi in the back corner of open area, and now Dream just needs to walk forward. The C4, however, cleanly thrown up and over. The final 2 kills of the round, both found off the back of Nitro cells. And AAA, back-to-back opening rounds here on Bank.
Very well played by Ambi, catching all 3 players attempting to push him. The first was a bit odd. Foxay was following a drone, so it's not like he was just solo pushing up the stairs with nothing in front of him, but he didn't have a teammate, loses the 1 to Ambi, and there's no recourse. Of course, Vertical can't really do much from his rappel spot. He eventually swings in and dies, as does Newer. So OXG with not a great top floor clear. And now Arial Academy lead 2-0. They are going to be forced onto one of those 2 offsites, though, either CEO or Teller's Archives, and they opt for the latter, which is a little bit more popular nowadays, considering how bad CEO is. I mean, you can control the entire site from those rappels as long as you have someone like watching ATMs or someone on that outside rappel. So definitely makes sense that Arial would want to go here, especially with that top floor clear being so important once again. And if history repeats itself, then Ambi is going to have a heyday here in Trump.
Arial Rise Academy have already matched the best first half scoreline against Oxygen on Bank thus far in SCS Season 7. Now you'd say, oh, they've only played Bank, what, once, twice? No, they've played it 3 separate times against the team that led most of Challenger League through the entire year, team that has been breaking through Tier 3 in HKR, the Hong Kong Rebels, and, you know, just a small organization. I think they're called Astralis nowadays?
It has something to do with
I'm
stars.
not familiar. Yeah.
They have a cool logo, though.
Love that logo.
Out come the drones, trying to find out exactly where Ambi and his friend is. Uzi is the man upstairs joining him. Maybe could find a little bit more use downstairs supporting the roam with a C4. I feel like Neo or Ashen might be in a better spot to, or a better operator, usage of manpower to help out Ambi. But for now, neither of them have been caught. The drones evading or being evaded by the 2 players. Sweater eats a lot of damage attempting to entry through stock. Newer is holding a cross, very worried about a potential black eye cam staring at him. But for now, it's been about a minute 15, and the only thing OXG has really done is, never mind, get in behind Teller's desk, and Foxay lands a freebie, instantly traded by Uzi. So at the very least, it's not free site control, but still an important opening pick to take out a C4.
On this information, but Uzi, instead of trying to react to the change from Oxygen, just again takes the fight. Unfortunate whiff there for Vertical will lead to Ambi's 5th kill on the map thus far, and there's still a decent bit to go. Luckily, Ambi also drops away at nearly the perfect time as Newers was looking in his general direction. It's down to Newers and Dream, by the way. Dream with the only kill between the 2 of them thus far in the map, and there's a whole lot to do with not so much time to do so. Not much utility remaining for either side. It's down to secondary utility for this attack alongside Dream having that, or alongside, sorry, Newers having the Gemini replicator. But the real point of contention is, can they play around information? I believe there's a black eye camera right next to him, and Newers dies immediately to it. Nice reaction play from Uzi off the back of immediate information. It's down to Dream in this 1 versus 4. He'll shoot that alibi clone and die to the alibi. AAA with 3 in a row.
I like the play from Foxay. I saw the vision. I saw what he was cooking. But unfortunately, one of those Aerial ACAD members had already rotated back downstairs to support Spiker on the site, and it was Uzi hitting a nasty shot to refrag his teammate and then decimating the guy top square. I mean, that was just incredible. Ambi was left lingering on the top floor, and there wasn't a lot of remaining info for OXG to play with until after he nabbed his kill on vertical. I also love that camera spot, and I don't know if that was on purpose, but it's so close to the staircase that typically an attacker is going to be peeking either into archives, the archives window, or that kitchen double door, and you don't really get a spot on that camera, and it's a really exposed position that sometimes you can't afford to be looking for that camera. And we saw Newers did exactly that. He looked towards that kitchen doorway first, I think, and his scope was covering the cam. So that's just allowed Uzi another freebie, 3 kills on the round for him, and 3 rounds in a row for Aerial ACAD. They now have the best start on bank of any team up against OXG, and right now OXG don't have a solid response.
Combine that alongside the fact that Oxygen has given up every single round thus far, and they've already expended their timeout. Now, in all fairness to them, the last time they called a timeout in this series, they had given up 4 straight rounds. They were winning 3-1. They then were losing 5-3 at that time, and then brought back 4 consecutive rounds of their own to win our first map of Border 7-5, as you can see at the top of your screen. Granted, that was about an hour ago, so if you forgot, I completely understand. But Aerial Rise Academy need to be able to hold their momentum, and notably the opening kill percentage that they're keeping in their favor. The aggression thus far is working out for them, and they're having healthy switches between the sites. This time around, for instance, Ashen is bringing the Vigil. I'm a really big fan of this because Vigil's not always an operator seen on a traditional basis, especially on Bank. And the large entity around this map itself also leads to maybe create a little bit of chaos for Oxygen to have to deal with, considering last time we saw Ashen, at least on this site, he was playing the smoke and, I don't know, just casually found a 4K.
Yeah, I like Aerial ACAD completely switching it up. No longer going for that top blue anchor hold now. A full roam setup coming out. OXG looked like they wanted to go for a direct push, with a few hard breachers. That Thatcher coming into play as well, but they have completely switched to adapt to what Aerial ACAD is pulling out. The IQ to once again search for those Valkyrie cameras. Sweater on the Jackal. Bank being one of his best maps, and never mind, the Jackal is going to get ripped off the face of the earth. Uzi rocks him from the stairs, and Aerial ACAD find yet another opening kill.
Obi-Wan Kenobi said, "I have the high ground," and then Anakin, aka Uzi, responded with, "I don't give a damn." That being with the casual MPX shot to the face and a clean opener once more for AAA. The question again remains for Oxygen, how do you respond while playing from behind? Not something they're all too familiar with, by the way, playing from behind. Thus far in this season, much less in this series, they've been a total of 2 rounds behind at a bare maximum until this point throughout the entirety of the series. Or the season as a whole, I suppose. Newers, Preps and Nade has information as to the whereabouts of that Azami, and then unfortunately has the nade hit a Kiba barrier, or fortunately, depending on his intentions, but there is still a trade, that being onto Ambi, who's been one of the 2 main fraggers thus far in the map for AAA.
Additionally unfortunate for Newers is that Neo is just replacing that Kiba immediately, and he still has 3 more in pocket, meaning his path through Garage is a little bit tough. Vertical still has plenty of utility. He's going to flame out Spiker, to which Spiker will respond with a gas grenade, but I don't think it's placed properly. Yeah, Dream's just in there. He's just planting. Newers 2 kills from Garage as Neo exposes himself and subsequently gives up Uzi as well. The plant goes down thanks to the missed gas. And now it's a 4 versus 2 post-plant in the favor of OXG, their best-looking round thus far. Circumventing that roam after losing the picks and just hammering on the site. Newers with 3, looking for 4, missing some of the shots on Spiker, but how much is that really going to matter? Lands in on the re-engage, 4 kills for Newers to give OXG their first point.
The hero play comes through for Oxygen to finally change over the crown of momentum. They are flawless on rounds following a timeout called. All the way back in map number 1, it was round number 9 they picked up to start a 4-round streak. This time around, even after losing the opening pick, it was plays in off the back of a slight mistake in terms of utility. You talked about that Spiker Toxic Babe. They did not note the fact that the X-Kairos pellets had opened up a crouch hole in the bottom right quarter panel of the main wall, and it just was not recognized. Unfortunately, not adjusted to either by the entirety of AAA. With the utility dump from the attacking side of Oxygen Esports, they just decided to absolutely jump on that actionable intel and the open space that had now been given to them. The big red button was pressed and they completely went nuclear.
Now Aerial ACAD
10 seconds to go.
continuing to switch the sites, not wanting to go twice in a row to the same one. They go back to open area where they had a very successful roam, mainly in part to Ambi, holding down that front office / Trump area with the castle, once again assisted by his barricades. Once again, the Valkyrie coming out from Ashen instead of Uzi. And Maestro for the first time. So I'm wondering where Spiker's going to be playing him. Open area is a very good site for the Maestro. One of Maestro's fallbacks is like, right, it's like a bulletproof cam. So in sites where there's not a lot of open space, a lot of corners, he doesn't find a lot of use. But open area is, you know, I mean, it's called that for a reason. It's as the name suggests. One Maestro cam in sight, you can watch every door, every window, pretty much every plant spot. So very good site for him.
Yeah, open area, very closed off site, you know, as the name indicates. Sorry, I had to get that in there. It was just too easy. Oxygen Esports' attack, not being too quick compared to the predominant part of their border attacks. They are slowing things down a little bit, making sure that they cross their T's, dot their I's, do their due diligence. That means that a lot of this roam will still be there well into a minute into the round, and that's currently the case. Sweater has already passed through stock, however, and has not been seen by any bit of intel nor a single player on this defense. Neo will back away after popping a Vulcan canister and will make it out safely. Fairly good hold for the top floor, of which entirely now falls away, but 90 seconds gone, that's half the round, and yeah, Oxygen clear it, but it takes them a little bit longer than I think they would have liked.
It's a much more conservative roam from Aerial ACAD too. You can see that they were clearly not expecting to take those fights and just fell away as soon as any pressure came their way. But a great C4 from Ashen playing on the Valkyrie, probably playing off of his own info, gets that opening kill onto Vertical. AAA with 3 out of 5 successful opening engagements thus far. Taking out the Zofia is a great pick, considering that Maestro on the board and considering Newers is already out of nades. And now OXG have to worry about 2 more Nitro cells with Sweater working the vert, but it's not even a Nitro cell that ends up killing him. It's just the shots from down below. Neo does not have a C4. No, it's actually pre-placed, and Spiker just walks over with an explosive of his own, finishes the sledge before he can get rezzed with a Pokeball, and now OXG trail in a 3v5.
They need to initiate, and quickly so. Foxay seemingly looking like he wants to drop down the south stairs, but no clear and obvious way into the site, at least not safely for the attacking side. They haven't cleared enough of this utility nor real estate for the defense, of which occupies so much of what is already a fairly large map. Foxay's spray goes awry and will miss the mark. The jump through finally comes through, but it may come too late. Dream drops onto the site inside of the corner panel and will be safe in the cubicle, but will get that diffuser down. A 2-for-1 trade now with Newers in a 1 versus 3. He does find a first, but the second denied. The deagle shots will come through. Ashen will shut him down, find the defuse, and give AAA a halftime victory against Oxygen Esports. The first time that's been done all season.
That round was not terribly comfortable towards the end there for Aerial Academy. I mean, Ashen hit a beautiful shot on the Twitch upstairs, who was a little distracted fighting against Neo, but The plant attempt from OXG was very well executed, I must say, knowing that they have that top floor advantage. And with Foxay fighting the people in small office, there was no one to catch Dream dropping that stock hatch. He gets in behind the cubicles, starts that plant attempt. A lot of Aerial ACAD's forces, well, the ones who aren't actively fighting the Twitch, had to come back to site. And that mute couldn't cross for fear of someone on the main window. Once that plant goes down, Dream is able to trade himself out, and had Newers landed the shots and won the fight against Ashen, I think there's a very real possibility that OXG might have won that. But sadly for Newers, it was not to be. Ashen was able to outduel him with the Deagle to complete a 3K on the round. And like you said, for the first time in SCS, Aerial ACAD, or sorry, any team, has a winning half on this map against OXG.
On any map.
Now, actually, yeah, it's true. Not just Bank. Any map. Any at all. And now we go down to Lockers, where they were just thwarted, figuring the roam's not going to work. They're going to go back to what they know and what worked in round one.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I was a fan of the AAA switch, mainly because it was a Vigil and I like different things, but in all fairness, they had a fairly good defensive setup back in round one, so they'll go back to it after losing the only round they've given up thus far on this site specifically. Sweater will open up avenues of attack on the top floor, and Newers is just going to casually crab walk himself into open area and look to possibly initiate down the main stairs. I like this decision. I have to say I'm a fan. Suppressor on the G36, the sound cue will be there because of the metal detector, but if this is not immediately picked up on by AAA, he may just have a free way in. There's not a single bit of utility looking in his general direction, but he finally has to take out the barricade, so his position obviously noted by the defense.
Yeah, Aerial Academy, they knew something may be up. They made sure they did their due diligence and barricaded both the doors at the bottom of the main stairs. Now, the problem for OXG remains. How do they deal with Ashen? They only have one set of frag grenades, but what they do have is a Thatcher, and Vertical can instantly take out all of this utility. In comes the nade, down goes the shield, answered back by gas canisters. The Thermite opens the server hatch. Neo, likely playing behind server racks, is going to be supporting Ashen. And Neo needs to stay up. He cannot afford to be taking these fights. If he dies, and likely Ashen will die.
It's really down to whether Ashen can hold this position long term. That concussion doesn't land based off of area of effect, so there's no obvious indication that Ashen is still waiting here. They should know it, considering he hasn't walked out the other server door, but it's not an obvious position for them to note, and Ashen is still just waiting. The final Toxic Babe was prepped, and finally that area of effect will go off because of the concussion courtesy of the lifeline. A flash even to follow. They want to go, and they honestly have to. With just 50 seconds left, Ashen has to be cleared out of position, but a follow-up Toxic Babe will make sure it's a 30-second timer on this Oxygen attack. They finally start to go, but they'll also fall first.
Neo picking up that early 2 kills right off the drop. Ashen shotgunning one on blue stairs before he's finally killed by Dream, but still, damage has been done. 4 versus 2. Neo still persisting in servers. A third for Neo, as Newers is left wondering what the hell happened, playing for a red drop. Should his team have taken that control? But now he's left in a nearly unclutchable situation. He's got 2 very good shots. Put himself in a 1v2, but all the aerial defenders need to do is back off, play off the Echo, and that will give Aerial Academy an unheard of 5-1 half against Oxygen.
Well, 5-1 halves on Bank in an Oxygen game, not completely unheard of. Just usually it's Oxygen picking them up. I say usually because that's been the statistical norm. In 2 of the 3 matches they've played on Bank in games prior, albeit it was week 1, week 3, and the quarterfinals of Swiss and playoffs respectively, they picked up 2 5-1 halves and a 4-2 half up against Luminosity Gaming. The 5-1 halves were up against Hong Kong Rebels and Astralis. For starters, this is the first half they've lost. Secondly, the previous map was the first half they didn't have a lead leaving the first half in. And thirdly, this is the first time they're trailing on Bank in the season. And it's by 4 rounds after the first half. Talk about turning the tables. honestly can't believe it. I thought Aerial Rise Academy were going to have some VODs to go off of. I didn't know it was going to be dropping the entirety of the squad from Boston.
I expected it to be a struggle on Bank. I mean, I expected OXG to win this map pretty easily, especially after Border, but maybe the break worked in Aerial ACAD's favor. We'll have to ask whoever wins how the break affected them. Now, with such a defensive dominance, the microscope now looks to Aerial ACAD's attack. Can they take another 2, or are we going to see back-to-back 5-1 splits? Because it just so happens that in this particular map, the defense is that dominant.
The issue for Oxygen is their defense hasn't been that dominant. In games prior, I'll note other statistics because I'm a fan of them, and they sell some of the story, not the entirety of it in obvious occurrences, considering they're losing by 4 rounds after the first half. They have given up a 3-3 half up against Luminosity. Luckily, they did still win 7-5 because their first half prowess, but the defense has actually been their statistical worst side, with 5 of 10 rounds played lost. It's only a 50% win rate. On the attack, it's been significantly better. They've had 2 5-1s and a 4-2, not including this map, but their defense has been worse, and on paper that needs to change right freaking now, because up against an attacking favored Aerial Rise Academy already, you're playing from the back foot to start things off.
Especially because Aerial's attacking side... Alright, that was a little bit weird. I guess Asher just didn't see him. But regarding the statistical point, too, like you said, OXG's defenses are going to have to get better because a 50% win rate.
Yes.
They win 3 rounds. OXG goes up to 4 points. Aerial ACAD's attacking win rate on Bank is 33%. It's a third, which may not seem like much, but out of 6 rounds, that's 2. And that's all they need to win. But Ashen will suffer the opening death here in their very first attack as he just wanders his way into server, not spotting Fox sitting behind the server rack. And, well, kind of just dies doing a whole lot of nothing. But luckily for the rest of his team, the whole map is clear. They can begin to open those hatches and turn their attention towards Dream because they do not want to suffer the same fate that OXG did.
Well, utility being prepped, well-timed EMP that will clear out all of the top blue utility. And with just under a minute remaining, Oxygen are just holding. There's no reason for them to get overactive on the defensive side. In all fairness, Dream is out of utility. They only have a shotgun to work with, but from long range, that does a decent bit of damage onto Uzi, dropping him just about 40 HP, and Foxay with a follow-up will drop Ambi as well. Significant advantages now lie in the favor of Oxygen Esports, and all this utility being dumped in may be all for naught. The nade is actually relegated upon, and the drop down is shut away. Uzi down. Foxay, yeah, flashed off the angle, but with Newers even there for redundancy and assistance, it's down to Neo. In a 1 versus 4, he won't find a dang thing. Oxygen open up the first half with a clean bottom floor victory.
And same issue. Sure, Aerial ACAD had enough utility to take away the shield, but they don't have anything to deal with the smoke, especially with someone supporting him down below, namely Foxay the Valk playing in the spot Neo was. And furthermore, something that Aerial ACAD didn't have was a third body watching that drop. Newers, playing the Azami inside the site itself, had another angle to watch. So even if Aerial ACAD had been able to go downstairs and kill Foxay, well, there was one more to worry about. So very good blue holds from both teams clearly is going to be the name of the game for those Lockers defenses. But now we have to figure out how OXG is going to defend the other bomb sites, where Aerial ACAD will have their best chance at least putting us on map points. Still bringing that Thatcher, Ambi as the lone hard breach, and a Dokkaebi to boot to make sure that these upstairs roamers from OXG are just a little more uncomfortable.
Notice on Bank defenses that a lot of teams are not the largest fans of the top floor. Of course, it's team dependent. AAA didn't care and was okay on it, but Oxygen decide they want to completely avoid it. Considering they're choosing open area and kitchen first, that indicates they're going to want to go Teller's Archives for their final sight on the defensive side. And that is completely understandable. The issue, they only have one mulligan. You have one loss to work with on the defense before you give up the game in regulation. Now, not the worst case scenario for Oxygen. They could have lost the first half 6-0, but certainly a fairly large mountain to surmount, especially up against a fairly well put together Aerial Rise attack, considering of how good their defense already was on a map that you selected.
And as Ariel make their way in, they're looking confident. Already gas canisters are being expended by Foxay, 2 within the first minute. He's only got 1 remaining to try and stop Uzi from pushing his way through, and I don't think there's anyone else upstairs to help Fox out. Now, luckily, oh, never mind, there is someone holding his bottom hatch. Ashen staring up from below. Ends up taking a brunt of the damage, but as Foxay tries to get a little frisky with it, he gets downed by Ambi and finished by the Selma breach. So credit the utility with the kill. And Arial ACAD, only a minute and a half down, get that full top floor coverage and can start working their buck.
On today's episode of I Didn't Have That on My SCS Season 7 bingo card, a Selma kill has been added to the repertoire of lethality. Didn't think that was going to be there, but it is nonetheless. Ashen, therefore, flank watch. There is only one player on the bottom floor, of whom has been noted, however, not killed by this AAA attack. Big opener, by the way, onto the smoke, as you mentioned, but doubling down on that, you don't have a whole lot else on this defensive side to plant denial. You have impact, sure, 5 of them between 3 players. You have the evil eyes, yeah, nothing else. And that's fairly easily dealt with based off of A, positioning, and B, due diligence, clearing out what you need to. Ashen, trying to clear out the bottom floor, is instead cleared upon, and Sweater finds the refrag. As Oxygen know they need to find a return, they grab one.
Now this is dangerous for AAA. They give up the man advantage, and they're starting to run low on time, and of course Sweater's gonna hit that shot. Neo gets dusted inside the site. Spiker is fighting for his life, and eventually he loses it. Ambi's got a refrag. He's got the only 2 kills for his team. We're gonna need to see Uzi start stepping up, but he's still upstairs. And with the case, Ambi doesn't have the opportunity to plant. He's just sitting here, and now Uzi's dead. Sweater is the dawn of main stairs, and it's an ace for Sweater, putting OXG back in this match.
The social media manager said it earlier, Oxygen have been warming up, and Sweater's been heating on this grand finals stage. AAA drop a second in a row, and Oxygen Esports now coming back-to-back rounds, as they will instead choose executive and CEO. Instead of going Teller's Archives, as I originally thought they would, they will still favor the top floor, just as their tertiary bomb site instead. I have to say, I'm a little surprised they've even decided to touch this site, much less possibly risk their series on it, or at least the map.
Now the situation is a little bit more dangerous for Arial ACAD, as they've dropped 2 rounds in a row. Say OXG lose CEO, well, Arial ACAD have that map point, but then OXG get to go back to those 2 bomb sites, and we're within firing distance of overtime. It's at arm's length. Of course, it's still on OXG to, take that perfect site rotation once again, but it's certainly not impossible with how they played on border, with how they've played on bank all throughout this season. And OSA now in play for Arial ACAD means that they're probably going to be working on those windows and in top square.
So now, Oxygen, they could just win out and just, casually send us to a 3rd map with them up on match point. But I don't know if that's going to be as easily come by. Ashen's going to try and clear out any semblance of utility, but no Valkyrie picked by the defensive side, contrary to that of AAA in the first half. We'll make sure that can indeed be the case. Impact EMP coupled alongside a clean shot from the 5.5611 will clear out one of the 2 Evil Eyes. Fairly good utility clear from AAA. It's really just about winning the gunfights, and that was a similar situation, honestly, back on border in the later stages of the game. That just was not the case often enough where they would continuously win gunfights in order to put themselves in advantageous positions.
Here's the Osa, now letting her presence be known as she puts a shield, one of those talons, up at the top of square. Newers is very worried about someone perhaps walking through ATMs as he should be. Uzi is ready and waiting for his chance to shine, but right now Arial ACAD not making much headway, looking to gather info and decide where exactly and when exactly they would like to execute. The man with the diffuser is Spiker, who was top square, joining both Ashen and Neo. Actually still now outside stock, but it's Ambi on the main window repel to get the first kill before Ashen is immediately refragged. So no advantage for Arial ACAD.
Notably a disadvantage considering Ashen's been the predominant fragger and was the IQ coming into this. In all fairness, a decent bit of their utility's been cleared out, but that could have been information onto the Wamai discs, Melusi Banshees, even where Newers continuously was with those glasses in pocket. That's a lot of possibilities now gone for this attack, and a follow-up for vertical onto Neo will drop the Osa out of position as well. A lot of the utility base around this attack is now gone, and Sweater follows up as well. Uzi, even with actionable intel, loses the fight around Circular, and AAA, with a double-man disadvantage, now need to come back to possibly deny Oxygen a fourth.
Spiker ready and waiting for Sweater to come up those stairs. He lands the kill, a trade potential from Foxay, but he'll miss the shots. Flashbang through, maybe to prompt this push from Ambi, but Newers, a very long angle, cuts down the ace, leaving Spiker in the clutch. 1 versus 3, someone just around the corner, damaged now by the castle and collapsed upon by the rest of the defense. Foxay credited with the kill, and OXG, a perfect site rotation, now put a little bit of a fire under AAA to win the next couple rounds.
Oxygen need at least one to really put AAA under fire. If they can make it 5-5, that's when you're looking at AAA playing back. And I was talking about the timeout earlier that Oxygen called when it was 3-0. They then subsequently picked up the only round they won in the first half, but couldn't do anything past that. That, by the way, was on the bottom floor. Now AAA will call their timeout after losing the first 3 rounds of the second half, similar to that of their counterparts in the first, as Oxygen, surprisingly enough, will go back to the bottom floor to defend, unless for some reason they choose Teller's Archives. I just don't think that's going to be the case. Do AAA pick up where Oxygen left off and possibly pick up the their bottom floor round second time around?
They might, aided by both the Ying and the Capitao. So they've still got Thatcher to clear, of course, those upstairs ADSs. There's no Wamai they have to worry about. So now, right, their main issue was that there was nothing to really push them into blue or into server confidently. Now they have it with those Candelas. So, right, step-by-step process. Take map control. There's probably not going to be many roamers. Maybe the Valk and the Warden. After you clear them, actually Cap can too. So this might be more of a roam strategy than I initially thought. If there's a top blue hold, which there won't be. There's no Jaeger. So never mind. That entire point I was going to make is now moot. Because that smoke's just going to be sitting in sight. This is a roam from OXG. Through and through. Arial ACAD maybe are going to reevaluate their operators?
If they drone enough. I don't see enough drones around the site. Look at all the drones for AAA. Rush. 2 of them have been taken out, and the rest are sitting outside of the map. And no switches from their current composition. Ambi uses the all-expert attacker repick to go from the Capitao to the Capitao. You'll never expect that one. But how does Oxygen now play this for the defensive side? You were talking about the roam. That was actually the downfall of AAA in round number 4. They tried a roam after a timeout from Oxygen, even after winning fairly well with a turtle setup in round 1, and then lost it. Is the similar fate now in favor of Oxygen?
Now, it might not be a smoke, but there is a player top blue. It seems like it's vertical now on the Azami that he's borrowing from Newers, since Newers wants a different VSN at his disposal, now with EDDs likely scattered across the map. So what do Arial ACAD do in this situation? Their only confident like roam clearing op now is this Iana. I mean, you can use the Candelas for roam clearing if you spot out where those defenders are holding in. Just send a Candela through and put your just walk in and kill them. And we do see Ying used like that sometimes, but there is an open hatch right next to these defenders. So in all likelihood, if they use it, it would just be for, what do you call it? It would just be to shove them back. Ashen's holding the main stairs cut off. Newers dropping down the hatch. Likely, along with Foxay, there he goes. And with about half the round wasted, OXG decide that, yeah, that's good. We don't really need to challenge this anymore. Now, Aerial Academy have to continue to open those hatches. They need to take into Blue and Server. They need to figure out how the hell they're going to execute. They are opening up that vault hatch, curiously enough, just for some added back pressure. You'll see the Kiba barrier on top blue where Vertical was previously playing, and I don't think those Kibas were clear on dirt, so that's something that OXG aren't going to have to worry about. Spiker is downed, I think, from a Capcan trap, and right now Vertical's just kind of being annoying. As soon as they take down the Kibas, he is simply replacing the layers over and over again. And while that may not seem like it's doing much, it's wasting time. I mean, what? He's now spent like 30, 40 seconds just
45.
meleeing a Kiba barrier?
And Vertical's burnt so much of that time. Now here comes the rush, and finally Ashen finds the opener, but almost 2.5 minutes into a 3-minute round. A lot of utility still remains for the defensive side. The first and second Toxic Babes already utilized. 2 C4s also remain, but Spiker's trying to cut off any rotation for that to come through. Ashen still needs to get onto the site, and the final Toxic Babe now being used. There's no easy way in. Sweater from long range finds a double. Plant finally going down, and Newers finds the kill there. Ambi in a 1 versus 4 will drop, but it is all for naught. Oxygen, 4 consecutive rounds will deny the post-timeout round victory, and AAA are cut away once more from the bottom floor.
They just died a Sweater holding the long garage angle, a classic that you should probably know about, especially when Ashen dies to it first. Neo just kind of sprints in immediately. Unfortunately for the Ying, her utility is useless against Sweater in that position. Spiker tries going for the plant, but of course the Valkyrie, those black eyes have not been checked or cleared out at all. Not by EMPs, not by gunfire, so they know exactly where it's going down. An easy C4. Uzi gets clapped trying to walk through Vault because OXG just have so much manpower remaining they can cover everywhere. And Aerial ACAD are stumbling on this attack. Like we said, or like we've always said, really, they're just an okay attacking team. Their attack it's not great. And up against OXG on one of their best maps, we were gonna need to see something else. Now, of course, that 33% win rate on the attack might still hold true. They still have another opportunity to win the next 2 rounds, but they haven't won a single one yet. And safe to say, the momentum is firmly in OXG's grasp. Now they go back down to open area, another strong site for this defense, and really the only thing Aerial ACAD did right was clearing Foxay.
And even then, it took them way too long. You were talking about it. They had the full top floor and really first floor cleared in 1.5 minutes, which is not a terrible number. With hatches open and oxygen forced back onto the site, the issue is they didn't start to initiate onto the site until there was about 35, 40 seconds left. They wasted 45 seconds doing a whole lot of nothing. It was the hurry up and wait strat from AAA, and that cost them the round because of the abundance of utility remaining. The combination of the glasses from Sweater and the Toxic Babes from Dream coming through from seemingly a long distance away, there just wasn't a response, nor information, in all fairness, for AAA to play off of, even though they took a calendar year to initiate onto the site trying to gain information. They gained very little, and it most likely cost them the round off the back of it. Now it's down to Oxygen, just playing as they have over the last 4. They keep that consistency. AAA have not adjusted their attacking style enough to it to really warrant round victories.
Impact EMP coming out from oh no, that was, sorry, not an Impact EMP, but an EMP coming out from Neo.
A shot.
Maybe to allow Ambi's breach to go down behind Foxay. 2 kills. Wait, 3? What? Where was Vert?
What was in Archives?
Did they just lined up perfectly, I guess? I'm gonna have to see that on the replay. So what we thought was 2 and what Ashen probably thought was 2 as well turns out to be 3 in a row. Just like that.
If production can hear us, if we could play that in like 1/20th of normal speed, that would be amazing.
I'm gonna be
Please
watching the
and thank
VMix
you.
like a hawk. I gotta see that.
Oxygen, that's a way to get torn off a 4-round win streak, if I do say so myself. Ashen walking towards the rotate. This one's not being watched. This may very well be the round as well. With Ashen looking to get aggressive, has already found a triple in the round, is on for the ace should his team give him the opportunity, and there's not a whole lot of sound cues favoring the defensive side. There's the aggression. Ashen a decent bit of damage, but it's Uzi to find the kill into Foxe, removing the ace possibility, but the ace will not matter. It's a flawless round for AAA, the second in the grand finals, both of them by the tier 3 squad. They will put themselves on the map point here for Bank.
What an incredible play from Ashen. I mean, that's really all that round came down to. I mean, first of all, his positioning to start was already really
Okay,
good.
yeah.
Like, he was probably gonna get at least a kill from that position. Oh, I gotta see this. Oh
No
my god,
way!
he killed Vert first? And then, like, micro-flicked? Hold on.
He wasn't even aiming at Vert. I'm sorry. No, he wasn't. He wasn't aiming at Vert.
That's crazy.
There's no way.
That's insane. So whether or not he meant to kill Vert and then micro-flick to Newers, or if he was just pre-firing the default angle, I mean, either way, what a play. 14-7 leading the charge, just like he did on Border. Ashen really wants to win this game. And we go back to CEO. Now, Aerial ACAD did not have a confident attack here. Not at all. And we'll see if they can fix it. Taking pretty much the same lineup, only with an additional set of nades on Ashen, but they're still going to be relying upon the Osa.
I don't know if Vertical can recover from that. No way that man's not punching the air right now. Like, you see that on the kill cam, you just, that's gotta hurt. Or watching the VOD back, how in the world did I die in round number 11? That's how. Just it feels bad, man. We'll finally move on, because I think my essence of being flabbergasted is finally dissipated. Oxygen Esports playing from behind again. The 4-round streak cut off, and now AAA need just a single round. They used to need a single round just to force OT. Now it's possibly to send them to Oregon in a tied-up scoreline. Again, up against a Tier 1 organization as a bunch of Tier 3 talent that probably should be in Pro League, considering how well they've been playing through this series alone, much less the rest of SCS Season 7.
And so it begins. Hard breach going down from Ashen. Or sorry, not Ashen, from Ambi, which was, I think, shot out by the Evil Eye? I think there's an Evil Eye in sight. And now, utility from Aerial ACAD, less effective than it was in that previous round, clearing the Evil Eye in stock. Now they've got to worry about the burn. There's those Wamidis. They finally get the nade in, and in comes Neo. Placing the Talon Shield, watching the long angle. Spiker jumping in through stock. This time, he's not the case carrier. It's the Osa. And Spiker will likely just hold here, waiting for someone to cross, cutting off this hallway and allowing his attack to continue from top square.
And while they may not find an opening kill here, that's creating a whole lot of space for the rest of the squad, forcing Oxygen to a little bit more of a condensed defensive setup and allowing more action elsewhere on the map. Here's Neo just, casually walking into sight, who is the case carrier, by the way, and is safe at the current moment. Impact EMP onto the Evil Eye, and the impact grenade from the defensive side misses. They'll now initiate this plant, and Dream can't do a dang thing about it. From every angle he has cut away, he finally finds the kill and wants to actually stick the defuse. He looks to just stick it all the way through. The chaos created by the rest of the squad. It's the long arm from Dream and Oxygen to send us to overtime.
That's insane. The plant spot from Neo on the wall. I mean, it's not that it couldn't have been worse. It's just with Ambi dying on the rappel, there was no way for Aerial Academy to stop that from happening. Ambi's death really put the round in OXG's hands, and Dream knew it. Hopped on it instantly. The Sledge had to wait for the Vigil to flank. I understand his patience. If he doesn't wait for that Vigil, he just gets shot in the back. He's got to go for that kill. Unfortunately, Dream was too far in the corner, and even then there was someone watching the angle for him. Nobody on Aerial ACAD was in a position to stop that other than Ambi. And now, like you said, that's quite a way to lose a round to bring us to overtime. I really thought they had that when that plant went down, but Dream proved me wrong.
Two big notes. Number one, it was Oxygen playing the long game. They gave up the plant, but with the whereabouts of the plant, considering the Talon Shield was only on the outskirts of the bomb chassis, it gave so much room for the defense to work, considering how condensed that entryway for the attacking side was. Combine that with the fact that we're now in infinite overtime, where it is not an 8-7 possibility, it is win by 2, ladies and gentlemen. You can draw back-to-back attack and defensive rounds all you'd like. We'll be here for a little while.
I actually completely forgot about Infinite OT until you brought it up, even though I was the one who brought it up in the beginning. So
I asked for me because the question really was, I think, up to the teams earlier on today, and Infinite OT was indeed the call between admins and squads. Whoever did indeed make.
I remember it was either like earlier today or it was like the beginning of the season or something like that. But Infinite OT is the play. And Aerial Academy will begin their overtime on open area, where they have been rather successful in the past. They won both their attempts of this site, both down to 3Ks. One Ambi on the roam on the castle, the other Ashen playing by the site as Valkyrie. Speaking of one of those players, Ambi on the castle, already retreating to E3, opening his hatch for a fallback. Neo popping the Goyo, making sure that his janitor door will be delayed for just a little bit longer. A couple reinforcements at his back. And of course, Uzi, who was playing his main stairs, but was since fallen back. Prepped and ready for a C4 should the soft breach begin. But now there's no one really to help Neo. He's a bit on, never mind, he's back on site. So he doesn't need help. He's back. Rome falling back at about halfway through the round, just like OXG did, but Ambi decides to re-swing and swipe Sweater off the face of the earth.
The re-aggression again plays to the favor of AAA, and the defensive side picks up the opener. Onto Sweater, no less, whose secondary hard breach and skeleton key now both off the board. Foxay creating both information and denial of information, all in one foul swoop, leads again to a possible utility advantage for the attacking side, not so much more manpower. Ambi forced out of the elevator will drop to the bottom floor and possibly recuperate their losses around those south stairs, but Newers just walks into archives completely uncontested. There is a player around through tellers and one inside of that main closet door. They seemingly are aware that Newers could be in here, but not definitively of his position. He finds a kill, and with 30 seconds left, Oxygen have brought it back, and now we're looking to initiate.
Easy pickings for Newers, but Ambi lurks on the main stairs vertical, aware of it. He'll call in Foxay to support, and it's going to be a 2v1 against Ambi, armed with the UMP. Here's the swing from Foxay, but Ambi backs off. Wise decision to waste time, and now the swing from Uzi. He hits the sprint. Neo with a trade. Ambi looking to walk back up, but vertical catches him. The plant going down from Dream. Neo not looking to stop it. He's got to take the fight on the main door. Completed now by Dream. The C4 too late, but it does get the kill. And in the meantime, Vertical's gone down. But Newers, he's got the cross. Staring through this rotate. Do Aerial Academy know? Neo exposes his head for just a second, but the trigger discipline from Newers shows. Neo has no idea where this guy is. They think he's upstairs, both cowering behind this cubicle, and all Newers needs to do is wait. Catches one, nearly the second. Spiker, now painfully aware of the position, is going to go for the counter defuse. Newers has to hit the long rotate. 12 seconds left. Spiker, you got to take the fight now, but Newers plays it well, backs off just at the right time, and the first round of OT goes to OXG as the time runs out, and Newers gets the kill.
That killed AAA as well. The C4 was amazing. It lands on a Dream, clears him off the diffuser. It downs him, they finish him. Smart start. The issue, that C4 takes out a Vulcan canister. For all of you unfamiliar, 20 seconds around area of efficacy. That's how long the Vulcan canister napalm lasts, especially around the diffuser. That created so much time for Newers to do whatever the heck he wanted. Either stay exactly where he was, which obviously we saw exactly what he did, or or go to the top floor. That's where they thought Newers had rotated to, and they were incorrect in that assumption. AAA took so much time off their own retake from the site because of not only A, well, the Vulcan canister dropping, but B, not knowing and not doing anything about the fact they did not know. They waited. They didn't try and push. They didn't try and clear for intel. They did not do anything for 20 of the 45 seconds that the diffuser was down. And that's why Oxygen are now in the lead onto the defensive-sided map of Bank, onto the defensive side of Overtime.
Not just that, but a real game changer in that round could have been Uzi. Of course, it's not completely his fault that they lost, but I need to point at least a finger at him. Swinging that double door, why'd he hit the sprint? He had the drop on like 2 guys. That could have won the round in and of itself for AAA and put them on match point here, but they were up 5-1, and they have since lost 6 before they can close out. And now OXG, they're back on the defense, and they're back down on lockers. This is not a great sign for Arial Academy. Not winning that defense might end up losing the map because they have gotten smoked both attacks here.
And with Oxygen going back to the site that they have won both times in playing it, the bottom floor throughout this map has an 80% win rate. Oxygen has won it 4 of 5 times it's been played, and it's looked relatively good. No, 3 of 5 times because Arial Rise Academy won it in round 6. My apologies, wrong statistic on that one. Still a notable conversation point, and Oxygen have won it both of the times they've played on the defensive side. That one is for sure. The question now remains, can they keep it consistent? They're not changing anything about their defensive setup, still looking to aggress up blue stairs with Dream, who just holds the angle for a longer period of time. But can they hold it for long enough, or does AAA just go somewhere else? Because that, as of right now, seems to be the call.
Half the round now burned by Dream on these blue stairs, holding with his gas canisters. Once again, a problem being posed to Arial ACAD. How the hell do they clear this guy? Now that it's an anchor hold, maybe the Ying becomes more important. Raring to go with the Candelas. Ashen is ready, but the gas canister comes out in response. I mean, hell, he might just push straight through it. Looking to do so is just going to chase Dream down the stairs. Stuck in the corner. Ashen hits the pre-fire, and there it is. Arial ACAD finally clear blue.
And quickly so. There's still a minute left in this round and a whole lot of utility available for the attacking side. In all fairness, there is a decent bit for the defense as well, but without the toxic babes available, that is a whole heap of utility that they will be missing and looking to possibly get back. Impact is still available for Newers to possibly drop that Talon shield. Vertical aware of the possibility of someone above him. He is correct in that assumption, and with Neo droning him out of position, he's forced away from the site. Sweater still finds the opener though, and with 30 seconds left in the round, Oxygen are looking to just hold. They still have 2 C4s. Sweater, long angle. This is the round that sent them up to round 5 in terms of rounds 1. Newers with that impact still available, does try to throw it forward, but Neo still holding the angle, and Spiker there for an assistance will clear it out. The C4 is shot out of thin air, and Arial Rise Academy on the attacking side are now into a post plant. Spiker onto a double, 6 kills in the map through now our 14th round of play, and Foxe in a 1 versus 4 won't even find damage, much less a kill, as Infinite OT will find its first period of efficacy here in Season 7 of SCS, as we'll see a 15th round that is not match point.
Arial ACAD with quite the adjustment. The Ying working perfectly, doing exactly what it was supposed to up against Dream, and there was no one to support him, no one in servers to trade, and that Osa winning the round for Arial ACAD, getting the plant down, the coverage from Spiker stacked up on those Osa shields. So there's a couple different things about that Osa. One, it's actually kind of hard to C4 because it's so far in the site. You have to expose yourself to whoever's peeking and whoever's got the cover. And because Spiker has an Osa shield of his own, and because the Osa's planting in front of him, it's harder to read exactly where Spiker's going to peek to pre-fire him off the Osa. Because sometimes, right, that's a big problem with playing an Osa up close. Yeah, you can see the defender, but the defender can see you too. Sometimes it's pretty easy to read. But Spiker, perfect cover. Uzi as well, making sure that his team was not going to get flanked from the upstairs. That was the perfect lockers execute from the T3 team. And they send it back to an even score. The advantage has been wiped away. And they get to go back on defense, back down to lockers.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Surprising point now for AAA is they go to the lockers defense. They've just won it on this attack. I don't know if Oxygen's going to attempt a similar take. Sweater actually just saw, I believe that's Ashen sitting around blue. Unfortunately did not take the shot, thinking that it was either a bait, a possible alibi, who, by the way, is now on the board compared to what we saw on Border, or just didn't actually think about it for the extra second. Either way. No opening pick found thus far for Oxygen Esports, and AAA still hold their advantage for the time being. They have fairly turtled up on this defensive side, not playing for as much of a roam as they have in rounds past, especially considering how really aggressive they've played this season.
Yeah, I like the return to Turtle. It's what worked for them. The one round they lost was when Newers was able to 4K because there wasn't enough bodies on site, and he was just cutting them all off from Garage. Now, the problem for OXG is the same one we just posed to Aerial ACAD. This has been the problem almost every single defensive attack. How do we deal with Ashen? And judging by the hatches, OXG's plan might be to not deal with him. They could be playing a Vault drop, but now Server gets opened. They're rotating the Thatcher. They're probably still going to end up clearing blue. EMP goes out, makes sure that there's no Cade Claw, but they don't account for the Cade trick. Spiker takes out one set of X-Kairos. Dream's going to be able to double up, but Foxy's only got one EMP left. Up goes the Electro Claw. Is it going to work? Oh,
no.
Just too late. Spiker, a little too slow on the trigger, gives up the hatch, but it does really restrict this Hibana. Now Sweater's going to open up the elevator hatch. They don't have another one to open up default wall, but like I said, it could be a Vault drop. They wouldn't need to, and they completely circumvent Ashen on blue.
Oxygen Esports picking up where AAA left off in the previous round, opening so many different avenues of attack and forcing the defensive side to look in so many different angles. There was a decent bit of damage. Not lethal, though, as Ashen's still alive for the time being. Vertical, however, just walking up dirt, not making a sound until he walks into the barbed wire. Is that enough for Neo to swing? It is indeed. The opening kill goes the way of AAA. They have yet to clear Server on the attacking side, and that may very well be their downfall. One for Newers, a second as well, but he's in a 1 versus 3. He still has not cleared that Server side, and from up above, it's the M590 to put AAA back on map point as it trades in rounds and map points for the squads.
Advantage T3 after a great defense. I really liked what OXG was thinking. They figure, all right, this entire game, blue stairs has been an issue for both teams. So you know what? What if we ignore it? Let's just go for every hatch, keep the defense guessing, drop in Server, drop in Vault, work our way in through dirt, try and just suffocate the defenders on their own bomb site. But what they didn't account for was Neo still supporting Ashen. Ashen gassing off the Server hatch, wasting time. Neo getting the opening pick. Oxygen falling right into the trap, especially with the Cade winning his fight on Spiker, winning the fight on the wall up against the Hibana. Really closed the round for Aerial ACAD. OXG were struggling. They couldn't find a foothold, all taking 1v1 engagements, and for the most part, losing them. And this is... Sorry, but before you make the point, this is weird from OXG. I expected them to go CEO because they're right. They were 2-0 on lockers. They just lost it. They were 2-0 on CEO. They were 1-1 on open. And I think this is probably Aerial ACAD's best opportunity to close it out.
I would have expected open as the third site. That was actually going to be my point. Why would they go to the only site that they lost on the defensive side when they're facing overtime match point? Not the most sound of decisions logically at a bare minimum. However, they may have some level of confidence on it. They are bringing a similar defensive setup to the times we've seen it prior. Newer's back on that Azami, fairly close to 20 kills already. I say already, as if we're not in round 16 of an infinite OT matchup.
Yeah.
But it's still down to AAA on this attack to clear him out of position, and they just have not done that on a consistent enough basis for him to be pushed out. Newers is 19-7. Oxygen has lost 7 rounds, or 8 rounds, so he's stayed alive in one, won the rest, or stayed alive in the rest. It's a confusing point for Newers because he is the player with the least amount of deaths in the lobby, and Neo now adds to his own tally as the opener here on Overtime Match Point for AAA.
Big kill from Vert, taking the Thatcher off the board, but there's nothing to stop Ambi from breaching in behind the smoke, forcing Fox A back to site. So, top floor coverage for the attack, but Ashen looking to work the horizontal as he did in the previous attack on this site is thwarted. Sweater hiding in the elevator smokes the Twitch, and now Aerial ACAD have to figure out what they want to do. Nice shot from Uzi to take out Vertical, killing one of the C4 operators through that hatch, but it's still trailing by 1 man. Aerial's only source of vertical destruction, breaching charges from Spiker. Now, on a site like Open, you don't really need a lot of breach here. It helps more in flushing out the players and archives tellers who are now going to stay firm.
Information at a bare minimum has now been gained, but even with Fox A turning his attention, he immediately switches it back towards this site, understanding the bait setup could have been the case, and it was indeed. He thwarts that just as Ashen was thwarted prior. Spiker finds a single return. Uzi, however, drops straight into the trap, that being Newers all the way over in Archives, and it's Spiker now in a 1 versus 3 to send Aerial Rise Academy tied 1-1 into Oregon. It just does not seem like that's on the cards for the time being. The spray from Newers will not land, but Spiker, with very little time and no diffuser in his back pocket, will have to run the gauntlet through the long hallway, through open area, and through 3 separate players, all of whom watching the exact same doorway. The metal detector will discern his exact whereabouts. The swing from the rest of the Oxygen squad will clear him out. He'll save the KD, as we'll see a 3rd OT.
OXG with a really good roam vertical with the lead-off kill. Ashen getting shut down on the horizontal. And it looked like that might have been the linchpin for Aerial that they were looking for, trying to have Ashen do work, not only clear the elevator position, but also make sure that Newers couldn't get that crossfire in from the archives room. And I get what AAA was going for when they hit that hatch drop, but if someone's going to hit that hatch drop, it can't be the guy droning for himself because there's not enough time. Fox A, like getting off that animation and then dropping the hatch, Fox A had enough time to shoot the drone and then aim back. If someone else was droning for Ambi, then that play totally works. But they, I guess, just didn't have the manpower. Maybe they didn't have enough drones on anyone else. But either way, Aerial ACAD now, for the first time, defending CEO. They favored Archives earlier, and in Infinite OT now on round 17, they'll bring it out.
I still can't believe round 17 is something I'm saying outside of Counter-Strike and Valorant.
Infinite OT, baby.
Astounds me. I love Infinite OT. It's been a while since I've actually seen a match with Infinite OT available actually need to use it. Most of these grand finals around the Aerial Rise Academy level are actually dominated by AAA instead of, you know, them facing, I don't know, just a casual tier 1 roster. So that's been the real conversation point for them and a real proving grounds, especially up against Oxygen, who you can see really want to win this. For Newers, it's personal. For the rest of the squad, not so much, but still a real conversation point that they need to pick up. Uzi wanted to try and get aggressive. Sweater still may very well drop in front of this window, and if he does, it could be to his detriment, but Uzi's dropped away. Disappointing.
Wow, Uzi was getting active. That guy was cooking something. There's a yokai on ping from this attack. Ambi, worried about both Skylight as well as those square stairs. He was looking to play an off angle and catch someone off guard, but will be forced to back out. For now, OXG are mainly concerned with gathering info for themselves, poking and prodding, trying to see where the opening is and they can start taking map control from, and it might be top square. In comes Newers. Ambi maybe to respond, but he slinks back into Janitor. Ashen, the Echo, typically the operator you want being most passive, will take the first bit of damage, but is quickly healed up by the Doc. Ambi takes that engagement against Newers top square, suffers some damage, won't get healed just yet, and the Yokai gets shot. Actually, both of them?
Finally.
That's massive.
A lot of utility now lacking for the defensive side, and that's a real requisite, especially considering the site. A minute 20 left, not the worst case scenario for the AAA defense, but they're running out. Fortunately, not of bodies. Nuber's the first one to die in seemingly the whole series for this Oxygen attack, as they finally will play on the back foot. The Selma does drop, but the first one does not go off. The second finally does, but it's created a head hole for Neo, and Dream's getting the diffuser down.
How did Vertical just get 2 kills? Killing both Ashen and Uzi, but Neo, still playing a Janitor, uses the ace hole to his advantage, kills the planter. Spiker now controlling stock, keeping Sweater at bay, but is now taking a dangerous fight against this Ash. Sweater needs this kill if he wants to continue to push in and isolate Neo on the bomb site. Foxe is still downstairs. I don't even know where Vertical is. Ambi's got a nice angle behind the cabinet. There's a player on who's repelled, but they don't know he's there. He blindsides Sweater and gets away. Foxe's not there for the trade. Neither is Vertical. They light up Ambi, but it's no kill. Neo is still prone, ready and waiting for someone to swing his door, but instead Spiker kills Vertical. Foxe is alone on the repel. Ambi swings out, trying to get the kill. Loses it, but there's only 5 seconds left for Fox to play with. He's got pings, but it doesn't matter. Up close, Neo actually loses it with the SMG-12. A little bit of a whiff from the Warden, but Arial ACAD take the advantage once again.
This is their third map point of the map. Very rarely do you actually see that being the case outside of regulation, but they're still at the point where they can close things out. Oxygen Esports on the defensive side, which has favored them, especially on this site. It is the only site of the 3 main sites they have yet to lose, and the only site for their defensive side with a 100% win rate because of it. If they're going to be up against overtime match point, here's the site and time to do so. It does, however, take it out of contention as they'll move to the 5th OT, should it actually become the case. Actually, I believe that would be 4th OT, because we usually don't get to this point, so I haven't done my preset math on what number we get to when we get to a specific round count.
Oy.
Is it nap time yet? Have we, like,
Dude,
discerned another hour break? Are we on for another hour break after this?
I'm going to be driving 13 hours to Connecticut at like 3 or 4 a.m. tomorrow, so.
From where?
Indiana.
Through the entire winter storm? Are you sure?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
That couldn't go poorly at all. Well,
No.
Safe travels. Everybody
Yeah.
wishes Crow
Who knows,
safe
I might
travels.
die.
He's
We'll see.
already casting, so, you know, he's already risking it for the biscuit.
Fox just gave up.
When you try.
I mean, hey, it's round 18. I get it, bro. I get it. We'll see if Arial ACAD can finally take this site. They've got the OSA once again. They've got double hard breach as they have every other time. I'm pretty sure this is actually the exact same operator lineup that they've been running for this, only with Ashen and Uzi switched. Switching the Iana and IQ for each other. Sweater looking to walk up square. Ashen has absolutely no idea he's there, and OXG gets a very easy opening pick.
The all-important one as well, starting things off on the right foot. Because of the fact that the Electro Claw was not placed in the correct position, it was gained out of position and hit with that impact EMP. It'll lose 7 seconds of efficacy, and they'll be able to open up that small peek hole for information and possible feat shots should they be found. Fairly decent start in terms of utility for AAA, but they just have not been able to find early kills on a consistent enough basis to send Oxygen packing. I also think that 2 of those X-Kairos were just taken care of, but that's not particularly in their whole scope of focus.
Ambi takes the fight in the hallway, gets past the Alda to kill Foxay, and Spiker gets a follow-up on Vert. So it was an opening pick in the favor of OXG, has swung the way of Aerial ACAD, but Newers is looking to get into the action. He wants to play, and we know how good he's been. He's sitting on a 20 bomb, not just a 20 bomb, but 20 and 8. Only dying in the rounds his team has lost. That is a 2.5 KD, not something we usually see from someone on 20 kills. More hard breach going out from Ambi to open up another opportunity into the site, but Newers looks to flank, jumps right through the breach, domes the ace, and equalizes once again.
When he gets out alive, Uzi wasn't aware of him, and a follow-up from Dream gives it a 3 versus 2, now 2 versus 2. It favored Oxygen for all of about 6 seconds. But Uzi, dropping the player inside of the main lobby, favors Aerial Rise Academy once more. A lack of utility could cost them, however, as they have a lack of drones, only 1 for Uzi, a 2nd for Neo, but that's currently indisposed. Oxygen, currently in decent positions to lock down this rotation through. Uzi will drop in towards the south stairs, take a decent bit of damage in doing so, but Dream still watching the foothole, looking to find the kill. They don't swing the first time. Second, however, will drop Neo to 50 HP. Uzi looking for the recuperation kill, will find it as well, but Newers just playing hide and go seek once more, will wait and bide his time as they walk onto the site. They have yet to clear Banana, they'll finally do so, and Uzi will win round 18 for AAA and send us to Oregon in the final possible seconds.
How did he know? How did he know?
He's just better.
Did he hear Newers like rotate his mouse 2 centimeters?
He heard him breathe.
What? Did he smell him? Like, what? Smell the cologne on Warden? Like, what was that?
Hey,
I thought
he's
it was
wearing a
over
suit.
and done
You
with,
gotta
bro.
expect he put on a decent bit.
Bro, I thought we were going around freaking 19 there. But Aerial ACAD, they clutch it out. Trades going back and forth. Got to give it to Ambi and Spiker for really putting their team back in the winning position. Uzi getting the kill in main lobby, rejoining Neo, and getting all 3 of those final kills. I mean, infinite OT.
That was a lot of talking for a day's work. We took an hour break and then decided, well, let's actually have an hour and a half game 2. So instead of us breaking it down, drilling into the dirt like we have over the last 90 minutes, we're going to toss it over the desks. They have a whole lot to break down. They'll do so in a perfect fashion as they have throughout the entire playoff stage, at least past the semifinals. Corbeck and the gang, take it over.
What an insane match on Bank we just saw right there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think anybody expected something like that when we stepped in round after round, an overtime, ultimate overtime slugfest right there. And at the end, Aerial Arise Academy emerging on top. What a map for them to win. I am Corbeck, and alongside me here on the desk are Nix and Clips. And Nix, you've been carrying the torch. That was a crazy game. You were so excited when Aerial Arise managed to pull that out at the end.
I wish once again we had production comms just to hear some of the things that we do, you know, just as we're talking back and forth, because I can guarantee you I almost lost my voice. I screamed at the top of my lungs during that last round. I am so proud of the Aerial Academy boys. The first map loss of the entire season for Oxygen went in favor of Aerial Academy.
And a map loss in such a major way too, right, Clemps? I mean, you and I think we're getting towards those last rounds of overtime. I think we thought it was going to last forever.
Yeah, definitely. Craziness, right? I mean, an hour break from server issues. A border map that was, you know, it was all right. There wasn't anything super crazy or special, but this Bank match, Oh my god, I mean, it had us all just like out of our seats. We were excited. We're thrilled to see the plays that were being made, and for AAA to take a map that no one thought they were gonna do. They had to win 10 rounds of a bloody, gruely, long endurance race here on Bank.
I know, and there were so many hero plays in that. We talked a lot about, you know, the server hold and Newers clutching it out in one of the best rounds we've seen so far in the entirety of SCS. But there are your stat lines for the end of the day. And I mean, Nick's Newers hitting 21-9, not enough for his team to win.
No, and if you actually compare both of these statistics to each other, you can actually see that Aerial Arise was just the better team across the board. The ratings tell the story. The cost tells the story. They were just the more cohesive team here. And that is something to be said about going up against a pro league team. I am just amazed of how well this match went. This, hands down, Bank, Aerial Arise Academy versus OXG is my favorite match of the entire season.
I agree. I mean, it was such a crazy match, right? Like, I feel like everyone on AAA had some sort of impactful moment that they made in this match on Oxygen. They all had their impacts, they had their moments, but I didn't see as much teamwork and cohesion as much as I saw Newers really being the shining star, the spotlight, popping off for his team, keeping them in it. But there were so many plays where these teams had to work together, and you saw that in the server hold on round 6, round 12, the counter defuse by Dream, sending us into overtime. I mean, it was a wild map and a lot of affairs.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to kind of forget, too, that at the start of that, Aerial Arise Academy were the ones who came back from that hour-long delay, really swinging in. But, Nix, I think there was one particular player thing you wanted to note here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that's very common just within the world of Siege, just to be, you know, whether you're playing ranked or comp or anything like that. Generally, your first round is supposed to be your worst round. So whenever those first 3 rounds were taken up by Aerial Arise Academy, we saw Oxygen take the timeout, and those first couple rounds being lost, you learn so much about your opponent. You learn what they do right. And if you take that time out appropriately and you use that time wisely, you can sit there and actually dissect what your opponent's doing and say, hey, okay, you know what? This is what we need to do. We need to make sure that we're countering their aggression with more passive play, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what we saw. And that's why it continued to be this constant back and forth, because they were figuring out all these little nitpicky things in between these rounds, and they were just exploiting.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. You and I were talking about it actually in the break right there. Oxygen does have a little bit of a tendency in these first 2 maps. Aerial Arise really comes out guns blazing. Oxygen takes a timeout, really rethinks and kind of works their way back into it. And they sort of did that there as well. But there's so many rounds. First of all, I just want to say before we get into this, there's so many rounds, so many moments that we could talk about right there. But let's talk about an impressive piece of defensive work. It was round number 6, Aerial Arise Academy on the defense. And Klimps, you and I and Nix as well, we thought this was just spectacular.
Yeah, although it feels like forever ago, right? 18 rounds in, round 6 was one of those pivotal rounds, setting Aerial Arise ACAD 5-1 on Bank. It's the most rounds Auction has lost on a map since they played LG. And in this round, I mean, you saw the server drop happen, and it was God's work by Neo and Ashen to hold on to that ground control, make sure that they could struggle for the map, or that Auction rather was struggling for that map control. And that was the biggest theme and story about both teams on defense and both teams on attack. On attack, they struggled to get that control of the map, and that's why we saw such a heavy defensive side. Only 5 attack rounds were won on Bank out of 18.
Yeah, it was a really spectacular round, and hopefully maybe we'll even look at some of those rounds later on here today. But let's think forward now. We've got to look at our next map. It's going to be Oregon, an old school classic. Nix, if you're sitting in the position of both of these teams, you've just had a slugfest. I mean, a really grueling map on Bank. How do you feel coming into this Oregon side? How do you basically refresh yourself and prepare for a whole new map?
Well, Aerial Arise has the advantage. And the advantage is those pumped up mentals, that ready to go, let's get it done attitude. Now, with Oxygen, honestly, I really don't think there's going to be much of a change there as far as the mentals go, because they're structured. This is what they do day in and day out. They show up, they do this 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I really don't think we're going to see much difference here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much difference either, but you never know. Let's actually find out, though. I'm going to throw it back over to our casters. Maybe we'll see an insane game like last time. Maybe we won't. Let's find out with Time to Light and Crow.
Now, Korvac, I can certainly understand your spirits, but I have to say, if I see infinite overtime on Oregon, Ferme might have to, discard delay because of the things I'll be doing to myself. But, hopefully it doesn't happen. Hoping for a regulation victory. I don't really care who takes it. I just don't want to see 18 freaking rounds of Oregon. Dan, how are you feeling going into this map, right? OXG's played it. They've won it. AAA have played it once. They've won it. But OXG, this was also kind of a comfort map for them in the NAL.
It was, but the big note about this is that AAA picked it, and yeah, it was a comfort map that also gives a lot of information for AAA to play off of. And they took that to Storm in map 1. I was talking about their second half possibly being an issue. Sorry, in map 2, I was talking about their second half possibly being an issue because there's less reels on Oxygen playing on the defensive side, and that was indeed the case. But the question is now in towards Oregon, where both teams have played it significantly less in recent history. Can AAA take it to Oxygen on somewhat even footing? It's around a piece in terms of maps. It is the real decider in terms of who will be able to hold the final 2 maps into fruition, but with consistent operator bans, Ying and Flores off the board for a second of 3 times. How do you feel about it?
Well, it's Oregon. It's to be expected. I know Arial Academy do like to bring that Ying, drop her down E-Box, what have you. Flores, a solid ban here no matter what. And I think this Solus is probably going to be banned every single map of this best of 5 because OXG showed that, they're a powerhouse with her. And the final ban, could be a plethora of operators. The Valkyrie was left up on Bank, but there we go. It will not be left up on Oregon. OXG do not want to deal with Arial ACAD swinging them with perfect info. So the ban's complete. We load into the map, of course, because this is Arial ACAD's map pick. OXG have opted to start on the defense. They will start downstairs, laundry room, supply, but with a setup that I think they might be roaming with, but it'll probably be light.
It should be a light roam. This is actually a similar composition as to what we saw on the bottom floor of Bank Defense, even including that Wamai. The main difference is the alibi because, she kind of was banned in the previous map. Big note, by the way, for Oxygen, this is the first time they are starting off on the defensive side in this series. Map number 1, of course, they decided to start on the attack. That, of course, being Border. Map 2, they were given it because Aerial Rise chose the defense and then, stomped them on it. But here, it's a little bit of a change of pace. Oxygen's going to have to start off with a little bit of more defensive mentality. I think that'll favor them just a small amount, considering second half was defense, at least back on Bank. But, with the basic extra bit of regulation we played in OT, you never really know.
I wonder how Ambi will fare now that the alibi is back. But of course, Sweater, another dangerous player, and there he is. Swings in, kills Ambi. They opened the master barricade and thought it was safe. They thought wrong, but Uzi right behind, ready to trade out. So we end up going 1 for 1. Nook for alibi, but the defense just claimed a set of nades. If I'm OXG, I take that trade any day.
Yeah, and every day at that. Nook also losing the Hell Presence reduction and a little bit of chaotic sense around her kit. Dream getting aggressive up these freezer stairs. I don't know if this has been droned yet by the attacking side. Seemingly sound cues given over, but Uzi not wanting to walk too far in. Dream has a way out should they need it. Obviously, Uzi has the door. Single swing, however, it's the shotgun from 5 meters away, hitting Uzi in the chest and sending him to his maker. But then a return. Again, a 1-for-1 trade. And Arial just clearing out utility with that smoke has now evened things up in terms of both man count and now utility preference.
Not only that, but time as well. They've been trading each other out, taking this ground, and there's still half of the round to play with. with Ashen attempting to sneak down Freezer. He'll have to contend with Vertical. The Wamai now drone down. The pre-fire comes through from Ashen. Down goes Wamai. Foxay and Newers now trail in the 2v3. Newers was looking to play a rat spot in tower, but has since come back to assist his teammate. Neo walking down Laundry. Ashen in Freezer. Spiker joining his team, joining the Lion. Ashen opening up a slightly wider angle to try and cover his team, but Foxay's still in a good position to stop this push through. Neo with no more EE1Ds remaining as well will now hit the floor. Flashes go in to stun in through Closet. The Warden works up Freezer, but all Ashen is doing is sitting here. We're at a standstill. We know these tend to favor the defense. The clock is their ally. Spiker working with some hard breach. Don't quite know where he ended up shooting that X-Kairos. Oh, he's looking to destroy the Kiva barriers. Flash comes in from the Buck, but he just rushes straight into Newer's crosshair. And now the tables have turned. 1 versus 2 for Spiker. Newer's holding him from Freezer. In comes the Hibana. Newers lets him through, at least for now. The swing looking to come through soon, but Newers is playing passive. Foxay is holding the angle just behind the bomb chassis. Spiker worried about the Warden, and rightly so, but the time is ticking away. OXG are not playing for the fights. In comes Newers, and he loses it, but 3 seconds left. All Foxay needs to do is hide. In comes the Hibana, but the Kiba play. Perfect from Fox. OXG run out the clock and take round 1.
It was down to Foxay either playing aggressive or backing the heck away, especially after dropping his teammate or having his teammate drop instead. The big note for Spiker was 2 options. 1, play aggressive, or 2, play for the plant. He could have especially gone for the plant after finding that first kill in the 1v2 right there onto Newers, but instead it was Foxay just backing the heck away, not even giving Spiker the time of day, much less an opportunity as time was expiring. Well-disciplined and a well-timed disengage for Oxygen gives the time-based win to them on the opening round here for Bank. Big note, by the way, that is the first time they've won an opening round to a map, at least in the Grand Finals.
Oh. Now, we'll see if Ariel Academy play a little bit more conservative. Well, they are picking Amaru, so I'm going to have to go with no, at least for now. Spiker on Amaru is interesting. I wonder where he's going to go. Probably big tower. I don't think Ariel ACAT are playing for a kids hatch play. I can't lie. So I'm going to assume he'll be sending himself into tower to hold that T3 cutoff. And yes, he has spawned construction. And there we go.
Expected Gara hook. Can't say I'm too surprised on that one. Decent bit of control, though, and Spiker does have secondary breach charges, or secondary hard breach charges. The issue is, with the lack of a Twitch in terms of himself or otherwise, they may not be able to clear what could be a mute jammer in that's Attic's side. I'm not 100% sure that there is a mute jammer on that side, so that could be determined later on whether Spiker enters in on his own or not. But still a decent bit of bottom floor control here for AAA as well, as they're just walking in small tower, have taken dining, they've taken showers in small tower itself. A minute gone in the round, including big tower. This is a decent bit of real estate for the attacking side, all things considered.
Uzi's playing with fire, I think peeking up into the kids hatch. And like you said, in Attic, there's that mute jammer. The hard breach charges being stopped. Newers takes the fight, gets dealt a lot of punishment, but still wins it in the end against Uzi. A follow-up onto Spiker. The Amaru finally dies. No, not really much use from Spiker, especially with that mute jammer still left uncleared. His hard breach charge currently going to waste. No angle, no angle from Attic that Ambi has to worry about this time. A nade from below does a lot of damage to Foxay, but still, Ariel ACAD at a bit of a standstill. Sweater finally lets his presence be known. Up walks Ashen, but there's one just around the corner. He gets one, but that's all he'll get. Now, a 4 versus 2. Newers and Foxay, yes, are lit up, but they can still play the crossfires, and a gun up is still a gun up. There's Foxy there, even though low HP, lands a headshot and leaves it up to Ambi.
1 versus 4 here for the Nook. Does find a first. Nice shot onto Newer. So one of the 2 low HP players gone, but Ambi inside of the Toxic Babe will be domed courtesy of Foxay, the other low HP player, with a casual double on 1 shot, and Newer's dropping the courtesy NS in all chat. Credited, in all fairness, however, not enough. Unfortunately for AAA, Oxygen with back-to-back opening rounds here on Oregon. Quick start for the defensive side that otherwise has started off fairly poorly throughout this series, at least through each and every map, not in terms of map scores overall.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Twitter's desperately trying to get Ambi's attention. But, the start from AAA, clearly not what they were expecting, especially considering how their Oregon against Parabellum went. When they hopped onto that attacking side, they were able to take 2 out of the 5 rounds necessary. But it did start with 2 losses, just got plenty of time to adjust. One of those adjustments seems to be Nomad. Both Nomad and Lion coming out for Arial Academy. The sledge donned by Ashen as well. Makes me think that they're probably going to be taking into this top floor. And, well, they might have to, considering the bandit batteries that Foxay's putting down. Although, well, they do have secondary EMPs, so...
The big note, I think, around this Nomad is clearing out roam possibilities. Sure, that's obvious. Yeah, you're bringing air jabs. Duh, time to light. That's what she's meant for. But notably, it's around the attic side, I think, here for Ambi. Yeah, walking in small tower may not immediately indicate that, but I don't know if Oxygen's going to try to immediately aggress here towards this west side of kitchen and dining. At least, in my eyes, shouldn't be the direct cause, because that's a massive disadvantage, especially early on with a fairly one-dimensional attack. However, Ashen finds a decent bit of early information, may be able to set up a nade over top of the Kiba barrier, however, with the lack thereof in terms of information now, and the lack of Uzi on his squad, he'll instead hold on towards that nade, and Vertical, now looking to retake, will actually take more damage than he deals, and die.
Almost gets the second on Neo, leaving the Lion on 1 HP. And in the meantime, Ambi has died over by that small tower position you were highlighting earlier. So Arial ACAD once again trailing by 1 body, and no more opportunities for them up on the top floor. Ashen almost dies, vaulting in through the big window, but Sweater can't hit enough of those shots. And with the MX4 Storm, it's a bit of a pea shooter. That leaves Ashen free to start working the vert, clearing all those locations and security. Neo gets downed, I believe, by a C4. The follow-up misses. Actually, I don't know what he was downed by.
It was a C4.
Maybe,
Foxy C4.
No, I thought Foxy just sent up the C4.
No, it was a Spiker's breach that was the second explosion.
Oh. Alright, that would make sense.
That was where the C4 landed, where he just looked down.
Gotcha.
Anywho, still aggression here for AAA. Nice nade. That drops Foxay out of position. So nade returned and explosive, this time lethal, favoring AAA. We've cursed the minute mark. And Oxygen, not playing with a disadvantage by any means, still have a decent bit of utility remaining, especially in terms of those toxic babes, but they need to get on with it. Dream will now start to come into play, especially as time's ticking away. Sweater, on a possible flank, looks away at the worst time, but still adjusts to the kill onto Spiker. Neo on low HP, not the player you want to have contending with the MX4 Storm. A high fire rate may very well end the round, but it's Newers with the follow-up onto Ashen to almost certainly do so. Neo in a 1 versus 3 will have to drop the hatch and get the diffuser down in an almost certainly impossible clutch situation. He'll walk straight into the line of fire of Newers and die to the 9x9 VSN, giving Oxygen a perfect rotation to open up Oregon.
Arial ACAD pushed directly into the roam OXG had going for them. If Vert had just gone 1 for 1, it wouldn't have been the biggest deal in the world, but every single one of those small tower players dying, trying to clear that area of the map. And it seems like Arial ACAD, curiously enough, haven't been ready for the aggression. They've just been getting caught off guard by OXG swinging them, playing seemingly Arial ACAD's game against them. And now that's going to prompt them to take a timeout, trying to figure out what the hell is going wrong, how they can stop OXG from surprising them at every corner, because now, being down 0-3, this is not the start that you're looking for, especially on Oregon attack. You should be able to at least take that meeting bomb site, one of the three. Now OXG are probably feeling confident heading into the rest of this rotation. If Arial ACAT don't at least take the next 2 rounds, they'll be in trouble.
If AAA have anything worse than a 4-2, I think we're looking at them requiring a Clubhouse victory to send this to Chalet. I don't think that Oxygen are giving away a 5-1, honestly, maybe even 4-2 lead at halftime. AAA need to come up with a miracle comeback, similar to that of what they did back when they were down 3-1, all the way back on border. Almost, 3.5 hours ago as I look at my clock? It's been a little while since border. Our 18-round map 2, casual hour and 15-minute technical delay with the UV servers falling off the face of the earth. It's been a grand finals, and we're still only about a quarter of the way through our 3rd map.
Got it for about 4 hours now.
Strong.
Here's to another 3.
I honestly think this is going map 5. I said it in the pre-show. I will say it again. AAA is winning this on Chalet because they have VOD reviews on Oxygen. So even if OXG wins this, I'm still sticking with my original prediction of AAA in 5, even with the fact that Oxygen shows Clubhouse.
Maybe. Perhaps. OXG, seeming like they still want to meet Arial Academy as soon as they try to enter the building. Newers posting up towards the shower hallway. Now proning under white window, not wanting to get cut off, and he'll rotate back to Freezer. Foxe and Sweater on the roam. Sweater gets spotted? Wait, hold on. The drone didn't turn around. They don't know he's here. Sweater gets 2 for free. Who was droning? Who was that? Someone, obviously, a little bit lazy. Staring at one side, not even really checking armory, just jumping the drone, ignoring the stairs, and that directly causes the death of your 2 entries.
It was either Uzi or Spiker. I think it was Spiker, considering he didn't walk in with them, and the drone was still kind of moving as they were aggressing forward. Well timed from Sweater. The timing was there. Also, the trigger discipline. Did not immediately shoot the drone. Playing around sound cues, understanding he was still cleared out of position. It's a nice sneaky play based around timing. Impact EMP to possibly clear out magnets, and it works. Nade back, clears out a Kiba barrier. Follow-up, however, is denied based off solely the Kiba barrier, and unfortunately, not a whole lot of real estate found off the back of it by AAA. Spiker will throw out the X-Kairos. I think those are going to get shot from the laundry side, and they will indeed. Even an impact trick there, and Sweater now onto a triple. That'll almost certainly end the round. Spiker in a 1v5. Just casually needs an ace clutch up against one of the top 10 teams in North America. I'm no expert. Easier said than done here, Crow.
And, especially this round coming after a timeout, too, is really not a good sign. You come off a timeout and you lose to poor drone work? One of the worst ways it can happen. And that's probably why Spiker's just sitting here. He's got 40 more seconds to reestablish what's going on with the team, try and get everyone settled down, and work towards winning the next 2 rounds, because they cannot afford to drop a single one after this. Especially with Sweater now coming around the corner, maybe looking for the kill. They don't exactly know where Spiker's at, and oh, he doesn't get it. Spiker escapes, at least for now. But I mean, drone work aside, that's one thing that's pretty easy to fix. They've got to be ready for OXG to swing them at like every opportunity. They almost have to act like they're playing against themselves.
Sometimes you are. Quite literally. Your drone work can cost you, because if you don't drone there, you're cautious of both sides. But because of the droning and the false sense of security you've been lulled into, whether it's courtesy of Oxygen or your own teammates, miss drone, That probably cost you the gunfight. Now Oxygen, with the perfect rotation and one, now completing that bottom floor, they'll head to the top, of which they've held fairly cleanly in rounds prior. I'll remind you, last time we saw the top floor, it was down to a 1v4 clutch from the Nook, of whom found a nice opening on the Newers, but was then sent to the Shadow Realm, courtesy of Foxay's, at the time, Wamai Og. Instead, they'll switch onto the Azami. Newers is going to go with the Warden. Dream, unsurprisingly, on towards the Smoke, as is their staple selection, but Vertical, another switch, they will go on towards the Wamai. I like the team consistency around operator selections, but the unique player switches to keep that team consistency going, while also making the necessary adjustments required.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
One adjustment has been made. We'll put Neon Sledge, have Ashen play the Nook, and Ambi now donning the Ash. Ashen has been the only player so far on Aerial ACAD to find any modicum of success, 4-4. Even on the KD. A Mute Jammer stopping 2 of these drones from making their way into Trophy, but the leg being spotted. Newers almost caught out by Ambi, the G36C, not doing quite enough damage to down or kill the Warden, but it's damage nonetheless. Now they have to be worried about Vertical playing behind this shield, throwing out these discs, eating up utility, but eventually he'll be forced to fall back.
Not so much, though. Still trying to play aggressive. There's a Kiba barrier between him and this armory corridor. Uzi turning his attention down towards the bottom floor, but it's Sweater with the C4 to send him packing. He was aware of Sweater's position, but there's not a dang thing you can do about the C4 that lands. Ambi luckily does find a single refrag, but it's still AAA playing from a man back, and Dream still hasn't been cleared out of the master closet, and I don't think he will be. Ambi does have a drone available, but it's already been thrown out, so it won't immediately clear out this close corner. But Dream does make it away. A little bit of help from the smoke of the Toxic Babe. The nade, however, finds a return. Newers finally converted upon off that early damage.
Still 3 nades for Ariel to play with, too. There's still a chance. And it seems like Neo hears Vertical playing in the default spot, lights him up but can't finish. But there's another depth charge with Dream's name on it. The final nade goes out, no hits. A Vertical is very low. A lot of these fights going to be falling on the shoulders of Foxay. Ashen looking to regroup with his team, working his way up main. Ambi spearheading on the breach, but Foxay lands a nice shot, rips Neo off the map, and we're back to even man count. Ambi can't make his way in just yet. He's very worried about Attic, but they don't even need the Attic player. Foxay wallbangs him through that top white wall, and Aerial Academy's best chance at winning a round has slipped away. Ashen's still up, and this guy has had a couple heater maps so far. They're going to need him to pop off here. They need this round. But Ashen not working off of very much info. He's going to take the 1v1 against Vertical and miss the shots. Playing behind the shield. Foxay swings out. What a round from the Azami to shut down Ariel and give OXG 5 in a row.
Playing off of contact as well there for Oxygen. As soon as the 2 versus 1 was there, the lack of aggression was significant for the defensive side. They, instead of aggressing in a lot of these gunfights, as we saw in fights prior, whether it be Foxay dropping one from across the bedroom or just casually swinging onto one through the wall onto Ambi right there, they just back away and play near one another off the contact of each other. Yeah, the first fight is taken and a decent bit of damage is done, but it's really off the back of confusing the ever-loving hell out of Ashen, who really couldn't do a dang thing about his situation. 5 straight rounds for Oxygen Esports. I was talking about Sweater in map number 1 taking his opening death personally, similar to that of, again, Michael Jordan in The Last Dance. I feel like it's just Oxygen as a whole after just barely dropping away. Bang.
5 seconds to go.
He has found 3 opening picks this game, or rather this map.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
including
fact,
a double to open up the last round.
yeah, and OXG have found every opening pick this map. Newers and Vertical chiming in on that stat line. Aerial Academy bringing out a very different attack for meeting. Rather than probably full clearing the roam, they're just trying to do a minimal, take in that meeting wall, put down their OSA shields, and attempt to plant. But they've got to worry about Vertical in T3 of Tower, supported by Newers, all the way by Small. He'll open the barricade.
He's been heard.
Will Uzi hear it? Uzi had to have heard that. Oh my god.
Uzi may not have his headphones on, though. Oh my gosh. Uzi. That's a real disappointing start to the final round of a half in which you haven't picked up a single round. Uzi, the closest one to him, is the apparently only one that could have done anything about it. Vertical, a decent bit of damage, ironically from the vertical position, will look to avoid the nade that certainly has his name on it, but luckily we'll make sure that it has no opportunity to come through. In all fairness, it was only a flash, but still a conversation point, to say the very least. Oxygen do find a return in terms of that opening pick, with Sweater the first one to fall, but I still can't believe he found the kill.
Yeah, that was rough for Ooze. And AAA are now in the basement. Looking to walk up Freezer? Dream is covering the angle with some mean footholds. He'll work his way up to the door with the shotgun, and there's no chance in hell Ariel should be winning this, but he backs off. The Banshee calls out the Mavericks position. The player in Garage gets smoked. Newers is now dead. AAA have the man advantage, and they're not even looking to push Vertical. That's why they rotated to basement. They're figuring, okay, Malusi, you can stay up there. We'll take the 3v2, maybe 4v2 even, on the site. But they've still got to try and figure out how they're going to work past Dream holding this shotgun angle.
They should be able to clear Dream out with that drone, and Vertical's rotating down below, at least based off of sound cues and current visuals, but Ambi now looking to aggress. The aggression from Foxe around towards meeting comes through, but an immediate one-for-one trade. Spiker on a Vertical, but Dream back on and across towards Ambi. Down goes a Talon Shield, and Dream clears Neo. From the 2 versus 3 to now the 2 versus 2, and Ashen left alone on this side of the map. Spiker far away in terms of any assistance, and Ashen swings proactively. Doesn't even wait for the flashbang to go off, but there's still a C4 available. Foxe baited out into the angle. Spiker tries to take the fight and will win it as well. AAA win just a single round on the attack, but it's the final one to possibly give themselves momentum into the second and bring Oregon back.
What a recovery. The T3 hold proving too much for AAA to handle, so they just ignore it. They rotate down to the basement and play for their picks in Z, which seemed like it wasn't going to work due to Dream's positioning, especially getting the kill onto Ashen, but Vertical, maybe not suspecting that Spiker was still hanging out outside Tower, gave his life up, and that site execute from Ashen. Perfect pop flash, and then perfect cover from Spiker. Finally, we get an answer back from Arial. But is it going to be enough? They now have to work back from a 1-5 deficit. Now, granted, it's Oregon defense. Anything is possible. But it's still going to be tough, especially against OXG, who have proved time and time again they like Oregon. Very good Oregon team.
10 seconds to go.
It's worked out for them through SCS, 1-0 thus far, albeit, in all fairness, they've only played it one time, obviously, but through NAL as well, it was the staples you mentioned before the map started. I think that experience has really played to their favor, especially up against AAA. Now, playing up against squads in the NAL can always be a conversation point, whether you're playing squads from Mirage who have recently picked up their previously lesser than ideal results, or in these current cases, East Coast. You have every single squad you can play on sometimes any map. The opening kill does go the way of AAA, and they drop the Habana of Dream. Pretty good start considering the bottom floor, but then Ambi's traded upon. And with a decent bit of flash utility in Foxay's flashbangs, that's a pretty good return for this attack.
And just the fact that it's on Ambi, who defensively tends to be a menace. You gave up that opening man advantage if you're Aerial Academy. Neo won't give another pick away. Retreats back down the freezer stairs, avoiding Newers. Ashen decides to play close with this shotgun on the standard smoke position. Of course, he's mute, just with the same kit. Spiker instead playing inside the site. With that kill on to Ambi and the fallback from the rest of the defense, this roam has been cleared. OXG have the first 2 floors all to their own. The E-Box hatch opened for them already as well. And they've got still half the round to play with. And, I mean, with E-Box open, you don't necessarily need the Hibana anymore.
Lack of a hard breach not coming back to bite the Oxygen Esports attack. A little surprising, but in all fairness, AAA didn't bring a Kaid, which, in all fairness, again, not too out of the realm of normality, but still something that they could have focused on, especially considering that they're playing from behind every single second for their defensive side matters. It could be the difference between picking up this 4v4 or dropping it in the final few seconds. And now Oxygen are looking to attack. They have information to work off of, with Sweater droning down, has cleared out Neo from Pillar, but AAA are still holding and have a whole lot of time to do so. 45 seconds as Oxygen finally start to aggress with the EE1D being popped, and Newer's now looking to clear out dirt. A nade will allow him to do so, but he hasn't cleared out Harry Potter, and they may not know.
Newers gets one on a Neo. Uzi is waiting for his time to strike. Newers gun barrel just around the corner. Uzi finally gets it, but he pays the price. Sweater a triple kill. Foxay the last, and OXG with round 7.
They didn't clear Harry Potter. They didn't drone it, but it did not matter. The lack of trigger discipline for Uzi costs him a second, maybe even a third kill to follow up, and unfortunately cost both him and his teammate their lives, giving Oxygen map point to put them up 2-1 in a best-of-5 grand finals. Sweater, this pick is really what started it, but it was Newers aggressing through dirt and in towards the backside of Pillar in front of the Harry Potter position itself. So drop Neo out of position and really allow Oxygen to gain even more real estate and walk forward when they needed to. AAA's last chance will be on the top floor unless they win it, and then they'll start to cycle once more.
Really dangerous territory. Reminded of shades of Theme Park against Parabellum, where they just got absolutely smoked. See if they can continue to attempt the comeback. How long it will last against Oxygen. They've got a downstairs roam in kitchen and dining from the Alibi and a couple other players. Ashen going for pretty default run out, holding the angle for quite a long time, but eventually falling back. We've got Nook and Amaru coming out for OXG. Dream probably going to be sending himself up into T3 of Tower, like most Amarus on Oregon normally do. Although, wait, hold on. He's actually the case carrier. Are they gonna do the Amaru kids?
Please, I really hope they do, because that would just throw AAA off so bad. A tier 1 team just casually rushing in with the diffuser and possibly setting themselves up for a round victory in the first minute and a half of the round. This would be the time to do it, but no, instead Dream just chilling around Big Tower. Sweater does not kill Ashen, who just Rima dashes out of position. The EE1D does get his info, but Uzi still finds the opener. And AAA pick up at least a man advantage for the time being, and then Ashen decides to swing Dream. Not so much to his favor.
Again, if you wait, they will come. AAA always peaking everything on the defense, and they suffer 2 losses because of it. They could have been happy with the opening pick from Uzi, but no. Ashen had to try for the kill on Dream on the satellite balk, and Ambi had to try and get aggressive. Now Foxay picks off Spiker. Uzi loses that fight, and Neo is left in a 1 versus 4. He gets the first. 3 more to find. Locked in place by the EE1D. Aggressing now out onto the master balcony. That's where Newers is playing. He's got him lit up. He'll win the fight. Now 2 more, but they know where he is. And the G8 is thirsty for blood. Neo now reloading his primary weapon, waiting for OXG to make the first move, and they begin the plant attempt. It's a 1v1 for the Wamai, so long as this case is being planted, but it'll be completed. Vertical sending some shots his way. Now Neo knows he's by kids, will bait out the shots with a punch hole, but the Lion drops away, and the Amaru gets outside. And from here, it's pretty much unwinnable. He's got to win the fight against the Amaru, which is already a really tough task. And then he's got to contend with Vertical, who's now come up those white stairs. He'll shoot the drone, but there's only 10 seconds for him to play with. And this round is all but lost. He'll try and get that counter defuse attempt, but there's Vertical, and OXG take a 2-1 map advantage.
With a 7-1 victory, no less. It was a casual walk in the park here on Oregon, which I'll remind you again, was AAA's map selection. It seemed like Oxygen had their number in every single round. Oxygen in map number 1 pick up a 7-5 victory, AAA return on bank with 10-8. But here, it just seemed like Oxygen was on a whole nother level, and AAA not only playing from behind in terms of rounds that time around, but now in terms of maps, back-to-back map victories required, and they still need to win Clubhouse, which Oxygen once more select.
OXG, even in the round they lost, still looked like they were fully in control. I mean, had it not been for a glorious rotation on the attack, we could have even seen a 7-0. In a final, is not something you want to see, especially for Aerial ACAD. They once again drop their map pick. They've lost both their own maps, only taking OXGs on round 18. And now we go into Clubhouse, where they've had very mixed results, and OXG looked confident on. So I'm worried about them. We might see a 4-map series and OXG winning 3-1.
Clubhouse on the horizon. AAA need to upset as expected. Oxygen do pick up Oregon. Not definitively as expected, but given their track history, and especially in the NAL, not too out of the realm of possibility. And AAA know that. Now into Clubhouse, need to recuperate their losses, figure out what they can change. And they have a decent bit to work off of, especially into yesterday, where Oxygen has just played Club. Will allow the desk to break things down and set us up for our 4th map as we throw it over to Corbeck, Phoenix, and Clemps.
Well, it's a breath of fresh air there for Oxygen Esports. They'll come in swinging on Oregon, and nothing slowing down the Oxygen train here on this classic map. They just annihilated Aerial Rise Academy over those rounds. 1 win in the Aerial Academy columns. It's a bit rough there. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me, it's Nix, it's Klimps, and Nix. I know that stung a little as someone who's been pulling for Aerial Rise, and I'll be honest, I was surprised too. I didn't think it would suddenly end up this lopsided.
I'm a little disappointed here, and it all kind of goes back to the conversations that I was having with the team earlier today, and Crow actually pointed it out perfectly. It's the fact that they're getting too wiggly. The Aerial Rise Academy boys are just not holding their positions, letting people walk into their bullets. You can actually just saw it on the replay there, just that point where you have the player sitting in the little cubby hole by the stairs, getting just too overconfident, swinging, trying to get that kill, and just eventually sacrificing his own life for it. There's so much patience that needs to be put into play here, and Aerial Rise just isn't.
I mean, looking at these overall stats for the map, and there's something that stands out to me right away here, Climps. It rhymes with 75. What do you think it is?
It also rhymes with entry.
True, too.
Because both of those things are very important. Obviously, the cost, impact of all of the OXG players. Nearly every player having a 1.0 rating, we might as well just slap it on and give it to Vertical. They had a very incredible map. AAA, on the other hand, were dominated in the entry department. They could not get anything going from them. Ashton was the only one showing up on the scoreboard, and when that's the case for Aerial Rise ACAD, they struggle. and they struggled a lot, especially here on Oregon in this match.
Yeah, it's rare that you see a team with 75% costs across the board, 88% for Newers right there. And I mean, looking at it, right, you touched, I think, on some of the issues that Aerial Rise Academy was having, Nix. Are these issues that are repairable, you think, or is this just kind of the death knell here as we look forward to maybe Clubhouse next?
To be real, like just completely transparent, yes, I love the Aerial Academy boys. Do I want them to win? Of course. But when you're showing these habits map after map after map, and you're trying to basically go from a play style that you've been playing for months, if not, years, it's very, very hard to adapt to just something completely different. So I just feel like there's just some habits that they're just not going to be able to break. And it's an unfortunate factor here, but unless they have a drastic change going into Clubhouse, I think it might be over.
It could be a rough prophecy right there, but let's focus in on one of these rounds on Oregon. Take a closer look at it here. Klimps, you round number 5. Why did this round stand out to you?
Due to the impact play by Fox, getting a couple wall bangs there through the wall, and that's where they go. When you shoot someone through the wall, you wall bang them, and that's what happened. That shut down a lot of this AAA push. They just were walking into the pre-fires and OXG playing their game, getting those kills, Aerial Rise, no refrags, nothing to come of it. And that's where they struggled. Ashen nearly could have had this clutch, played it very well actually for how he was. He just didn't land the shot onto the player in Attic, and that was the biggest downfall to Ashen's clutch potential there. But in reality, for Aerial Academy, I mean, they just struggled so much with dealing with these positions that OXG are playing, namely vertical. When he was playing in T3, I believe that was the same round where he was up in T3. No one could deal with him. It was a zombie. It wasn't like it was Warden or it was a Wamai. There was nothing there to really help him. You could have flashbanged him. You guys could have worked together. You could throw nades from below. None of that was happening from AAA. They were stumbling. They were making mistakes over each other. And that's why you saw OXG take such a dominant map.
It was such a change of pace as well from Bank. I mean, we really saw Aerial Rise Academy just lay their heart out, right? They gave everything they had on that Bank map, and to come over to Oregon, I mean, it's rough to see the turnaround right there. But let's talk about our next map that's coming up. It's Clubhouse, Time to Light. He already talked about it a little bit, right? This was a map that Oxygen hadn't played a lot of. You guys talked about that yesterday during the semifinals. But Nix, they showed themselves to be really talented here, right? Like they swung right back into it. You would not think that it was something they hadn't touched since Berlin.
Well, that's to be expected. That's something with Pro League. That just goes back to the whole fact that they literally practice close to 40 hours a week. They have to be good at these maps. They don't have a choice. The problem is Aerial Rise Academy going to be just as good? This is a basic map. This is a map that has been in the pool for what virtually feels like forever. If you don't know how to play this, you're going to have a result that we had on Oregon. So it's going to come down to, did Aerial Rise indeed do their homework? Did they look at the play style? Did they figure out how to counter it? And are they going to not wiggle around as much?
Really quick before we toss to the casters here, you already heard Nix's kind of dire prediction. Klimps, are you in agreement? I know you predicted Oxygen to win, but do you think this has 5 map potential, or is this Clubhouse the last stand of Aerial Rise Academy?
I did say 3-1 at the beginning, so
you did, so did I. I'm glad that you're backing me up, brother, and that's what I like to hear. But let's get on with it. Let's see what we've got. Turning it over to our 2 casters. I've been trying to keep the Christmas cheer, but I feel like we've got a little bit of a Grinch up in here. They've got all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile. It's Time to Light, and it's Crow.
I've never heard Seasick Crocodile before, but back into the game. Clubhouse, the next map, where OXG, the first time they played it was yesterday, and in fact, yesterday was the first time they played anything that wasn't Bank and Chalet, so, you know, it was a day of firsts, and they won it against the Wichita Wolves 7-4. In the meantime, Ariel have played it a couple times. They beat IF 7-5. They fell to LG in that max OT game 8-7. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but I think the fact that WW were able to kind of bring it close is a good sign for them.
And in here towards Clubhouse, Aerial Rise have some information to play off of and will actually ban out the Hibana. Now, Hibana obviously banned out yesterday, but that was courtesy of the Wichita Wolves, so Oxygen again will get to ban who they please, and I think Ying is going to be the call once more, because Aerial Arise have had difficulties on their attack without Ying available to them, and that should continue to be the case here for Oxygen. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They do, however. As Thatcher is taken off the board, this indicates Kaid and Bandit may very well get some favoring here on Club.
Potentially, if Aerial ACAD leave him up, I think the Thatcher ban is actually a solid power move from OXG, because now Aerial ACAD have to choose. Do they want to deal with a Cade and no Thatcher on their attacks, or do they leave the Solus up? And in fact, it's neither. Okay. They take away a Azami. I mean, the Azami play on Oregon from OXG was very good, I have to say. On Bank, it was pretty solid too. But now they give Foxay his Solus back, and they're going to have to deal with a Cade come the side switch. But of course, that's 6 rounds from now. Aerial ACAD starting on the defense, opt for the basement first. Of course, they'll be bringing that Cade. No Maverick, no secondary EMPs either for this attack, at least for now.
AAA's defense picking on that Cade. I can't say I'm too surprised. I am still a little surprised that OXG banned out the Thatcher, but if they have flexibility away from it and can play forward off the back of it, I still think that it's not the worst decision for them. It's just a little different, especially with the impact EMPs being secondary around. It's really based off of preference, and Oxygen prefer to go elsewhere. Completely understandable. AAA's defense picking up off of that, though, and really making sure that Cade can be played. You have 30 centimeters of radius, or radii, to play around, if you do indeed bring impact EMPs, which Oxygen doesn't. Curious.
Yeah, they're choosing to attack Clubhouse Basement on hard mode. I mean, depending on what hatches the defense has left open to help facilitate the roam, it might be less of a headache for OXG. Vertical on the default spray down of that construction window ends up catching an unfortunately timed rotate. That is Neo going down early and going down hard. He'll have to sit round number 1 out. Hopefully all his jammers are on the field. I didn't quite see before he died, but it is definitely a C4 now, no longer available.
The greatest of starts, especially for AAA's defense, which has needed to be on the front foot of things for the predominant part of this series. Newer's start on the top floor is also fairly quick, clearing out most of what could be a roam. You can see Ashen trying to regain this real estate, but it's not the greatest position for him to play, and as soon as he's droned out, he'll look to back away. Oxygen are playing fairly quick compared to the previous 2 maps. Map number 3, in all fairness, they didn't play a whole lot on the attacking side, considering their prowess in the first half, but Bank was the real difference maker for them, and here they understand they can quicken things up.
Now, luckily, the Moto hatch is closed. That was something I was a little bit worried about, because that is a great hatch to keep closed with those Cade claws. They could use the nade, you know, that nade angle where you open up over the top of main. You can roll the nade into Moto, and a lot of times the explosion will catch that Cade claw. You might be able to do the same thing in blue using a nade. I think Newers just one-tapped Ambi, and Newers is going to get another, walking down the secret stairs through the wall onto Spiker. Aerial ACAD, not a single kill found up until this point. Uzi with the red dot, smoke sweater on the bottom of the main stairs, but they're still staring down the barrel of a 2v4, and now a missed C4. Kitchen hatch being felled by the ace, forcing Ashen now to back up. He'll have to buddy up with this Maestro. Still, the prospect of Newers working his way down secret. Dangerous. Vertical dropping in. Foxay dropping in. Ashen unable to stop either of them. A nade bouncing in. The sledge evading the shots, but Ashen finally kills him. Not able to deny the plant. Not able to win the gunfight either. OXG take a resounding round 1.
Oxygen play off the back of their information as well. As soon as they open up that kitchen hatch, they saw and heard the fact that AAA had to back away and knew it, immediately dropping off the back of it, having support in order to do so, and getting the plant down in that safe corner without any semblance of contention from AAA. And just like that, getting the plant down favors them, and, well, AAA had to get there quickly. Unfortunately, they do so just to their own demise. They will go back to the bottom floor with a similar defensive setup. However, a few notable changes. Uzi goes from the Maestro to the Oryx. You do see the Solace this time around, which I have to say I'm a little surprised about, especially considering the site itself. But the biggest one I want to bring up is Ashen on towards the Mozzie, indicating to me that you still want to have that small level of aggression, especially considering it is Aerial Rise Academy, but leading away from utility denial for the defense.
Incentivizing the drone denial, I think, is definitely a good move. It's something that's worked for them a lot in the past, rocking the Mute, Solus, and Mozzie trio. And there we go, the 3-tiered roam, Mute Jammers on the breaches, so they're not free for OXG. Hopefully, Neo not caught out on his rotate. Keep feeling like I have to sneeze. And Ambi solo lurking and strip, huh? I mean, he's Solus, that could work. And oh, this time, it's an early kill for the defense. Ashen with a garage spawn peek, I believe. Gonna take Sweater out.
Big opener, dropping the IQ out of position. That basically is the direct counter for Ambi gone and taken away early. Nice switch up, by the way. You can see Sweater indicating we got a smart guy in the lobby. That's the exact case. Ambi with the follow-up on the Newers because they just did not fully drone out Strip. And it was Ambi knowing they didn't fully drone him out because he has that spec in hand. A follow-up from Neo. It is nearly perfect adjustments from AAA. They changed 3 operators and seemingly an entire playstyle for a bottom floor duplicated defense. It works out nearly perfectly for him.
They're taking the fight to OXG. Love to see it. 3 kills in a row, no answer just yet from either Vertical or Dream. They've still got good options in terms of utility. They've got some hard breach. They've got soft breach that they can work over the main hall as well as kitchen. And we do know about Aerial ACAD's propensity to peek a little bit too much sometimes. So should OXG stay firm, watch a couple angles, maybe someone peeks into them, but it seems like they're turtling up, leaning into the passivity. 3 of them in back Arsenal, 2 in Church, so 3-2 split on either of these sites. No one exposing themselves to the secret stairs angle, not this time. No freebie for Dream. He and Vertical look to work a pinch, with Dream working his way down blue on the cusp of a kill, but someone's watching his angle. Easy for Neo. Ashen cleans up with the C4, and Aerial ACAD tie the score.
Hard disengage as well for Aerial Rise Academy, where they just find a kill and back away. All 3 of their players, each of them finding a kill and immediately finding an avenue away. Ashen towards the rafters. You saw, most importantly, I think, in their favor, the shotgun kill for Neo in stock. Just drops the stock hatch and gets the heck out of dodge. And, you know, a little unfortunate for them to have Newers die to Ambi inside of Strip, but still favors AAA. And Aerial Rise Academy able to adjust off of what just did not work in round 1, and that shows signs of great individual players, but very situationally aware as a team for them to make those quick adjustments on the fly between rounds, much less without a timeout or between maps.
Ash being the secondary site, a bit interesting considering how popular Jim is nowadays and how unpopular Cash is. Not considered terribly great anymore, but Aerial ACAD still want to lean into it, working with the Solace, who'll likely be downstairs. Uzi, the man in rafters. OXG picking up the Maverick, maybe worried about a potential Cade play, but he is not to be found. I also am a fan of the Capital, though they will have to chew through the magnets before he's going to find any use clearing rafters.
Making sure they get what needs to be done, well, done early. You can see Dream opening up the sightline across towards the rafters window, towards CCTV, but the jump out, Sweater's the first to fall. Insane. Ashen also able to jump right back in with a shotgun in hand. The opener goes Aerial Rise Academy's way again. This time in the same side of the map, just in a completely different way. The jump out based off of solely information, most importantly dropped Sweater because he was the only one with a way to breach in. So this Maverick trick means very little in the grand scheme of things.
I forgot. I forgot Uzi was in rafters. I thought those were just his feet being exposed. I got tricked by the silhouettes. Ambi is on his own solo lurk by Master. Nade goes in, but caught by a Wamai disc. They're trying to do away with the mute jammer, but they're struggling to do so, especially because Ashen is here, holding with a shotgun, almost tagged up by Fox, but the Maverick can't quite connect with enough shots. He's very tentative about working up to that mute jammer, again, because of the shotgun. This is taking quite a lot of time. We're halfway through the round. They still haven't gotten this frickin' jammer. I don't even know what the rest of OXG are looking to work in, I guess, through Master. Newers is down below. Newers could just nade it. That would probably be the easiest solution at this point, because Foxay is not making any headway.
And the flank is coming down from below as well. You can see Ambi rotating around towards blue. That may actually deny the position of Newers on that bottom floor. But Foxy's still trying to clear. This finally does, but the spray from that door clears him out of position. Newers does note Ambi and get the kill upon him. The nade, however, just a little too late as Ashen gets out of dodge, but cannot keep his mute on the board. A follow-up from Dream as well on the AC roof turns it back. A 4v3 now favoring Oxygen. The real estate still there for Aerial Rise Academy.
Ariel ACAD trying to get active when they really didn't have to. They were a man up. The time was being wasted for so long. Now with 30 seconds remaining, OXG are going to be forced into the site, and they've got info on Spiker. Uzi and Neo are both in rafters. They're not really in a position to immediately help their comrade, and now with that kill, things just went from bad to worse. Spiker refrags onto Newers. Vertical the next to fall as Spiker's going huge in the bomb site. In comes Dream. Uzi stands up and smokes him, and now Foxay's alone. Aerial ACAD with a resurgence in the mid-round, thanks to Spiker holding down top red. Even though Uzi will die, Spiker has since backed way off, and Aerial ACAD take the advantage.
And Spiker dropped the diffuser inside of construction, so even if Foxay finds that kill 5, 6, 7 seconds prior, he has no shot of winning the round because he would have had to either A, go for the kill, of which was a country mile from the site, or B, try and find the diffuser, which is about an equal distance away from him because of his current position. Even with that kill, the rest of the team just did not aggress as a squad. They took a little bit too long and honestly just took too many 1v1s, and it gives Aerial Rise Academy a way back into the round and will now send them towards gym and bedroom as their third site. Back-to-back rounds for Aerial Academy. Big switch up considering the open.
And now we go on Gym. I like Gym. Gym is a fun site. Aerial ACAD, I think right last time they were playing this, they were using the con shield a lot. It seems like that's not going to be the way they're playing it today, though. Unless, wait, never mind. I thought he was going to set up and reinforce bottom garage, which would have still been weird for a cash hold, but no, he's just opened the angle onto the metal balk, make those players a little bit more uncomfortable. I saw the reinforcement from Ashen with that silhouette, which is going to, of course, herald the con shield. A couple ADSs to protect it. Probably see Neo playing behind it. They've even got the reinforcements on the cash wall just to make things a little bit more difficult for the life of the attackers. OXG still rocking the Mav, which is kind of funny considering how well it worked in the previous round. Newers is solo. Ambi is ready. But Newers, he's got some info that the Solus is here. This could be a very important 1v1 leading into the remainder of the round, because if Newers loses it, they lose one of two sets of nades. If Ambi loses it, well, that's a top performer from Aerial ACAD and an incredibly useful operator gone early.
They will look to fully drone strip this time around. The Solus is found, but Newers still doesn't look in Ambi's general direction right off the bat. Instead, we'll just note his presence and then back away. Not taking an unnecessary gunfight, because worst case scenario there, you lose the fight. Vertical finds Uzi, who is trying to walk out of the breach created prior. Trying to take Foxay out of position, however, fairly quick on the retreat, and Uzi, understandably, in all chat, dropping his displeasure. A little bit of an unfortunate cover, but well covered by Oxygen, and knowing the possibility, just decided to back away as a squad.
Let's play, Grayson. C4 goes out, but it's not close enough or through the hole, so it does not find the exothermic charge or Dream. Easy breach opening for OXG. There we go. Better Maverick usage from Fox. That's what we were looking for. The lead by 1 man, thanks to that the walkout. It wasn't really a run out, a crouch out from Uzi. Ambi waiting for his chance to strike from garage, probably using those top of the wall holes that the dock opened for him earlier in the prep phase. Nade being cooked by Vert, looking to send it. Oh, to get the BP. I thought he was going to throw it in the bathroom, but it's to clear the BP. But now where do OXG go, right? They've got the breach. They're worried about Metal Balk because of the garage angle. They haven't taken cash. They've opened the Logi hatch. And there's the kill that Ambi was looking for. He gets the equalizer on the Fox A. And now your main breach player, one of your main breach players is dead. So again, I pose the question, where does OXG go?
I think to the L column, considering Ariel Arise's current map control, you were saying they didn't have cash, and that is now doubled down. Fox A was trying to take it, but now considering they're dead, Vertical's off the board, and Sweater's alone on that side of the map, it's down to Dream to play a hero play. With the 5.56.11 in hand, does find a first, looking for a second as he initiates, but now towards the backside of this bathroom, will swing straight onto Spiker and win the fight. There is a frost mat below that rotate, and he makes it across safely. Neo, the spray,
nice
however,
fire.
finds the kill, and it's down to Newers in a 1 versus 2. Ambi far away from this fight. Neo loses the first, but Ambi, well removed from it, will get away and get the round for AAA as they pick up a 3rd on the half.
And the 2nd in a row, 1 off of time. Actually with, no, okay, never mind. It was Fox A last alive last time. So, Arial ACAD with an unfortunate opener, but we're going to gloss over that. Ambi using those Metal Balk holes to his advantage. And then, of course, the sight hold. Working a lot better than I thought it would. I'm surprised Spiker was able to get that kill off the breach, and then Neo hitting quite the pre-fire, Ambi covering his back, ensuring that OXG weren't going to get the split they were looking for, because, like I was saying, where the hell does OXG go from there? They don't have control of anything else except for the main breach and then that single panel and construction open. So if they're going for a split push, they have 2 avenues to work. The tiny crouch hole or the cash door. And it's pretty easy for Ambi to hold both of them to cover Neo's back, and Neo Red Dream's crouch peek perfectly. So Arial ACAD are running up on the defense, as they kind of have to. Because, I'm going to say it again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, they are not a fantastic attacking team. Back when they worked against IF and they won Club, they only won 2 out of 6 attacks. When they lost it to LG, they lost their overtime attack. They went for a 3-3 split. It was slightly better. They still lost it in the end. It's rough. They are going to need a 4-2 half here. And even if they do get a 4-2, I still think at the most it'll be overtime.
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't think they can win in regulation unless they take 5-1, just because of how inconsistent their attacks are.
I still think 5-1's a possibility for them, though.
They could,
will
yeah.
go back to the bottom floor, unsurprisingly, in all fairness, but this position for them last time around was fairly well held down. Albeit, it took a second attempt at it. It was the only round Oxygen won first time because of how proactive they were on that attack, but Ariel Arise then responded with aggression of their own. Ashen may look to break
that what
their
he's
own
doing?
Vulcan canister and aggress. That may work in his favor. Down goes the Vulcan canister,
No,
and
so-
away goes Ashen, so it doesn't work. I thought he was going to break it and try and spawn peek.
No,
I'm a little
so-
disappointed.
He broke the barricade. So, okay. So you know how the barricade panels, it's like 3 little slits across that you can open? Like there's the middle slit, the left slit, and the right slit. So
Yeah.
you can put the Goyo on the very center of the barricade, shoot like just to the left or the right of it to open that center split, and then peek around it because the back of the Goyo canister is bulletproof. So that's what he was trying to spawn peek like around it. Kind of like how people spawn peek through Evil Eyes.
Ah, okay.
Same idea. Also, who
I
got
thought he
the
was gonna
opening
use it
pick
to try and
on
run out.
who got the opening pick on Uzi? I was too busy mansplaining to you.
Oh, I was too busy listening. Sorry.
God damn it. Why do you have to be a good listener? What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I mean, at a bare minimum, trades have been traded. Sweater off the board with the Ash, I think favors Aerial Rise Academy, considering it's a whole heap of utility now lacking on the Oxygen attack. But it's not a massive difference. Ash still an entry player, Oryx still the same conversation. It's at least a direct trade in terms of roles, but Newers doesn't really care about roles and will look to just walk in on his own. The spray does a decent bit of damage, only onto Neo, however, who is looking to recuperate his losses in terms of kills found.
right.
C4 prepped, a nade to follow though, actually hits Neo. The C4 lands on the vertical. The Selma broken on the left side to return, but it's a 2-for-1
Neo
trade
got the
before
kill?
Neo falls. He dropped Dream.
That's crazy. Neo's the GOAT for that. Holding down blue with a vengeance, making sure that OXG can't get a solid foothold. If he had died for free there, we could be seeing a very different round. Now Aerial ACAT are poised to win, but the nade might have something to say about it. No more Spiker, no more gas grenades. Ashen's got a C4 with Foxay's name on it. Waiting for the Mav to try and push in. The stun trying to bait out the C4 will be successful. Now Ashen's really worried about Newers. Ambi's got to be covering the cross. Ashen cannot risk exposing himself to this angle again, trying to get the drop on Foxay. Can't quite land it, and he dies as Foxay pushes in. Now it's just Ambi in the 1v2, damages Newers, but now they know exactly where he is. Creates the impact rotate, but doesn't know Foxay's on box 1, and OXG take the round away.
Well, timed aggression from Foxay at that, not only playing off the back of the disengagement on Ashen's Vulcan canisters, but also playing around the defuse plant. Ambi tried the fake impact, but without visual confirmation that Ambi was going in that direction, there was no reason for Foxay to look any other way. And with Aerial Rise Academy now losing that possibility of a 5-1 half, Oxygen setting themselves up for prime position to close out this half in a decent position, considering CCTV cash is again the choice for AAA, but putting themselves also in a fairly good situation, momentum based as well, into the second half no less.
If Aerial go down 3-3, I worry for them. But cash was solid. It was a good pick. Though, well, okay, all right. It was a good sight hold, but we might see a different round if Foxay was just able to get the damn jammer. So, like, it's partly on Fox getting in real slow on it, and partly on the good hold. So we'll see what happens here. Also, I just watched stream back. It was Sweater who got the opening pick. That's actually his only kill. It was the opening pick last round onto Uzi. So Ashen spawn peeking once again. Foxay no longer on Maverick, but he's got EMPs. And because they know that there was only a jammer last time, Aerial ACAT haven't been running the Cade consistently. They only brought it round number 1, curiously enough. And, I mean, there's not even a mute this time. They can open the breach for free. 30 seconds in.
Just a courtesy impact EMP to make sure that is locked away.
For posterity.
Of course. And Ashen,
all right, what
attempting to spawn peek for posterity, will actually have most of his posterity hurt. And not the greatest of openings here for Aerial Academy. Ambi wants to try and regain the real estate previously lost by his now downed Warden, but Sweater, aware of that possibility, has been jumped out in previous rounds and doesn't want that to be the case once more. Uzi previously swung onto Foxay, so Foxay makes sure he's well tucked into the corner of that balcony, just to make sure his drone is safe.
Newers is hitting the back right now. They have no idea. Spiker's dead man walking. Easy for Newers. No one watching. Ambi,
ooh,
what a shot to get the trade. Looking for another, challenging the rappel. Re-peeks into it. Uzi jumping through the window dies. That leaves Neo alone, stuck in rafters, fighting against 3. Foxay is just ready and waiting for him to attempt to vault that window. He doesn't have any impacts to open a rotate for himself. The plant is now complete, and this is looking like a 3-3 half. More angles being opened by this attack. Neo forced to fall back, maybe running out on Foxay, but the Lion is so far away that there's no chance Neo can see him. Foxay doesn't get the kill on the re-swing, but now Neo's got to come back to rafters. Nice shot on Fox. Hold on. this might be doable, but his window's being cut off from server, and he's not looking the right way. Dream will ensure that OXG get the 3-3 half, and now we swap sides.
It was a nice shot, in all fairness to Neo, guaranteeing Foxay knew it, but over-aggression doesn't cost Oxygen, and as time was ticking away from that counter-defuse, it really didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. There was a total of 6 seconds as he was vaulting in through that window for him to even hop on the defuse, much less stick it for the entire 7 required, and or clear out the 2 remaining players in that time span. Really just was not realistic, and unfortunately, previously set up positions just come back to bite the Aerial Academy defense, and now as they switch on to the attack, it needs to be proactivity and opening duels 1. That has to be the name of the game, as Oxygen Esports have been fairly clean on the defensive side, 5-1 halves in each of the last 2 maps defense for the Oxygen Esports side. If that continues to be the case here, we'll cleanly see either a 7-3 or 7-4 finish, and Oxygen taking SCS Season 7.
10 seconds left.
Poised and primed for it. Foxay on the Solus is scary.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Mira being brought out as well, ignored for the entire defensive half from Aerial ACAD, but not here. Sweater rocking the Bandit, just as Aerial ACAD did on Jim. And they're also bringing Maverick. Maverick and EMPs, believe it or not. And they are not on the same side of the map. So Spiker's looking to probably Maverick trick open cash wall, and then the EMPs are assisting Ambi here on Jacuzzi.
I like this decision, especially here for Aerial Academy, who don't want to waste too much time in terms of clearing out utility. Impact EMPs will land on both Bandit batteries, and the exothermic charge very quickly opens up a rotate. 40 seconds gone. Even then, you can really only do it within the first 30, so all in all, not a terrible trade in terms of time for real estate in favor of Aerial Academy. That's the start they need, especially considering they also have to clear out the Mira as well. Not something that was in consideration for Oxygen on their own attack.
Of course, that is why Ashen is attempting to entry downstairs in kitchen, but do they know about the Thorn?
Oh,
no, they do not. Foxay with the opening pick for his team, killing Neo, taking out the Lion, and then an immediate follow-up onto one of those nade operators. Now Uzi is left to try and hunt down this Thorn, but Newers is long gone. They've got 1 set of nades left, but Uzi, knowing that 2 people are off-site, is trying to work his way up main stairs, challenging this Bandit. Sweater's backed off, rotating into gold now. But Uzi can't win the fight, finally. He downs and finishes the Bandit, so that's 1 kill back for his team, but the Mira still remains up.
This could be the round changer. Down across onto Foxay. I don't know if Foxay is going to be retrieved. Well-placed flash, but Newers is still here with the UZK in hand, looking for a second kill, and will find it before the flashbang goes off. A 1 versus 2, however. Uzi knows where both of the remaining 2 players are, and now has a Mira to work with. I'm not sure if Oxygen are aware of this, and even if they are, there's not a whole lot they can do about it. Only an impact remains in terms of utility remaining, and Foxay just waiting. The jump up and over for Uzi, not particularly reasonable, as he'll drone behind him and leave opportunity for a flank watch. He'll also look to grab the diffuser and possibly place that down, but with Foxay being the one to rotate, he'll be able to play around this spec IO and deny that diffuse plant.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And with that default cam, they now know he's no longer watching the Logi Mira. Uzi, aware of it, waits for Newers to walk in, now planting on the bed. Foxay should see it very soon. He'll confirm. Uzi's safe from the angle for now, but Foxay actually from below. I thought it was Newers who got the kill, but able to open up that impact hole and give the lead to OXG.
Well retained as well from Oxygen, even playing with an obvious disadvantage in terms of real estate held. They decide to differentiate themselves from one another when usually you play for an immediate trade. Foxay goes below, plays around his utility that he really brings that Solus for. It's the reason she was banned in the previous 3 maps, by the way. And Oxygen win the round off the back of it. Information and utility, a premium for Oxygen, and they are playing bar stage as the second site. Gym Bedroom I already thought was a question mark as a primary, but Bar Stage, or Bar as it's tokenly called, as the second site in the Oxygen defensive rotation, with this composition no less, the Echo and Castle being the two real outliers compared to any other site here on Club.
I mean, you do sometimes see an Echo being played on this site who will be disconnected from the rest of the defense in Strip. That's typically where he sits. The Castle, of course, to assist the upstairs hold, lock windows down, make sure that Aerial ACAD don't have any free crossfires. I do like the attacking lineup, bringing that Osa and the Capitao, ensuring that they'll be able to control the long angles that can cut completely through the bar site, cleave those rotations in half. But they still have to clear the top floor. And they've got to deal with Newers, who is now on Solace, which is a bit of a scary proposition. Uzi works his way into Garage, duoing with someone behind him. They work to take cash control. Three fires going through. Newers backs off. And now the top floor clear will begin.
Really quick at that, Newers indicating a decent bit of utility already expended towards this southeast side, but Uzi finds the opener. Newers tried to get aggressive off the back of their previously gained information, but they just did not have any continuous information towards cash nor, honestly, CCTV either. And because of it, Uzi's able to play off the element of surprise and now an opening fight victory in the top floor. This top floor clear all important towards AAA. They'll at least find the opener, and now they can build off of that in a much different position than I think Oxygen were expecting.
With that main breach open and stock, this is where the Osa comes into play. Putting a shield down, you control pretty much half of the bomb site, or else they will if Neo ends up rotating downwards. And there we go, down the red stairs. He'll join Ambi and to take control of the site up against Sweater, who's holding some footholds. They've also got to worry about the player attempting to break through that kitchen hallway. Neo takes a little bit of damage attempting to put down the Talon shield, but he persists. Tons of utility from Spiker being sent in. Uzi still controlling upstairs, gets a pick onto Vertical, killing the Bandit, and Boxe might be next. The nade goes out, forces him to peek the rotate, but he drops the hatch! Behind enemy lines, another for Boxe! Finally traded by Ambi, but the damage is done. He's got the only kills for his team. Now Dream is stuck in the 1v3. Yokai's still up. Stuns Ambi, forces him off, but that's the last one they have. Ashen loses his fight. Ambi gets that plant down, but he's not long for this world. Never mind, the impact missed. I don't know how it did. Now Ambi can just sit pretty. Wait for him to engage, but smartly acts off of the drone stun, knowing that Dream is incapacitated. Rotates away. Uzi also playing far, but they don't need him. Ambi catches Dream in the rotate outside, and Aerial Academy tie the score.
Timing and an impact may be the difference maker there. They still had yet to clear the top floor presence of that Iana. Uzi did not catch the timing onto Foxe, who dropped and almost made the hero play for Oxygen, but that also meant they did not know Uzi was still up above. Foxe with a double here, already astounding to say the very least. And I think the reason is because it lands too far in front. No, never mind. I can't say a reason. It just landed directly on the Talon shield and didn't break it. No excuses, unfortunately, there. Dream kinda robbed in that engagement. Probably should have had a 1v1 and a lot of time to work with.
Yeah. Sometimes, as a wise man once said, a wise man who currently is one of the IGLs for TSM, Gasher R6. Sometimes, the game just says no, and you got to deal with it. And that kind of happened to Dream there. Fortunately, he wasn't able to clutch the round, but OXG still have the Bastion of Church Arsenal that they have yet to bring out, and they will be roaming very heavily. Still bringing the Thorn. An odd fondness for the Operator from OXG. Mozzie, the only method of drone denial that they're really bringing, but Aerial Academy's drone work on their attack, especially on Clubhouse, is not necessarily a highlight. So we'll see if OXG end up leaning more into that later, or if they decide the Mozzie's enough. The Nook from Neo could strike, though, depending on where OXG have placed their bodies. Spiker droning for himself, confirming that Garage itself is clear, while the rest of his team works for the full map take.
One consistency, a little bit of a surprising one here for Oxygen, has been the Thorn. Sweater playing it this time. In the first round of the half, you saw the choice there of Newers. But still a no. UZK, not the greatest of weaponry. The Selma's, actually, the second one shot out, and a third should have to be used on that hatch. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to open up that hatch at all, considering, well, impact tricks no longer a conversation. Newer's fairly far extended from the site itself, but C4's certainly something they may have to worry about.
The one went up from Foxay, did not hit. And that's why, that's one of the reasons why you don't put the ace charges on top of each other, is for that very reason. You can actually shoot them through. There's the impact. Newers rotates over, and there we go. Kitchen breach locked down. No more Selmas for Ashen. And Aerial Academy are going to have to figure something else out. A drone confirms Dream and Moto, but it's still electrified. I don't even know what Ambi used his breach on. Maybe dirt? They'll finally put it down on the kitchen floor. That should open up the hatch, but they had to use plenty of resources, pretty much all their hard breach to do so.
The only utility now remaining for the attacking side is the Sledgehammer, Hell Presence Reduction, and Gemini Replicator. Both of those regenerate over time, so obviously understandable considering both operators that wield them are still living. And then secondary utility, of which they can certainly work around. Aerial Academy playing around nades and rounds and maps prior, but I don't know if they've cleared out this close corner, and they don't! Foxay, again, looking for a hero play, does damage for the first and kills them. The second, not so lucky, but he'll make it out alive. That's the most important part about it. Ambi holding his rotate, however, there for the redundancy and the refrag. A 3 versus 3, but Aerial Academy on the precipice of the site.
In comes the Thermite. Ambi gets his way in box 2 and the kill on Sweater. Man advantage for the attack. Plant going down. Coverage adequate so far. The angle covered from Neo. And pretty soon the lead for Aerial Academy. Up 5-4.
Oxygen again having to play from behind, and this time they have to do so in disadvantageous gunfights. Foxay takes the first shore, but their way out was already covered, and that just was not realized. Long-term dirt presence probably would have been favorable. That just was not the case. Here's Foxay, even though they make it out. There's Ambi there to hold, and Ambi, the hero, most certainly of the round, with the exothermic charge to open up the kitchen hatch that nets himself 2 kills, and the site control to get the diffuser down. Couple that alongside the post plant hold for the rest of the squad. The 1v3 made nearly impossible.
Work our way back to Jim. So far in the 3 defenses OXG have brought out, this was their only successful one, and it still came pretty damn close. OXG had a great start, and then Uzi walked up main stairs, and the team almost brought it back, which is a great sign if you are an Aerial Arise Academy fan. The Osa coming back out from Spiker. Flores here from Neo to deal with that shield from Dream, as well as any potential mirror winners. Of course, there are none. My main concern is how they're going to deal with Foxay.
I mean, I'm no expert, but killing him seems like a pretty good start.
All right, wise guy.
I had to fit something in there. I've had a lack of terrible jokes thus far in the stream. Terrible references, sure, but terrible jokes, a lack thereof. So, you know, that's a drone for you. Foxay notably going after them thus far in the series, but the Solus has been fairly far removed from the site in a lot of these situations. That's been the main note around her, is playing around information in later engagements without having to take earlier ones, and favoring Aerial Arise Academy
Bomb located by attackers.
only in 1 round, or favoring Oxygen only in 1 round. Spiker,
Oh, I love
talent
this
placement, and they actually impact it. Throw.
I thought what they were going to do was impact the shield and then have someone peek the CC window off of it, but they ended up not doing that. Spiker survives, at least for now. A lot of damage being done to some of those Aerial Academy members as they work their way, or attempted to work their way through the breach, only answered by a gas canister, but they do open bathroom, and that's big. They force Dream away, and now Aerial Academy have a bit of an opening to push themselves into short. Sweater challenging this Logi hatch as Aerial Academy continue to stand firm, just waiting out the time. They really have no choice but to sit at this breach and wait until Dream is out of utility. Flores drone should at the very least take out the shield. There we go. Dream uses the last one. In comes the attack already, though, and Ashen just dies to Fox holding Jim.
A big opening pick, but the issue you talked about, not only a lack of utility for Dream, but the only bit of utility remaining is primary utility in the Spec IO and a single magnet, but Vertical's impact as well. That's all that remains here for Oxygen. They've had to expend a whole lot to only find a single kill and hold real estate for a shorter period of time. Ambi just walks into bathroom, does find a first, but Vertical's there for the refrag around the construction door, there for the assist on the defense. Neo retakes his fallen comrade's position in the bathroom spot, but they still have yet to clear Dream, who's now looking to play aggressive, close towards the Flores, will lose the fight, and Ariel have a way back in.
And that allows Neo into Jim, watching the angle, evading the Thorn, but Newers is below. He has the angle, he shoots Neo in the back, and Uzi knows he can't jump in this window. All he can do is wait. Eventually, he's forced to, killed by Newers, leaving Spiker in the 1v3, and only 8 seconds to play with. Having to hide somewhere, taking the fight, takes Sweater, takes the Wamai, but the time is so low, there's no chance he can win it. What an attempt from Brady Spiker, but it was not to be. The time simply too low, and OXG tie the score.
Well, astounding that Spiker even finds 2 kills there, much less 1. Very close to a 3rd and close to sending AAA onto map point to force a 5th. Not the case. All of regulation will be required here on Clubhouse to either decide a winner or whether we head to OT. And Oxygen playing with fire once more, with AAA ever so close to forcing Chalet. Where remember, Oxygen have played that map specifically 3 times in SCS alone with this current roster. There's a whole lot of information for the Aerial Academy to work with. I'm sure they've been strat building over the last 24 hours, if not more.
However, now let me double check. Even though OXG have played more Chalet maps, I'm pretty sure they have less rounds, right? It was 8 rounds against Arial, 11, so 19, and then the playoff game
7-2
was 7-2. I think
7-2 or 7-1.
I think you're right. Yeah, 9. So they have like, what did I just say? What the hell did I just say?
They have 28.
8, 19
19 plus 9.
Yeah, 19 plus 9. So they have 28. Meanwhile, Arial, they won 7-4 over PB, which is 11 rounds. They played it in the Swiss stage, and it took a bit for them. They lost it to IF. That was a 10-round game, so they're already at 21. They won it, so 30. Okay, so comparable, actually, now that I look at it.
30.
Yeah, comparable.
It's still a
So never mind.
conversation point, and especially considering opponents as
Yeah,
well.
right, because it's
Oxygen-
like Arial, sure, they have VODs of OXG, but then the same argument can be made. So I think Chalet's good. Chalet might be a toss-up.
Well, it's a map 5. It is the decider, and it may very well decide the series. Really
Nice one.
depends on the outcome here on Clubhouse.
I think that's why they call it the decider.
I was told that. I figured I'd just drill in the point. But it may very well decide here on Clubhouse as well. If Oxygen just closed things out here, not even requiring a decider, as the decision would have already been made. Ah, gotcha there.
Uh-huh. Well, no matter how this map ends, OXG will have some sort of advantage. Either, just winning the whole thing, or if Arial win, well, OXG still, because they won, a map 7-1, they will have the opportunity to choose the starting side on Chalet. That's going to be big for them. So, of course, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Ashen now staring down an electrified hatch. Now, there is a little trick you can do. No, it's not that. I don't know why they just did that. You don't even need to EMP the hatch. So what Ambi is like looking to do with the thermite and just placing it on the floor next to it, you can do that with Ace. As long as some portion of the Selma touches the hatch. it'll break open.
That's it.
And now Ambi's thermite is gone. Kitchen hatch will forever remain closed, and there's only 45 seconds to play with. We might as well call it match point for OXG, barring a miracle.
Require a miracle. That 30-centimeter radius difference between the Electroclaw and the Impact EMP does favor the Electroclaw for seemingly the first time since its introduction. Uzi looking to walk in through main. This kill may very well decide it. The nade goes through. It kills Vertical and does 115 damage onto Dream. A massive change now favoring AAA as they just walk straight in from seemingly every entryway to the site. They've pulled the miracle run. It's left up to Dream in a 1 versus 5. The TCSG will find one, but the diffuser plant will put him up against a gauntlet of his own. He will have to walk through Memorial or through the main hallway, of which is fully held by the Aerial Rise Academy post-plant hold. It's Ashen through the wall to send AAA onto map point to possibly force Chalet.
Who needs Kitchen Hatch? Who needs it? Hatch
40
be
seconds
damned!
left too.
Like, what? Alright, so the nade was cool. The nade was all good. Uzi, you get the guy. There's still one in Moto you have to worry about. There's still a site hold to chew through. And then Neo just walks down blue and kills 2 people. How do they get away with it? How? I don't get it. They just walked down. They had one guy main, get the nade kill, sent it down, blue dirt, working the only pinch they had at their disposal, and won every goddamn gunfight. They got away with it. I literally said, this is match point for OXG, barring a miracle, and by God, a miracle happened. Merry Christmas, Ariel ACAD. 6-5, 1 round from sending us to the final map. And they'll try to do so on a cash attack. A site that OXG have not yet defended. It's new, uncharted territory. And Arial Academy will answer the site pick with a Monty looking to storm rafters and make sure Newers isn't going to have a lot to say about this round.
And they'll actually give away the Flores as well, which is a negligible selection compared towards the Sledge, mainly for verticality. Honestly, I think they thought they were going to go bar stage again. I wouldn't have honestly blamed them for that assumption either. The Montaigne selection, this is the first time we'll see a shield operator as a whole, much less the Montaigne, the full shield wielder, in this series. It's map 4, by the way, for all of you who are just joining us. Ambi will gain information as to the whereabouts of that bandit battery. The impact EMP's very small room for error will not miss. Will the bandit trick work, however? That's the real question. It will indeed! No! They bait it on the right side with the exothermic charge and have redundancy with the Selmas on the left. Ambi gets the exothermic charge off in time and will keep it in their back pocket. He's still going for it. He doesn't care. No way!
Into the light.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's not gonna happen. Foxy, possibly the last hope, in a 1 versus 5 to save Oxygen on map 4 and deny a 5th map. Newer's already writing it off, writing his teammate out of this one, who has found a first, and information's available from down below, but a lack of impact grenades may come back to bite Foxy. In the ace clutch situation, no less, the Montaigne instead will look to hunt him down and deny his realm of safety on the red stairs. Aerial Rise Academy with back-to-back miracles in the 11th and 12th rounds of Clubhouse. Oxygen's map pick, no less, will force a 5th and final map here in the SCS Season 7 Grand Finals.
And, I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way, would we?
No.
5 maps. The story continues. My apologies, by the way. I think my mic just randomly decided to disconnect in the middle of that round, but I'm back. Hopefully it doesn't happen because we've got another map to go. Chalet. Mixed bag from AAA. They've lost it once, won it twice. OXG have won it every time they've played. Pretty even round counts on both maps, so plenty of homework to do for both teams. I cannot wait. But of course, before we get to it, we got to go back to the desk to talk about Clubhouse, talk about the series thus far, and talk about what might happen on map 5.
Well, Ariel Arise Academy digs their heels in on Clubhouse and says, not 1 inch, and they stave off Oxygen Esports to force a map 5. This is just fantastic, Rainbow Six Siege here, ladies and gentlemen. So glad you could join us for this. This is The Desk. I'm Korbeck, alongside me, Nix and Klimps, and we are so impressed with what we are seeing. Both of these teams fighting so hard for this. Oxygen facing one of their biggest tests so far this year. And Klimps, I think both you and I thought this was going to go 4-1. We thought Clubhouse was going to be a walk. Now we have to maybe adjust everything about our predictions.
Yeah, you highlighted it perfectly, Korbeck. I mean, what a map, right? For AAA, a big statement map. I didn't think they were going to get away with more than one tonight, and here we are. They've got 2 under their belt and going to Chalet, a map that OXG has played a lot. They've played 4 maps of it, to be exact. And there's 28 rounds of VOD of wins that they have. So they got to break that down, see how many they can force L's on. But overall, just the map in general for AAA, a very good showing by them.
Absolutely. I've got to just say it. I really need to start trusting in that initial intuition that I had, because I was the one who said we were going to go to map 5. 100% said that. But looking here at the statistics, it's the same story as we saw in the previous matchup. Ambi, Neo, Uzi, Spiker, Ashen just playing the team game and playing it so well. Everybody having above a 50% cost score and just playing really well off of each other. Now, you got to remember though, OXG isn't here to play it like SI. They're here to, experiment with things and prep themselves for SI. So, of course, we're going to see some weird things come out of them.
Yeah, I mean, they've still been playing pretty seriously here, though. I mean, we saw a ton of Solus, right? We saw some adaptation out of them as well. But I think something we have to talk about here, Klimps, right? You played, big games. You played long matches. A best of 5 going to map 5, an hour server delay. How do you think that's weighing on those players? And do you think either of the sides get a bit of an advantage over a game of this length?
It is and has been a very long night, both for the young men on AAA, but also for OXG. Both teams more than likely haven't been a part of a game that has been this long, a real series that's been this long. But I would give the edge to OXG just for having the endurance and the strength. But also, you got the little kids, man, and maybe they're hyped up off of some soda or something. They got the caffeine going. Who knows? I know that those kids have tons of energy, so more than likely they're going to be here. They're in it to win it. This match is something big for their career. It's the biggest match of their life, so they're going to go all in, and they are not going to take it for granted or anything short. So far, we've seen them trade maps back and forth, but this one's the end all be all.
End all be all indeed. Well, things got a little bit dirty there at times on Clubhouse. We got one good round down in dirt, actually round number 9. Nix, this was the one you wanted to look over because you were really interested in watching this whole fight go down.
Absolutely, and this really breaks down how important fundamentals are. You see Fox here that's just holding this angle in tunnel, just making sure that he does not move. So by playing that patient game, he was able to catch one of the aerial players off guard a little bit as they were trying to chuck and prep that grenade to flush them out. However, we did also see Ambi, who decided to be very patient and held the angle, got the perfect refrag onto Fox, protecting his teammates and winning them that round.
Yeah, it was a filthy end right there. I think I was just shouting tunnel fight the entire time.
Yeah, and I want to jump in there because not only did you see that, but right before the clip cut at the end, you saw AAA and AMP, most notably, jumping down the hatch immediately. As soon as they got that frag, that was the transition which let them hit the site. And that was big for AAA because if they hesitated there, it would have allowed OXG to reset with an even man count, man advantage, whatever, and things would have been different more than likely for the outcome. But when you go for the site while they're still rotating, while they're getting into those positions, catching them off guard, that is how AAA were able to leverage that round into their favor, and many more like that.
Yeah, and Ambi hit a sick, nasty headshot too, if I remember correctly, coming down out of
Yes.
that hatch that had all of us going ooh in the booth here. But let's look ahead. Our next map coming up, it's Chalet. It's one of those comfort maps for OSG that we talked about a little bit earlier in this broadcast. I mean, you know, it's a rough game, right? It's a long game. Clint's talked about it, Nix. How do you think that we're going to look at this coming in if you're Aerial Rise Academy? Do you think, you know, blood's in the water, you sent it now, you know you can win this, or are you still a little bit worried that you're going to run into another Oregon situation?
Well, the pressure's definitely on. The pressure's there. The mental's there. The big point is, what type of mental are you going to be going into this last match with? Are you going to be going into it basically like, okay, listen, this is, you know, it's just another map. It's just like map 1. Let's go. That's ideally what you want to do, but it is late. Like these players have been playing for hours and hours on end at this point, but it's all going to come down to those team captains, those coaches, redirecting those mentals and just playing the best game that you can play.
Comes down to Chalet. This is like I had said, the end all be all. It's the end of the night, and this is what these teams have been playing for all season, for the last month and a half, give or take. This is what these teams are here to do. Go win that money, get that bag, and that's the biggest thing here on Chalet. What I'm looking for in these teams is to be strong on the attack. They've been very heavy on the defensive side in most of their matches. Whoever's going to be better on the attack, more than likely is going to take out with the advantage, especially because we've seen a little bit of a shift in Chalet become more defender-based, because you understand a lot of those cutoffs, those angles being made by these teams. So we're expecting a pretty even match between the two sides, but whoever gets just a few more extra of those attacks might end up on top.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this Chalet, the Kamehameha of the maps, the big one, the Ragnarok, and to be here with you at the end of all things, it is time to light and crow.
So, not every day that we see a best of 5 in which both teams take their opponent's map picks. We come down to Chalet. No one picked this, of course. It's the decider game, but Oshi did pick the starting side. And they, I believe, let me check, double checking, had the final ban. So maybe we can count this as OXG's map pick, right? Which means AAA wins it, surely.
That would have to be the case, especially considering AAA coming into this have been favored on the maps that Oxygen have played more often than not. Bank, Club, and Chalet. The 3 maps that Oxygen had played in SCS prior to this series, all of them now lost by Oxygen based off of fairly well put together anti-stratting and some pretty good mechanical skill, courtesy of Aerial Rise Academy. They will start on the defensive side of Chalet. A big note, we were talking about this earlier, Aerial Rise Academy, similar notion to that of Oxygen. They have lost Chalet only a single time to 2 wins. Oxygen is 3-0 on the map thus far in the season. Fairly even in terms of rounds played, round differential, also a similar conversation, but Oxygen's favored with just a single extra win.
And the band's coming in. Flores first from Aerial Academy, Lion to follow. So while the Flores is fairly common, the Lion is not. It's an operator that AAA tend to lean on, especially on Chalet. That could be a big ban. Now, no matter what OXG bans here on the defense, Aerial have to take off Solace. They cannot afford to have Solace up. I mean, they beat PB without her. OXG 7-2'd Astralis with her. They cannot afford to leave her up.
The only reason that she wasn't as effective over on Club is because there's significantly less soft reachability on that map. If Chalet allows Solus through, Oxygen is going to take full advantage, and in the most surprising of events in the entirety of the series, Aerial Rise Academy will not allow the newest operator to the game through to the final map of the series.
Thank God. Well, I guess thank God if you're a fan of Aerial. Maybe crying a little bit if you're a Fox A fan, and I know there's many of those. Loading in around number 1, of course, OXG with the side selection, thanks to the superior round differential through our first 4 maps, opt for attack. I made a point recently that a lot of teams have started to opt for defense, become more and more popular on Chalet. I talked to Ashen, and he definitely agreed, but OXG still figured that this is their best shot, especially with Ariel ACAD. A better defensive team. Once again, I'm going to say it, they've got to look to try and run up the score as much as possible.
If they can start well on the defensive side, as seemingly every team since map number 1 has done, then they're in a pretty good spot. 4-2 or 5-1 would be what they're aiming for. 3-3, I don't think is what they'd be okay with, but it wouldn't be the worst case scenario. As long as Oxygen does not walk away from the first half with a lead, Aerial Arise Academy have more than a shot at coming back at this, especially into the attacking half, because remember, right back on Club, they were able to surprisingly enough close things out on the attack of a map that we thought was defender-sided through and through, at least as an introductory look. Obviously not the case, but still something to focus on, especially when watching Aerial Academy in this first half of play, and really how they meld the Oxygen attack.
Roam clear, obviously pertinent for OXG. It is the most important step of any garage. Well, I shouldn't say any. Of your typical garage take, which it seems that OXG is trying to put together. They've already opened the snowmobile wall, but Ashen will get the first kill on the Sweater. Where the hell? Oh, okay. Coming up the trophy stairs. I guess they just had no info on him.
Do it again.
Newer's looking for the refrag. Ashen thinks better of it. Not peeking in. That's the kind of conservativeness that we are looking for. Don't give yourselves up. Don't go down without a fight, just trying to peek in willy-nilly. The distraction shots are coming through. Ashen might not know about Foxay. Even if he dies up here, he's already got a kill, and he's wasting a lot of time. And he's not dead! What?
And he has info now. That's a big problem now for this attack.
Turn your back!
And Foxay looks the wrong way. The SMG-11, the SMG-12 actually, will be able to finish him off. A 2-for-1 trade favoring Ashen and Aerial Academy as a whole. Not a blunder by Oxygen, but certainly a fight they'll want back. Well adjusted for Ashen to just take the fight to one of them, knowing in the end he was being pincered upon. But Oxygen can still recuperate this. Thatcher still available for them, should be able to play around Newers and or Dream, both of whom now coming over towards the trench side. A C4 pre-placed will actually drop, and nice little bit of mechanics there by Spiker. Grab his C4 right back.
Duo hard breach supported by the EMPs to open both the red wall and the wine wall. Long angle now commanded by OXG, though not all the way into Big Garage. The barricade is still up. Newer's very worried about a potential flank, and of course, that is always a very real possibility when it comes to Aerial Arise Academy. The man tasked with challenging the long angle will likely be Spiker, of course, with the TCSG-2X. Ambi looking to flank in. They might have pings. They know Newers is up here. There's two going after him. In comes Neo, and he wins the fight immediately. Hatch control in the favor of the defense. Vertical and Dream with kills apiece, though. And now it's a retake for Aerial ACAD. Uzi low HP. Ambi working his way down those West Main stairs, and Uzi gets blindsided. Excellent situation for OXG. Bouncing back after dropping that opener. Ambi has to go on the hunt with 20 seconds to go. Flashbang delays him. Dream is sitting back, patiently waiting, wasting the time. Ambi full blind, dies to Dream. 3 kills for the Thermite, and the round for Oxygen.
Oxygen playing off of situational awareness. Not only that, but their Thatcher pick. You'd expect late round you want your fraggers on the board, but without an avenue of attack, it was the hard breachers and the full support line of Oxygen that actually win them the round. The way in was actually their way out, and Aerial pick away very little from that post plant. Valiant effort, I have to give it to Ambi. Yeah, picks up the first on the top side, but not able to do anything past that, especially with the Thermite so stuck into the back corner of Connector. And I'll remind you, Newers just got the heck out of dodge, completely avoiding the fight as a whole.
Aerial ACAD probably want that back.
Vertical, sorry. Not Newers.
Yes, Vertical was the Thatcher. So, Aerial Academy probably want that back, but they'll continue the carousel of the site. Dining.
10 seconds remaining.
Holding up stairs. Castle for Ambi. Ashen on that Echo that we know he likes to run. Spiker on the Warden, maybe looking to roam around.
Attackers objective.
OXG have vertical destruction at their disposal. It's going to be Foxay's job to open up that office wall, most likely, if it's left soft, which I know Aerial Academy sometimes do. But, I mean, just the presence of a sledge, though, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be Oxygen's goal to completely take that top floor and use his soft breach to their advantage. There are teams that opt to just open that office wall and hang back, just holding it, making sure that the defense can't use the vertical to their advantage.
Verticality's been a staple for Oxygen thus far, not only because, you know, they have a player named Vertical, but combine that alongside the fact that Clubhouse really favored them on off angles, and honestly, so did Oregon. If we saw how many times C4s were able to land, it was absurd to see the consistency around what is usually a lack of information-based bit of utility land on a consistent information-based basis. Newers just walking in, as per usual, for the young gunner of Oxygen Esports, and he'll just take full control of the library and mezzanine side. Assistance there from Foxay on the sledge, but remember, it's not a top floor hold. This is kitchen dining, so all this top floor clear is really just a roam being put out of position.
And the wall was left soft, so Foxay was able to open it with ease. Nade goes in to kill the bulletproof, but there's an ADS protecting it, thanks to Neo. Luckily, there's probably only one there. Wait, never mind. There were two. All right, so both of the nades eaten up by the ADSs. Unfortunate there for Newers. C4 early goes out from Spiker, and it will not hit anything. Neo also will not hit anything. He takes the first fight, ends up dying. Newers finishes Ambi as well, and it's OXG this time to start with 2 kills.
5v3 already, the G36Cs both finding a kill apiece, and at this point, it's Oxygen able to clear out most of the top floor hold. Ashen, the only one left, does have a fairly easy way out, but is stuck in this corner. Foxay seemingly aware of the possibility, but not directly watching it. Ashen finds one, but is immediately traded upon. Good communication and coordination for Newers to find a refrag, limiting the possible damage, and Dream dropping Uzi leaves Spiker alone, long range, who does find one on the Dream. A second onto Newers, removing the possibility of Diana having any further part in the round. It's down to Vertical and Sweater. Sweater up above, seemingly being heard as the hatch is being watched, the breach charge being set up for a possible extra avenue of attack for the Ash on that position, but it's still Spiker aware. Finally pushed off the angle, meaning Vertical can recuperate that diffuser, but still no easy way onto the site. He does not want to risk giving himself away. There's a bulletproof camera set up on the far right side, so the information will be there. The Gon 6 will deny it, but the diffuser still has to go down. It will not be required. Sweater with the G36C again finding a kill for the weapon for Oxygen and giving them a second consecutive attacking round.
I think Spiker was just a little too jittery there, shaking in his boots in that clutch attempt, nearly a 1v4. It was so doable with Sweater low. They had the info. Spiker not playing off of it. I think just kind of itching to get into the fight, exposing himself to Sweater. And that top floor take
Wow.
from OXG was just... they just handled those roamers fairly easily, it looked like, as well. With Ambi going down first on the swing. Neo peeking right into the bathroom cutoff. I mean, it was Aerial ACAD, I think, like, with their patented aggression, but I think it was too late. By the time they started to push back, OXG had already set up.
Surprising decision here for Aerial Academy to go back to Snowmobile and Wine Cellar instead of going what is usually that third decision in bar gaming. That leads to possible lack of confidence, especially on the defensive side, and Oxygen able to choose this attack to start things off, of which has been the real part of normality for them, considering they choose Chalet more often than not. Bank also in a similar conversation point. And even if they don't choose it, they still choose the attack. Ashen, maybe wanting to try a spawn peek, will instead decide better of it and back away with his health fully intact and still able to play for later engagements.
This garage round started well with that opening 2-piece from Ashen, but I don't expect that to happen again. EMP goes out, but the Electro Claw far too late. The Thermite will always win that race, and the opening of the breach succeeds. OXG with pretty much the same start to the round as they did last time, and now they will end up contesting this Warden. Ashen getting aggressive on the bathroom window, nearly gets his head cut off by Sweater, who's lurking back as the Nook. Newers coming up from that solar repel to ensure that Ashen cannot play freely in Owl and top solar. He's forced to back off over towards Office. That doesn't mean he's not going to get aggressive. There's some slits in the barricade. Foxay's watching it, though. He's prepared. He'll open it for the bait. In comes Ashen, and he still wins it! Opening pick, almost a second, but there were two in his way. Both Newers and Sweater tag team to finish him off. But losing the buck for a Warden, that's pretty good for the defense.
Notably for all of you stats people, Newers gets credit for the kill because he also found the down. Vertical now dead, as is now Dream, and the two players that combine for the only kill of the round for Oxygen now need to combine for 4 more. It's down to just Newers, on for an ace at this point, and he has to walk straight through a rotate, of which is being held prospectively from above, from Blue, from Fireplace, and from Connector. He clears out the latest of those 4 conversation points. A nade possibly to follow up that will not find damage as Neo's removed himself from the conversation. And Newers now has to worry about so many different angles as he walks forward. The nade prepped, the angle from Connector may very well lead to his death, but instead it's the shotgun wielded by Neo for the first shot. The SMG-11 the second attempt. The pistol, however, for Newers will actually be his undoing and the death directly thereof, as the 44 Magnum will come through and the revolver will close out the first round victory for AAA.
And that's what we needed to see. The aggression from AAA needs to come out before OXG are set up for it. Ashen getting the early kill on a Foxay, just swinging the office door because I guess he knows he can win that, and he did. Uzi finding the 2 kills on the flank, I believe. Pretty much winning the round single-handedly there with those opening 3. Arial Academy with a bit of a resurgence, now opting for bar rather than dining. Of course, this is where the Flores ban kind of comes into play with that top blue shield. Way easier to deal with if you have a Flores. You just send a drone in. There you go. It's done. But now you have to chew through the utility that the defense has at their disposal. Though luckily, Arial doesn't have a lot. No Aruni. Most importantly, no Wamai. Just Neo on the Jaeger. So should OXG, get to piano, open up that office wall for the long angle, blah, 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 they have to send only minimal flashbangs and such in before they can take this shield out.
Speaking of flashbangs, by the way, they're only bringing in a single set. And the only other, well, I suppose 2 bits of utility that could clear those out are primary bits of utility. The Ash charges and those Argus cameras wielded by Vertical on the Sam Fisher, Zero, selection for the attacking side. Arial Academy need to make sure they can hold this part of the map for as long a time as possible. If Oxygen Esports are able to gain full top floor control with minimal to very little utility drain for it, it's going to be a massive power position for them to play off of later, especially if they can also gain library holds as well.
There's no one actually playing behind the shield right now. I think I saw Uzi rotating top blue, but you typically don't have your Oryx playing there. That is a dangerous fight for Uzi to be taking. Oh, sorry, it's actually Ashen on the Oryx this time. Azami and Jaeger tag teaming on top library. Ashen peeking up the Ivy window as the nades come in, and I believe they deal with the shield rather quickly. Hibana pellets sticking to the Kiba barrier will destroy it right in front of Spiker, but of course they recharge, so he can just replace it. Bit of utility usage wasted from Oxygen Esports, but they still have plenty of time. They still have more X-Kairos, which they'll end up using again. But in comes the walk, and Spiker still wins it. Looks for a second, but it ends up just being a 1-for-1. Newers for Ashen, never mind! What a shot! Spiker is putting together a library hold all by himself.
One-man armory on the top floor. The only player remaining on the top floor, by the way, with Ashen taken care of. That's the other side of the room as well. The shield dropped. That's the main caveat to this current situation, but Spiker still being an absolute nuisance to the attack. Foxy trying to play vertically around the dining side, but it's Uzi to back out and drop down that dining hatch to get out of dodge. Spiker, not so lucky. Sweater finally finds the refrag on the Ash, but the question is it too little too late? And is there enough time remaining here for the Oxygen attack? With Neo still waiting at the bottom of blue stairs, Ambi in the back corner of stock, and couple that alongside Uzi still rotating around from that far north side of the map, Aerial Academy are far from out of this round.
Should be enough flank coverage, though. Should Uzi attempt to make something happen. They do have the 0, and all 4 of his cams have been used. Vertical sitting on them. Could potentially fall victim to the alibi if he's not careful, but he seems to be aware, and he's not making his way through the front door just yet. Foxay thinking about crouch walking his way through. They know someone's in bar stock, but they don't know exactly where. Uzi makes his presence known. Vertical takes a little bit of damage. Neo tries to rotate back in and dies. Ambi with the refrag goes for 1, nearly for 2, but now he's the last one left. Just has to hide in the corner, and the time
Sweater.
is so low that it runs out. Sweater not winning the initial fight. Ends up costing. And because of that delay upstairs, because of Spiker's beautiful play, and Oxygen wanting to be safe instead of sorry with that drone work, they bleed too much time, and Ariel tie the score.
I thought the spread hold might have costed them, especially later on in the round. Neo taken care of fairly early in that conversation, and dropping Uzi in his entirety, but it forced Vertical to worry about that a little bit too much, especially around that main lobby. Not there for the assist, and as soon as the down came through on towards Foxay, it was a game of hide and go seek for Ambi, of whom just tucked himself very cleanly in the bar stock corner, and still peppered in enough shots in the general direction of Sweater, of whom I'll remind you was already fairly low in that engagement, so he could not afford to take any more gunfire, especially considering he was the diffuser wielder. That's what cost Oxygen an otherwise nearly perfect round. So close, yet so far for the Tier 1 squad.
5 seconds to insertion.
You gotta give it to Ambi, too, for not continuing the engagement. For sending a couple shots Sweater's way and then hitting the brakes and hitting the deck. That was beautifully done. And plus, knowing that the Kiba barrier was still up. So Vertical was delayed having to crouch walk through because Foxay, I don't think he ever sledged it. I could be wrong.
Oh, Vertical went 45. So. That's why he was so far away.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Even the crouch walk would have cost him even more time. So the point still stands, but it was still a conversation that the point of security was still there.
Yeah, and Ambi
just not there.
Ambi just proned. That's the again, conservative. That's what we need to see from Arial. That initial burst of aggression in the early round to catch OXG off guard before they set up and then tighten up. Do not give them the opportunities they're looking for. Ashen might be about to give one to Sweater as he's exposed, but he very quickly backs on off, left to hold the shield.
Numer's fairly forward as well. They're wasting no time on the Oxygen attack trying to clear out this top floor hold, of which 3 players reside, now a 4th at the top of Solarium as well. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised about this, especially for Aerial Academy, but the offsite hold has worked in rounds prior, where they've looked for that opening pick as you mentioned, but then disengaged correctly so. They haven't been over-aggressive in situations where they already have an advantage, and they know they can just back off of it.
Drone comes in. That's going to herald the entry from Newers, but he still loses the fight. Ashen, a huge force on the map for AAA right now, but Newers, it looks like he'll be allowed to back off with no finisher. And Sweater actually the one to capitalize, credited with the opening pick just before Ashen finishes his down. So what was a lead ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. More players challenging Sweater. Ashen, almost avoids it, but dies on the re-engage. And now OXG have the man advantage, but Uzi amends that. Takes a lot of damage in the fight, but swings and takes Vertical off trophy window.
Vertical was forced away as well, because even though he opened the window, it was Peeker's advantage for Uzi to play around his own terms of the gunfight. Foxay now opening up avenues of attack from up above, but the retreat is there once more for the Aerial Academy. They are not engaging because they do not need to. They're backing away from the site in its entirety and just giving it to Oxygen, instead playing more lateral angles long range. Spiker walks up blue. You can see on the far side it's Ambi walking up fireplace stairs. This has to be a kitchen take for Oxygen Esports, or they will almost certainly fall from the far side of the map, of which they've actually opened up an avenue here for Aerial Academy. There's the kitchen drop. Spiker aware of it, finds a first. That's the diffuser as well. Foxay from the bottom of Trophy will look to try and recuperate, but it's just not gonna happen. Sweater, the last one alive, will be the last one to fall as Ambi racks up a double with the UMP-45, and Aerial Academy are the first team to lead against Oxygen Esports on the map of Chalet in SCS Season 7.
Bank, now Chalet. It's a real day of firsts here for OXG, though not in the positive sense. Aerial lead 3-2 after a hell of a round started by Ashen, and a great sight hold, especially from Spiker working his way back and downing the case carrier, really solidifying things for his team. And this is what we need to see from Aerial Academy. They've had quite the resurgence after the first 2 rounds, but I dare say, Dan, that they need this win. I'm gonna say it for the 10th time. Aerial Academy much more defensive sided than they are attacking sided, and that goes especially for Chalet. Like,
Yeah.
their win rate right now on defense on Chalet is great, 67%. Right? They win 2/3 of all rounds played. They average that 4-2 split. Excellent.
10 seconds left before
Their attacking win rate is 29,
5 seconds.
just below 30%.
It's
Under
not
a
the greatest.
third.
The other note is they actually won the map of Chalet up against Luminosity in round 4 of the Swiss stage. That's one throwback. They also lost to Investigation File on the exact same map just a day and a half later. But the real note for them was in the Investigation File, they only won 3 defensive rounds. They went 0 for 4 on the attack in the second half. Against Luminosity, they won 5 of 6 first half rounds on defense, and then barely pulled it out, albeit it was still a 7-2 victory, but the 2 attacking rounds were closer than I think they would have liked, especially up against a Luminosity squad that they were otherwise dominating at that time.
Something we can say about their most recent performance of Chalet, though, yesterday against Parabellum. Wow. All right, that was gross. Ashen just got rocked. Anyway, yesterday, up against Parabellum, they took a 4-2 attacking half. So more recently, their attacks have been better, but OXG is a very different beast. So I'm not going to make a positive conclusion for Aerial Academy, at least not yet. Losing Ashen is definitely not the start they wanted. He's had a fantastic impact on the roam so far. Now he'll be sorely missed, but Ambi lands a stinker on the Sweater. Good night, Ash. And there's the equalizer they were looking for.
And in that fashion as well, Newers absolutely sends Ashen, and then, Ambi's like, well, I could do that too, just with a little bit of a higher fire rate on the MX4 Storm. Nice nade around the corner. It'll clear out the utility holding down that main wall. The Thatcher will be required for the second of the 2, but all in all, decent trades for Oxygen thus far. They're aggressing on towards the site directly instead of trying to clear out this top floor hold as a whole, and making sure that this top floor hold is really all for naught, and that Aerial Academy are up against what is a direct site take, and Newers walks away from 2 angles he was watching at the exact same time at the worst possible time. But here come Oxygen onto the site itself. Dream looking to get the diffuser down, but will take a kill before he even attempts it.
Now the plant going down. Newers dropping the hatch, destroys Ambi, and it's a retake on for AAA. Spiker falls, Uzi with 1 back, but the plant is completed. And now 2 players escape out the breach. 1 upstairs, 2 upstairs now. And this is going to be tough. He can't even win the first fight against Dream. And OXG complete the first half with a tie score. The best they could have probably hoped for here, leading into their own defensive half.
Said Ariel probably needed a 4-2 split. 3-3 is not by any means bad, but it's certainly not as good as it probably could have been. They did bring it back, albeit, in all fairness, from 2-0 down. Oxygen had the advantage to work around, and Aerial Rise Academy played from behind and almost walked away with a first-half lead and a 4-round streak at that, but it was only 3. The streak was cut short, and we're now tied. Kitchen Dining, the first site of defense for the Oxygen esports side, as we've now switched the sides. Dream will go on to the Maestro. Unsurprisingly, I am a little surprised, actually, that Aerial Academy didn't bring a Maestro, but I don't know who exactly would have brought it forward. Maybe Uzi, but even then, he seemed to be a little bit more aggressive. Well, yeah, Spiker also.
I like the Legion from Foxay too, roaming down to the basement. AAA are going to have to show us something confident, just like they had yesterday with that 4-2 split against Parabellum. They got to perform the same against OXG if they want to win this in regulation. Nomad for Spiker. Likely going to be playing on the Solar Repel. That's usually where Aerial Academy go, should they have a Nomad. But the spawns are telling me otherwise. A couple by Library side, a couple by Solar side. They could be splitting. As a very real possibility too, with the Nomad being one of the people on Master. Neo repelled outside big, waiting for an opportunity. He'll open up the window. Now he's got that cut off, though Newers, as we know, loves to challenge. He'll swing on through, but Neo is not giving him the opportunity. The office wall being full reinforced, though, is a very interesting decision. Not one that I usually see, or maybe not one that I've even seen before.
The main reason is I think they want to try and deny longer sightlines. Even if Master or Office are taken, the other is still protected for this defensive side. And given the fact that it's not a Master Office hold, that makes it a little bit more reasonable to fully reinforce what is normally a rotate, whether it's on this site or the site directly below it, we're seeing as of right now.
I have no idea.
Ambi fully clearing Mez, but not fully clearing the library hallway. Newers almost actually dies while trying to shoot out the Selma, and will in the end, but it's still a 2-for-1 trade that favors the Aerial Academy. Nice kill to open and return. And AAA back in it, but not as much as I think they would have liked, especially considering Ace is off the board.
Poor info collection from Aerial Academy. That was something that really hurt them.
What?
Come those maps they lost, but Uzi somehow kills both the players on the black wall. Spiker maybe feigning a repel in with the flashbang will instead repel all the way down, looking to cut off trophy window, challenging Foxay, but Legion gets away safely. Now it's a 2 versus 2. The advantage that OXG had, at least in terms of man count, has slipped away, but positionally, still looking pretty good. No vertical destruction available for Aerial Academy, unless they just opt to, I don't know, shoot through the floor. Uzi has a couple frag grenades, but I don't know if he'll have the opportunity to use them. It looks like Spiker just wants to, or sorry, not Spiker. It looks like Uzi just wants to walk down trophy stairs. Spiker thinking about jumping through trophy window. But Dream has the 90-degree angle, and there's no way the Nomad is going to be able to survive a spray from the Alda at that 90-degree angle. They do spot Maestro. Down comes Uzi. Spiker does end up jumping in for whatever reason, despite having info, and Fox just finishes Uzi.
Oh, and unfortunately, Spiker was also being assisted as well. Not much you could do in that engagement. Oxygen take the lead off the back of it. Aerial Academy playing from behind to start off the round. They were playing from behind in terms of positioning as well. Well held and well assisted by Foxay on the first kill, and well swung for the second on Uzi. It was overall well coordinated from Oxygen. That Aerial Academy just could not differentiate. The lack of information honestly hurt them, even though they found out that it was being held by Dream, that being the 90-degree angle you indicated. They just did not clear Foxay out of position early enough to make sure they could, if at all, win that first fight. There was basically no chance of the round subsequently as well. In Aerial Academy, playing from behind on what is usually an attacker-sided map. 4-2 splits are well within possibility, but it really comes down to Aerial Academy playing more comfortably. Foxay was looking for drones. I honestly thought he was going to spawn peek with 10 seconds before the actual prep phase ticked away, but no, he's got significantly more brain cells than that.
Playing with the spirit of Solus.
True.
ARIAL Academy swapping the mantle of Nomad. Now it's Ambi bringing her Uzi on Dokkaebi as well for some added info gaining. Spiker now on Sledge once they work their way into Bar and are able to take that top floor control. A couple players working their way towards Master, one on that office balcony. Ashen droning for himself, trying to find exactly where this off-site player is. Or sorry, not off-site player, I just realized it's Master in office. So exactly where the site player is. Dream, I think, is the only one. I mean, Foxy's downstairs with the Pulse. He can call a lot of info and they can play for the C4s. But yeah, in terms of the site itself, Dream's the only one there.
Dream not in the best of positions either. Very far hold here for Oxygen. If they were to rush ARIAL Academy, now is the time to do so. Ashen notably in through that office door. Dream does not have an easy rotate over there. Ambi does get nailed a little bit with the C4, but not enough to really hurt them long term. Newer's looking to retake Mezzanine with Ashen holding on the Mez double window, but is still safe for the time being. Ashen hearing that Dokkaebi phone call go off, even doing a decent bit of damage across towards Dream through 3 separate doorways and a rotate, but it's not going to be round changing by any means. ARIAL Academy still biding their time and looking to play around information later on.
Lots of damage, but no kills, which means no openings for this attack to work their way in, up until they get the kill on Sweater, and Spiker's just walking in. An easy one on Dream. Neo takes advantage of Newer's surprise. The kills come back. 3 versus 2, vertical traded, and now a 1 versus 3 for Foxy down below, playing the Pulse.
C4.
No more C4 to play with, has to work his way up the trophy staircase. The attackers have full site control. Spiker's getting the case down. Adequate coverage, especially from that big window. There's no way Foxy is going to be able to deny it. Fight being taken by Ashen long range, and the diffuser now down. Spiker gets the final kill, and ARIAL Academy tie the score.
Exactly what AAA needed to bring that one back, playing off of Oxygen in discombobulated positions, and the coordination around the defensive side just was not there, similar to that of the round prior, or contrary, I suppose, considering the situation. And ARIAL Academy, exactly what they need to return is found. The attacking side exactly not only throwing off rotations with well-held positions, but making sure the crossfires were held, so even if Oxygen was to win one of those fights, there was a second or even a third gun watching the exact same angle to make sure nothing else was given away. Damage limitation there for ARIAL Academy, not only in the round, but in the map as a whole as they bring it back and tie us up.
Spiker, I don't know, how does Spiker just get in the middle of the site? Did he hop bathroom? No, he didn't hop bathroom window, did he?
He would have had to hop in piano. That's the only reasonable suspicion I have, because it wasn't being directly held.
I guess, maybe Newers just didn't hear him? I have no idea. Quite frankly. But he was there, he helped his team win the round with a couple good kills, and of course, the case. Excuse me. Now it's Bar for OXG. Shield in play for the Womai to protect him from the Ivy window. Plenty of utility for ARIAL Academy to chew through. Of course, there's no Jaeger, but you can deny more projectiles. Well, I guess technically you can deny more with the Jaeger because they recharge, but if we're talking about just one each, you can technically deny more with that Womai, as he gets, what, 5 magnets, I'm pretty sure. Neo busting in the basement. Ashen the follow. They might know someone's in blue. There's the peak. Sweater gets dealt some heavy punishment. Yeah, there was a drone on him. He'll be forced back. That lets Neo and Ashen in.
Actually well put together, considering they already had information. A pseudo bait setup, especially around the info, basically faking the fact they had absolutely no idea and were just walking in like chickens with their heads cut off. Exactly the opener, maybe not a kill, but damage at a bare minimum that ARIAL Academy can now work with. That forces Sweater to play a little bit more condensed and consolidated inside of the site.
Wow.
Foxy looking straight down is actually returned upon straight up and sent away. Clotheslined as they stand, and now the opening kill favors ARIAL Academy, looking to put back-to-back attacking rounds on the board and possibly just looking for a straight, direct site take. Now would be the time to do so. Actually, about 7 seconds ago would have been the time to do so.
Angle being taken by Newers, but now they know he's challenging. In comes Spiker, shoots the Frost Map plant going down, trying to avoid the Thorn. Ashen's got cover. I think finishing Sweater through the smoke. There's nothing from OXG to stop this. Dream gets 1 kill back. The case has been sent down. 2 for Dream to make it a 3 versus 3, but now Aerial Academy can start to peel away. Newers will give his team the man advantage. Ashen and Ambi have to put together this win, but now it's a third. Ambi on the rappel, kills the case denier. Ambi another one, in comes Newers, but he's pinged. Ambi's got to play passive, the corner's tight. Newers is getting the pre-fires down, but he can't hit him just yet, but finally naps it, despite the pings, despite being outside. Newers is better, and OXG take the advantage 5-4.
The high fire rate and the expected swing just not being there, not favoring in the end, the all but unfortunate finish, you have to say. An Aerial Academy lose a round in which you almost thought they were a shoo-in. A correctly timed swing onto the site, but it was Dream picking up the triple on and around that really gave them favor. Even with the vertical falling above, it was Newer's proactivity, not allowing the bait nor the swing to cost them, that makes sure that Oxygen retain and now hold the lead on the defensive side. A single round for them will at least guarantee overtime. Aerial Academy, a single round, will guarantee all of regulation as a requisite to decide either a winner or overtime just the same.
The timeout's being called. Agreeable decision to be sure with how they lost that. A 3K from Dream playing on the site with Frost. Absolutely huge. Especially killing Ashen. Okay. I don't know why Ashen was playing so close to the window. Play off Ambi's contact. Like, the defense is not gonna kill Ambi unless someone runs out. So just protect him from the run out. That's all you gotta do. But Ashen is instead playing for the fight and exposes himself to a tight angle against the Frost and just doesn't react at all. It's a questionable decision at the very least. The timeout now concluded. Hopefully AAA have actually, that wasn't even a time. Never mind, that wasn't a timeout from Ariel. That was a timeout from OXG. I was wrong.
Oh, the overheat timeout. I love that call. Let your opponents fester in the loss they ever so narrowly gave away. In all fairness, it was a clutch attempt from Ambi, a technical 1v3 that was still lucky to be even that close. Masterful second shot was there, just not the third. And that's where you look at yourself and say, woulda, coulda, shoulda, probably shoulda had that final kill. But A, you're playing against Newers, and B, you weld the MK14. Not the greatest of weaponries to have, especially in quick peak gunfire, such as what Newers masters in. He really started picking it up in T3, was the crouch peak meta that brought him forward and just mastered that past. This is not looking great to close out, as Aerial Academy win here or overtime's their next best shot.
See how they take it with potentially SCS on the line, bringing the OSA for a dining push. Some teams decide to lean into her, especially when you open up that dining and office walls. You can easily control those long angles from behind the Talon shields. Ashen is actually scoping out West Main and sees that it's clear. It looks like once again OXG are leaving Dream all on his lonesome to defend the site. A decision that Ariel might be looking to punish with how they're... yeah, they're not really, like, taking it upstairs at all. They're just kind of walking in the horizontal, at least until Uzi climbs blue. I think with Fox A making his entrance into West Main, that whole methodology of taking out Dream early is pretty much done for.
Understandably so. The problem significantly here remains for Aerial Academy in clearing out a significant amount of oxygen utility. They do have now 4 impacts. I was about to say 5, but Sweater decided to expend their final one. Couple that alongside a decent bit of primary utility for Dream in late rounds, where that'll really come into the fray. that's where the problem could arise for Arial Academy. They do open up an avenue of attack forward, and Neo, from seemingly forever and a day away, will set up talent shields as well. Newer's lucky to be alive, the spray forward even coupling that situation. The RG-15, however, will not lead to his demise, and Oxygen's defense still holds strong. The only player to take damage for the defensive side is Newer's thus far, the rest fairly far removed from either the site or some of these fights. The Evil Eye yet to be taken care of. Finally, the Ash charge goes forward. A minute left, and Arial now have a way in, and a lack of utility between them and the site itself.
And how do Arial get this plant down? Well, this might be the answer, with Neo just walking his way in, putting down the talent shield, starting the plant. Dream can't find the angle. Spiker gets the better of him. Another for Ashen as he's cutting off West Main. A third for Uzi, and it's all falling apart for OXG. Plant down, upstairs superiority until Uzi dies, but still in the 4 versus 2 and a trade from Spiker. Unwinnable from Sweater unless he gets these next 4 kills in the next 20 seconds. Being bared down upon by Top Blue. Ambi finishes him, and Arial Academy are still in this.
They brought it back. The timeout round victory there for the Tier 3 squad, and all of regulation now forced for Oxygen to either win it here, Arial to do the same, or overtime. Infinite at that to be the decider here on the deciding map of Chalet. Dream finds this kill. We're at a significantly different talking point, but he dies, and it just was not the case. A nearly flawless round from Arial Academy, turning the tides, and maybe the tides of momentum at that, as Oxygen heads to the bottom floor of Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellar to defend here in round 11.
Man, we get a map 5 minutes back and forth like this. This is awesome. This is quite the gift. Merry Christmas, Dan. Do you celebrate Christmas? Oh, yeah, you're Christian, right?
I do.
Yeah, there we
I am
go.
Christian, yeah.
I hate Christmas. All good,
It's
though.
okay.
Yeah, Serena loves Christmas. I'm her Grinch, so
10 seconds
all good.
remaining.
Is that why we talked about naughty and nice, courtesy of Corbeck?
Might
5
be.
seconds left before insertion.
Well, the naughty team may be the squad to send the other home. I don't know if the nice one would be the losers or the winners in this situation in the grand scheme of analogies, especially considering, you know, hey, they're nice at Rainbow Six, but kind of mean for making the other team lose. It has been a full grand final, though, so seemingly every opportunity to bring it back has been granted to each squad, especially considering 3 of the 4 maps have been decided by 2 rounds or less. 2 rounds total, I suppose.
Ashen now on the Thermite, giving Ambi the opportunity to play Ash. He gets the breach real early, about 30 seconds in. They got Snowmobile open. Ambi is in Big Garage really early as well. No utility to stop the nade on the shield. Foxay, though, not reinforcing, opts to try and challenge, but now he's kind of stuck here because Ambi's watching his angle and he's very hurt, but someone's coming in to assist. It's vertical down West Main before Uzi finds the trade with the frag grenade. Foxay overstaying his welcome in that red hallway, but now Arial have to worry about this verticality. Newers is single-handedly stopping these attackers from making their way down Big Garage unless Neo wins the fight.
Ooh.
No, he gets dusted. Maybe another for Newers. Arial just keep challenging over and over. Do something else and leave Ashen in a 1v4 outside breach.
It's not going to happen. I love to be the optimist in a lot of these conversations, possibly the other Grinch, or the opposite thereof. It's not going to happen. The walk-in was seen from 2 angles, especially with the shot on the default cam. That was the trigger to swing, and now the round victory for Oxygen Esports. They will find map, match, series, and grand finals point. Win here, it's over. They walk away victors. Arial Arise Academy, however, will call a timeout before that happens. Reminder, just 2 rounds prior, it was Oxygen to call that timeout. Arials, with their last remaining of the season, will look to do so to send it to OT.
And now, you know, with a timeout, you guys can't see this, but OXG, of course, you know, the timer hasn't expired, so they haven't necessarily locked it in yet, but they have confirmed all 5 of their ops, so I'm safe in saying it. They have locked in dining you know, they had a great roam the first time. They had a great top floor roam. But Arial Academy still traded it out and brought it very close. I think if Spiker just plays with his teammate instead of hopping trophy window, they have a very real chance of winning it. And the second go around, I mean, that OSA push, almost flawless. How do Arial take it this time? Neo hasn't selected an operator just yet. Of course, he's free to swap whenever, thanks to attacker repick. The Twitch now rearing her head from Ashen. I don't know how I feel about dropping the OSA, because the OSA was a massive part of the attacking success on this site.
I think as soon as Ambi's drone goes in here and sees that site, we'll see a few attacker repicks, and already 3, if not a 4th. I'm going to share your sentiment with the disappointment and lack of an OSA. It was still a big power position, but they'll switch from Hibana to the Nomad, Zofia to the Ash. They will only bring in Ace in terms of primary hard breach for the next 3 seconds, and forever that will be the case to close out map number 5. That is the case. On Kitchen Dining, does this indicate a rush?
It can't be.
Round 12 rush?
No, it can't be. There's no way.
There's no way.
Not with a Nomad. Not with no one with, like, there's no Zoe. There's like a Nomad on the board. You're not going to rush with a Nomad. Sweater eats some damage through a window.
No OSA.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Ace. So they can open the office wall. They can open up dining. The dangerous part here is, you know, the reason why Neo was able to just walk into sight was because he was OSA. Without that OSA, I don't think he gets the drop on Dream like that. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to tuck himself behind the bomb chassis for free. Which is why AAA have to full clear this map. But with how the roam went on the round that Oxygen won, I don't know.
This has to be a quick roam clear. Definitively, this has to be a quick roam clear for the attacking side of Arial Academy. Foxay on the bottom floor, already there for the assistance. They did not reinforce the top floor. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised about that, considering of how much they focused on this in rounds prior on the Oxygen Esports defense. Instead, it's more of a turtle setup with one player, that being Newers, around this solarium/trophy stairs side. The other, Foxay, far removed. The C4 goes forward, however, it's just ripped. It does not actually get sent in. Second attempt at it, still possible here for Newers, but he doesn't want to fully dedicate it. He finally does, and it hits nothing but thin air. Arial Academy are up against the ringer and only have the Ace for hard breach to possibly save them.
Speaking of the Ace, we finally hear the Selma, I believe. Impact from Big Garage, trying to get a run out in. Ambi just going to take the aggressive stance and walk into Piano, looking to challenge the players in Bathroom. No one for him to find just yet. Sweater could be his first victim, but everyone on OXG is avoiding his angles, but he can't avoid Uzi. The opening pick goes to the Iana, forcing vertical back. Now at the bottom of Trophy Stairs, and the top floor roam has been cleared. 50 seconds remaining for Arial to get this push down. They've got Buck, but they no longer have Uzi. Newers gets a very important kill, knocking off the only set of frag grenades that Arial Academy had left. And Ashen is desperately searching for something. He's got a west main cutoff. He's got to get vertical out of Trophy, but there's nothing to force him. He's sitting here pretty. He doesn't need to move, but now Newers is dead. The flashbang comes in. Away goes the Jaeger, but the Trophy cutoff isn't there. They allow Dream through. Does Spiker know? Dream is just tucked in the corner prone. He allows vertical back through as well. And there's 12 seconds left. Vertical with 2. A mistake from Spiker and a costly one. And there it is. It's over. OXG falling back to the site. And the Trophy cutoff, absent from Spiker, gives them the win. Dusting the T3 Tyrants. OXG are your champions.
The Tier 1 squad comes out on top. The round differential as a whole, +6 for Oxygen. Every map except for one decided by seemingly inches. In a game of miles, it was down to the Tier 1 squad to close it out. Oxygen Esports, your SCS Season 7 champions, and Arial Arise Academy, so close, yet so very far from holding the crown and the trophy, the predominant part of the prize pool also going the way of Newers and crew. A disappointing finish, but up against Oxygen no less. Aerial Arise Academy bringing him to 5 already a feat.
I mean, the first team to take any maps off of OXG, let alone 2, bringing them 7-5 on several of them. But I mean, that last play, if Spiker was just holding the cut, if he was, because it looked like the angle he was holding, he was peeking into sight.
Yeah.
If he was just watching like trophy, I mean, he wasn't watching Trophy Stairs because no one was on Trophy Stairs anymore, but if he was just watching the proper cut, Dream can't get back into sight, Vertical probably doesn't get that 2K. Either way, hindsight is 2020. OXG, I mean, they played fantastic the entire season. They proved why out of all the T1 teams here, they were at the top of the leaderboard in NAL. Well, they were just below Astralis technically, but they had the same amount of points. It's whatever. And then they just kind of smoked them in the BO3. So I'm going to say OXG for now, a little bit better. We'll have to go to SI to maybe settle that contest, but that concludes our time, Dan, in SCS7. That concludes Aerial Arise Academy's time. GG's all around, and we're going to get back to the desk one more time before we close out the season.
Well, thank you, boys, for a wonderful cast. What a match, ladies and gentlemen. Down to the bitter end right there on Chalet. Such an impressive performance by Aerial Rise Academy. They didn't get the W that they wanted at the end, but they can walk away with their heads held high. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of pride to go toe-to-toe with Oxygen across 5 maps, including Bank and Chalet. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Corbeck here with Nyx and Klimps, and we'll start with you, Nyx. What a game. How do you feel about both of these teams here in the afterglow of this?
Absolutely phenomenal game tonight. Yes, Oxygen won. I was wrong. But at the end of the day, both of these teams came in to win. And that is exactly what we watched tonight. Went to all 5 maps, enjoyed every single moment of it, was on the edge of our seats, screaming, yelling, cheering, crying, you name it. It was done tonight.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you can't take anything away from what we saw tonight for AAA. They were so damn good. This is something that, you know, they've been wanting to have that proof. We've never seen these kids against Pro League talent outside of anything, right? We've never seen them here at all. We've never seen them in this position. And for them to go out the way they did, show a hell of a match, play their asses off, and really show Oxygen what a good T3 team looks like and what the future of Rainbow Six Siege looks like in North America.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Klimps. I mean, this is the future of Siege in North America, and I think they showed very, very well that they are capable of fighting with the big dogs. They back up, right, the chat that they are a CL team in all but name. I mean, looking at it overall, looking at these stats here, Nyx, how do you feel about this as a sort of advancement in the career of these Aerial Arise Academy boys?
It shows that, frankly, they can just go toe-to-toe with Pro League players. Every single one of these players at some point had some type of highlight, not only just in these matchups, but just across the entire season. It shows that they have the ability to flex in and out of roles and get the job done. And, you know, like OXG does, they can all play independently, but at the end of the day, they're just fantastic players. And I loved seeing them to be able to go up against, you know, their superiors when it comes to, you know, skill, Pro League, and all that good stuff, and just really hold their own. But, I mean, Oxygen is Oxygen. You can't really expect them not to do good.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. And at times, it did feel, and I think Times Delight said this, like a game of inches. And let's look at one of those inches, zoom in on it. It was round number 9 here, Klimps, and I think all of us were kind of on the edge of our seat looking at this one because it was one of the most intense rounds of this entire matchup.
It just went so tight right at the end. You see Aerial Rise getting that plant down, and it was all about the retake done by OXG. Ambi was left on this rappel at the last minute, had to try to compensate and cover for his team, was able to find 2, but could not find the 3rd due to just a simple, subtle mistake of not going prone, and he had done so earlier in a round of bar when they were actually on defense. This time around, though, not able to hide away from time, and Newers with a huge clutch, incredible round, and one of those game-changing round factor matches. That is why the score ended the way it did tonight. Otherwise, we'd probably be seeing OT here on Chalet.
We saw, I think, more than enough OT, but let's get one of the victorious players here from Oxygen Esports in the lobby. It is Fox. Fox A, thank you so much for stepping in here and joining us. Big congratulations on your win. Does feel like a little bit of deja vu. I can't help it. We can't keep meeting like this, but congratulations very much on your win. A heck of a game from you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words.
So I gotta ask, speaking of kind words, is there anything you want to say to your opponents here at the end of this?
Oh yeah, I mean, their Arial is academy. I mean, they're better than the main team, but all those players are just like, really naturally talented players, and once they are of age to compete in pro league, I'm sure they'll be taking tons of people's spots. So it was by far the best practice we've gotten, best match we've gotten. So yeah, shout out to them. Appreciate the good game.
Oh, fair enough. I see your cat wants to get on the camera as well. Gotta get its moment in the spotlight right there. Fair enough. But just to get into a little bit of nitty gritty, let's talk about Bank really quick. Really long map, really long overtime. How did it kind of go wrong, and how were you guys feeling coming out of that one?
Well, I mean, we played Bank I think every game throughout the state, throughout this tourney. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that was the one that was the second map right after the break. So
yes,
they played really well counter-stratting a lot of the stuff we did. They obviously put their work in for this game. So we knew that we'd have to switch things up on the fly, which is kind of what we wanted to do. And it was just obviously switching things on the fly. A couple hiccups against their stuff they had prepared for us specifically, I'd imagine. So obviously it's just, two good teams trying to battle the adaptation, and, they had better prep on us, so they were able to pull through.
Kind of on that same theme, next map, Oregon, just the most dominant performance of the night from you guys. What clicked so well there?
We know Oregon is you always say you never want to take the worst team to Oregon, because it's such a competitive, bread and butter, simple map,
right,
that any team can win. You've seen upsets on this map always, but we kind of hope that going to Oregon, we would be able to at least have our teamwork shine through, especially getting defense first. You get a good defense half on Oregon, it kind of crushes the mental for the other team if they go down. I think they were 6-0 or 5-1 or something. So it's definitely a deficit to switch sides that deep down, but that is the map that you can get a huge run on defense with. So
oh, fair enough. And I guess I don't want to take up much more of your time. I know it's been a long day, it's been a long match, but my final question: how have you enjoyed your experience here in SCS, the teams that you played against, the talent that you faced?
Oh, I mean, it was a great experience. We got exactly what we signed up for. We knew the whole time, what we were looking to get in. And, I think there was mixed reviews on if people agreed with us playing or not, or if people, thought we shouldn't play. I hope, it kind of bittersweet that we won, because, I guess for us, it was, practice from the start, but at the same time, we also put a lot of effort in. You can't say that much for some of the pro league teams that competed. So, I hope everyone plays the next few stages, and if we have off time, we'll probably do it as well.
Yeah, you guys have been professional, and you've taken it very seriously, and I think you provided the teams you were playing against with a wonderful experience as well. So thank you so much, Fox. Congratulations on your victory. Have a good celebration with the team, and good luck in the future in SA and in everything that comes ahead. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that just about does it here for us at SCS. One last look at the game stats, and we'll go to our two desk analysts for some final thoughts, starting with you, Klimps. Last words for you in this SCS season.
8 plants between both teams. A lot of action, probably the most plants I've seen in any of the series. Granted, it was 5 maps, and we also had an 18-round map, but still, the plants, the objective play between both teams was not only thrilling for the rounds, but also just good for the game. It's good to see that we get to see more of those objective plays and opportunities out of these teams. Also, notably, Ashen going huge on the entry, a big turnaround compared to what he had last night. He was 5-10 just yesterday, and now 14-8, flipping things around. And for a young man who's at the age of 17 as of now, I'm sure after this match, this performance solidified himself a spot in Pro League and on a pro team potentially in the future. And not only that, but along with many of the players from this young roster.
And Nix, you've been a big part of SCS. You were behind the scenes as an admin. You stepped forward onto the desk here. What are your final thoughts here on tonight's grand finals?
Well, final thoughts aren't necessarily going to go to what we witnessed tonight. The final thoughts are going to come from that behind the scenes side. This entire SCS team has really blood, sweat, tears, hours and hours, weeks and weeks of work have really dedicated themselves to bringing this amazing opportunity, to everybody who's watching. And I know we have this little slogan called "Make History," but we really did it. We made history with this season.
Let's take one last look at our playoff bracket here, see the path that took us to this point. I've got one last question for both of you. Favorite match? Start with you, Nix. Where was it in the playoffs?
100% that bank match when we went over unlimited overtime. I am not going to forget that anytime soon.
Climps, you jumping on bank as well?
This series, Tenfold Bank, I think, was such an exciting, thrilling map. For sure, without a doubt, back and forth, tooth and nail in that game. I also do want to commemorate and highlight the reality TV Wichita Wolves game in the quarterfinals. That was also a banger one on Cafe, if my mind serves me correctly. That was also a very good match, showing resiliency from a team like WW, beating a team that no one thought they had a shot against. But going throughout the season, it's been incredible. But if one's got to take the cake, it's that bank match. It was nuts.
Yeah, one for the record books right there. And I think the Wichita Wolves reality TV game, that would be my second there too. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it. This is the end of SCS7. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to all our competitors who brought about the most exciting SCS Siege has ever seen. Thank you to our co-streamers. A huge thank you to all our staff and supporters without whom none of this would be possible. And then finally, a thank you to you, the viewers, for your consistent support, for keeping this going and for keeping us alive here. And so, for the very last time here, from all of us at SCS, thank you so much for watching and have a very happy holidays.